obviously it'll be yay, new person to talk about SOMA with. Let me stop streaming Celeste. We'll turn the map. Yes.
Hello, fellas.
Hey, welcome. But yeah, I would not mind at all if Tasty People came in and we can just ask him like, oh, what choices did you make if you remember? How you doing, Devil? How is your missus?
She's good. She's good.
Hmm.
Are you guys streaming right now?
Relda is.
Oh, Rado is.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yep. You could stream too, honestly. I doubt anyone would mind.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to stream today.
That's all right. Yeah, Black Cats, you should congratulate me in person. Well, not in person, through voice call, but that's all right. This is the chart. It's pretty simple. So, just so I know, Relda, is Tasty People coming in?
I don't know. The Devil Hunter, do you mind if Tasty Peeper comes in to participate in the discussion?
Oh, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Come on in, Peeper. We are in
Now I mind if you don't
Hunter's
come in.
Discord.
Yeah, we're in Devil Hunter's Discord. You'll be able to find us if you scroll through, I think.
Yo, Hunter's here. I know, right? 3 hours later.
3? What is this?
Oh, yeah, it's only what, 50 minutes? When he said 15,
give you
past
5 minutes,
the time. Yeah. Like, you know.
No, it's 45 minutes. 43 minutes and 26 seconds is how long I've been out for.
Right, well, it started. The time we agreed on was 50 minutes ago. In case.
Blazin, you think you can time me out of chat, but I'm literally here and I can talk.
You can't type in. You can't type in Devil's chat though.
I wasn't. No,
right?
He timed me out of Relda's stream chat.
Yeah, sorry, Rel does.
I don't need to type in there. I can literally.
There, I've muted him in Discord.
Oh, you fuckers.
So now he's timed out from both.
Oh, he timed me out in Discord. He can't hear me anymore. Let's talk some mad smack about Relda. No one would even know.
No. Right. So yes, Tasty People where is it doesn't matter. Need revenge for being timed out in demo stream.
I don't think Peeper's in the Discord, is he? Did you invite him?
You send him a link? Question mark.
I would send a link in Relda's just chat, but you know I can't because I'm timed out.
Oh. Hang on, where do you find the link to the Discord? Because I can do it.
Right-click the Discord picture on the left, and then you go copy the URL.
This one. Invite people, I'm guessing?
Yeah, invite people, copy URL.
Okay, copy.
I think Relda just did it.
Oh, he did. Yep. So yes, join the Discord anyway.
Sorry, I'm muted on Discord. I'm like a dummy pants.
I'll have to move. Give me 5 minutes. All right, that's fine. So first order of business, IMO, is an overview of the story. So I might as well just start now since Devil's here. Black Cats is doing a shoot, I think. And we should be fine. Either way, we can still see. Oh, I wanted Black Cats here so she can explain her choices. Because in case you haven't noticed, Black Cats did the kill option in every fucking scenario. So I just thought that was funny. You know, she'd be murdering. And I wanted to hear about what you had to say about her reasoning for it. Especially since I'm very excited to talk about this one, seeing as we're like half and half. And it's my favorite choice you can make in the game. Regardless, the story goes...
A mercy kill. Yeah, don't twist it. It was a mercy kill.
Mercy kill. Well, actually, I have that in there. Right here. If you can't tell the difference, why does it matter? What determines if taking life is mercy?
I love how you put a question mark next to Robin Bass, leave or kill for me. Leave, question mark?
You would have killed her if you knew it was an option. So
Probably
you didn't
not.
even have a choice.
I don't know on my first playthrough.
Oh, so we'll just say leave question mark because I don't fucking know. I remember you saying that you would have killed her if you saw
Here's
her
the link.
in Zelda's chat. But yep.
When you get in the Discord, Peeper, you have to click on a few things,
yes.
but just Just go for the capitalized "Give me memes" button. That's all you need. Click on buttons till you see that one.
Da-da-da.
That reminds me.
Will we wait for people to come in before I start? I might just start it regardless because I think people can hear us. But yes, you are Simon Jarrett. Simon Jarrett is a cool dude who was in a car crash, oh no, and his best friend and was killed in it, and he got brain damage as a result, like brain leakage or something. He goes to do an experimental treatment with David Munchie, who takes whose experimental treatment is to take a complete and perfect scan of his brain and then run it through simulations of treatments over and over again until eventually he finds the correct one. The same way I think like AI, because there's some stuff in this field that AI will do constant failures over and over again, but will always select the one that was the closest to finishing or the closest to being the right one, and we'll just replicate it over and over again. Something like that, I'm guessing. However, sadly, after he takes the brain scan, Munchie says, just alter the only thing we're altering is some mild cardio and medication. Everything else is fine. But unfortunately, Simon dies that year, likely because of his brain.
Yeah, because
Likely
you know, if
because
you
of
got
his
bleeding
failure.
in the brain, all you need to do is change your fucking diet and cardio exercises.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
We'll just leave it up to Munchie being shit / having, I don't know, it being really early into his development.
I called it in the first like 30 minutes of the game, though. I'm like, I don't think this guy is a licensed practitioner of medicine. He seems a little sus.
I honestly think it was just him doing the best he can, but unfortunately things didn't work out. Well, what's the best way I can because like there was a whole magazine and everything, right? When you read it, there was a whole magazine about how it's a revolutionary new technology. But
Right.
regardless, I don't blame Munchie for that outcome, especially since it sounded like in the recording he was genuinely very upset that his first ever patient for it didn't work out.
The difference between
regardless,
PhD and MD. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I think the character
Exactly.
Oh, that's mean, Demo. Oh,
Well, he even said himself he's not a doctor, so like.
working on it.
Not
Regardless,
yet.
the
he
ASMR
comes
channel.
across as a very genuine dude. Point is, so yes, sadly that happens, and he does die. Was it later that year? Ooh, Peeper, hello.
He should have been able to speak, unless he didn't pick. Oh no, yeah, he's good.
What happened?
Lonely
hello?
ASMR is a vibe.
It is.
Peeper?
Welcome.
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome.
Greetings.
So yes, Peeper, I will actually record. Ooh, I will actually record your answers to the choices that you made during your first playthrough later on. Just because I like seeing what people did and discussing why we did them / our mindsets for it. So
Okay,
yes, so and then Simon, no. Plus 40 years or so, I believe, is when Pathos 2 is created. From memory,
What?
hang on.
Plus 42 years.
Plus 42 years in the timeline of so. I'm pretty
What,
sure there was
from 2000 and it was made in 2050 something.
Yeah, so plus like, I don't know, 30, 40 years.
Okay, from when Simon Jarrett was an actual human being.
Yes, so after Simon Jarrett dies in 2015, Pathos 2 is created, and obviously the world happens from there. From memory, the Warden unit was the head of security for AI, which is the WoW. The WoW was a Warden unit, and its simple goal was preserve humanity. That was its like opening program, I guess you could call it.
It was its definitive program was to preserve humanity.
Preserve humanity. It was given it just was the Warden unit of security for Pathos 2 at the time. And structure gel at that time was just a very high-tech gel that could mold and do machinery, but couldn't do anything. Well, it didn't do anything like it did in the game until, no, I'm pretty sure. Like, what was the year again for that the apocalypse happened? Was it pre-21?
2102.
2102 question mark. Around then the apocalypse happened. Oh no, the surface of the earth has become a completely barren wasteland, and everyone's basically dead, you know? Or if they're not dead yet, they will be within a certain amount of months. But thankfully, Pathos 2, being located completely underwater, suffered very minimal damage and continued to, you know, exist until. Well, oh yeah, what Pathos 2 is a space satellite launcher. It's a new space satellite launcher done from directly under the sea through a massive tunnel. Well, that's
Not
its
exactly.
main priority.
Pathos
But it
2 was
also is a research station.
No, originally Pathos 2 was a thermal nuclear site where they gathered the thermal energy from the planet, the volcanoes underneath the surface, and they used that energy and transported it back up to the surface to several different countries.
Yep. And then it became a space satellite launcher.
Because
that was the main selling point of it.
No, it had the space cannon built into it because they were also commissioned to. The location of it was perfect for launching things into space, so they kind of just built that with it.
But wasn't that its main selling point
No.
in the video?
No, the
orbital space
because
cannon?
they were so deep underground, the depth and trajectory of the Omega cannon was perfect. Like before it was built, was perfect to slingshot things into space, cheaper than making rockets to shoot things into space.
Yes, and then during their instructional video, it became like one of the main things it was Pathos 2 was known for.
Yeah,
Plus,
because it got so popular.
mining.
It wasn't originally
exactly.
built for that thing. It was just added on, and it was so popular.
It was added on, and then it became the mainstay. Like whenever people say Pathos 2, probably on the surface at least, they would think, oh yeah, the space gun.
Yeah,
because
probably.
it became the mainstay. But overall, space gun, like you said, transportation of goods and through thermal mining to the surface, and very important, underwater experimentation, or what am I thinking? Research teams.
Well, yeah, there was a bunch of scientists maintaining the thermal energy plant, but then the world ended, and those scientists changed their priorities to preserving humanity. What's left of it?
Well, yeah, because they considered themselves to be the last, to be what was left. So yes, the comet hits, everything goes to shit, but Pathos 2 is largely unaffected, except for the fact that they are on borrowed time with no real way to sustain themselves for much longer.
I like how you have semantics inside your list there.
Well, it's good. Semantic. Oh, hang on. Is my thing? Yeah, my thing's fine. And I do want to talk about semantics, about what we even consider. Like, by the way, I don't know if people noticed because I found it in a really off place thing. Mockingbirds. Mockingbirds is the name of the WoW's creations. So technically, Simon 2, when he wakes up in Pathos 2, is a mockingbird. A mockingbird is the term that the crew uses to basically address WoW's creations, monster or friendly.
Okay.
So yeah, so like I want to talk about that semantics. What are the mockingbirds? Are they considered life? You know, what determines what we think about them? Brain scans, etc. But yes. Why is my PC fucking up? There we go. So where was I? The WoW unit. The WoW unit, after experiencing the news, is that, you know, preserve humanity. It has done that. It starts changing things drastically. Its first major change is I'm pretty sure corruption of the structure gel. Not corruption, but changing of the structure gel in order to manipulate it almost into a cancerous sort of substance. That basic substance structure gel, the blue lights that we see throughout the entire game of Pathos 2 and Soma is structure gel. that is all structure gel, but it's been changed by the WoW to do different things, including including putting brain scans into machines, including causing those machines to walk around and corrupting any machinery and life it comes into contact with.
I wouldn't say the structure gel changed in any way. I would only say that the structure gel. I would say the structure gel. The WoW. It turned into a part of the WoW's body. Kind of like blood vessels.
I'd say the WoW. I'd say the WoW more took it for itself and then used it in ways that was unthinkable to the people.
Well, think of it this way: we find structure gel when we make our second body, and it's not used by the WoW because it's in a sealed case, and the WoW, nothing is touching it. However, if the WoW had have touched it with its structure gel that it's already got a control of, it would have been able to take it and use it for itself.
There's a very blatant line.
No.
There's a very blatant line in the game that very specifically says if we do this, the WoW is enabling us to do it using its rules that it's given to the structure gel.
No, that's not the WoW's rules.
Yeah, but
the structure gel always did the thing. The structure gel always did the thing. That's why we saw when we put it on the rat, it brought the rat back to life.
Yes, but overall, the WoW is in charge of it.
Sure.
However, it can't. However, it couldn't. Doesn't have the capacity because it's not a complex AI. In that sense, it doesn't have the capacity to want or to say no, you can't do this. So they used it to create the body of Simon 3, I think. But I might need to go back and check it because I've got. Is it here? Yeah, this is a great video that I'm getting most of the story from. That explains it all really well. So. I'm pretty sure the first action after realizing, okay, the WoW has done this, it has taken structure gel and it has started taking brain scans. First orders that were given to the scientists were Carl Semken and Amy Azaro, which were to put Upsilon, which is the thermal plant, I'm pretty sure the thermal plant station, into a constant state of energy production so that at least no matter what, it would always work. And it would buy them as much time as possible, which is why, like several months later, after Simon has awakened, despite most of Pathos 2 being dead, the power still works. Okay. And from there, after that happens, some shit goes wrong. The WoW reevaluates its strengths and starts taking brain scans. It is able to take a brain scan of Carl while he was piloting one of the drones, because this was earlier on before he was sent to Upsilon to cause that. And that's where his brain scan officially comes from, which the WoW managed to take a scan of his brain while he was piloting one of the drones. While they were at Upsilon, switching the power to make sure it runs no matter what, and making sure none of the WoW's monsters could do anything about that, they were attacked. Carl dies, and Azaro manages to destroy the thing that attacked her, and while she's trying to escape from Upsilon back to Delta and Theta, sadly, she is attacked, ambushed, and forced to be kept alive by the WoW until Simon finds her. That's another part of the things I want to talk about, because there are some things in this game where you have no choice. You have to kill Azaro and the robot, and the first ever robot you meet, I think, at the beginning, who's sucking the power out of the thing you need to contact Lambda.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to talk about, what is their lives, despite the fact that they don't want to die, are their lives worth living? In that sense, but that's a topic for afterwards. So, our Azaro is finished. Where are we up to? I think after that is when Catherine starts realizing that the WoW is taking brain scans of people and literally just putting the brain scans into whatever the hell it finds. Be it robots or be it, I'm not sure, what else does it go into? Or creating the monsters, the mockingbirds. Regardless, they all fall under the umbrella of mockingbirds. So Carl, from the beginning, is a mockingbird, despite the fact that he isn't hostile in any way. He's a mockingbird because he's a scan creation by the WoW.
Okay.
From then, Catherine decides and shares this news with everyone, to which they all fully go on board with her plan to create a they all fully go on board with her plan to create brain scans of everyone they can in the Ark as the last remnants of humanity and launch it into space as it's the last thing they can do. They're not going to survive much longer. There is limited water and food at their disposal, and they have all the tools necessary to do so. The last remnants of humanity are simply going to be brain scans of AI in a generated world floating around in space until hopefully maybe something will pick it up in the next 1,000 years, but, doubtful. And that becomes their main goal. From there, the Ark, no, not the Ark, the WoW suddenly starts doing shit, but I can't remember.
WoW goes
Their
AWOL.
story about imagery. What was that?
The WoW goes AWOL.
The WoW went AWOL as soon as the comet hit, I was under the impression of.
Well, I'm pretty sure it would have gone AWOL regardless, because it's always had the directive to preserve humanity. There's no reason to say that it went AWOL because humanity went less.
Yeah. That's the interesting thing, though. The WoW's definitions of what humanity is, does it consider the Mockingbirds to be humanity? That's something interesting, despite the fact that the Mockingbirds were beings and monsters created with brain scans of people that unfortunately, from memory, the reason they go insane and are very prone to violence and confusion is because the bodies they're put in aren't stable enough to house the actual brain in the actual brain scan. So I guess it's the equivalent of forcing a file too large into something that can't handle it. And what the result is the hostile Mockingbirds that are only ever extremely scared, confused, and aggressive all the time, while constantly jumbling between it. And arguably are in a constant state of suffering. But yes, from there, I can't remember specifically. So Theta is doing the brain scans. Omnicron is doing experiments on the structure gel in order to find out what the hell is happening. Why is this taking over the station? Why is it corrupting and turning basically anything it sees into one of its creations? What happens when you do so? What does this mean? How is this possible? Omnicron's doing that. Lambda is doing nothing in particular, but, just highlighting everything possible. And from then, I believe they take Theta's mission is complete. Well, not Theta's mission is complete. They have as many brain scans as possible, but people keep killing themselves because they believe that a character, I'm pretty sure his name is Mark Sarang. I'm pretty sure that's his name. He believes
Marcus
that,
Aurelius.
Huh?
Marcus Aurelius.
No, Sarang. Sarang is the one who invented the Oh, you're fucking with me, cunt.
No, that was a real person. Don't worry.
Right.
Marcus Aurelius was a real person.
I have no clue who that is, so you might tell me later. But yes, Mark Sarang came up with the prospect of not only is the Ark the best place for humanity to live, way to do it, it is the ultimate evolution in that sense, because, humanity is extremely hindered by the fact that in his view, humanity is extremely hindered by the fact that we have bodies. We are biological, and our bodies have limits. If humanity had the exact same mental capacities, but everything that they were able to do were completely automated, it would be theoretically the next evolution. So he is extremely happy with this, and in his eyes, the continuity of being scanned and then the scans continuity is exactly what just happened. Is the last thing the scan will remember is being scanned. That is the ultimate life, to the point that he kills himself, believing that doing so at that exact moment will confirm that he, the ultimate him, will be the one to live on as the scan. which is interesting when we think about how Simon views his existence, even despite the fact that he accepts that to the point that he might not even accept that he's a scan, that there is no real Simon anymore, but he will feel otherwise. So yep, people obviously during the brain scans he does that, and that's obviously like holy shit, he killed himself while doing it, and other people are actually on board with that. So every time they get as many as from memory 6 or 7 people end up getting their brain scans but end up killing themselves afterwards, despite the fact that there's
there was probably more. There was probably more that killed themselves, but like we only heard about 6 or 7 of them.
I'm almost certain there was only like a dozen because there weren't that many people on site theta to begin with. Regardless,
there's a log someplace.
That has.
It mentions
shows which
Catherine
ones-
was getting like pissed off that they were blaming her for their deaths.
Yeah. Well, what's his name? Strohmeyer. Strohmeyer, who is the head of security at Theta, really well. I don't think it was Catherine was being blamed for it, but she wasn't allowed to continue. She was suffering for the fact that it was happening because he has to do something to stop these idiots from killing themselves. I think that, and that just made her extremely frustrated because she took it personally that he was going to shut down her project and the project to the best project for humanity because these idiots thought that killing themselves was a good idea.
Right. And then after the scans, everything went to shit anyway because the WoW kind of murdered everyone.
Yep. Well, the WoW was constantly murdering everyone, but things went to shit at Theta when you know who arrived, Acres. But that comes later because that comes after the Ark had already left Theta. So the Ark left Theta. So after they did that, the project was put on hold until eventually they realized, all right, we're not going to scan anymore because we're convinced people are going to kill themselves, but we have a lot of brain scans on the Ark, and we can get even more at Omicron. Then we can leave Omicron and then go down into Tau and then Phi and blast this shit off, all right, and then save what we can of humanity, right? So they do that. They do leave with the Ark successfully created with what they have. They go to Omicron, to which this is before Omicron experiences their This is before Omicron experiences their lockdown, their quarantine. You know, they didn't get COVID. They do that. They scan few people. I can't remember if they scan people or not at Omicron, but they pass through. Unfortunately, the the Dunbad is unable to be done because it has been corrupted by the WoW at that point. So they have to take it manually using the diving suits. They get to Omicron, they put on the diving suits, and then they go down manually the same way Simon did down to Tau. And then in Tau, they go through. Catherine is with them. I'm pretty sure the people. I know Sarah, Lindwall, and Catherine are definitely the people from Theta who were down there taking the Ark to Omicron and to be not to Omicron but to Phi to be launched into space. And as far as that story is concerned, they get down there. Unfortunately, the remaining people at Tau and Phi, plus I think Sarah as well, were having doubts about we should really wait and calculate this because if we do this wrong and if we accidentally launch the Ark into space before its time, then it may crash before its maximum time span could be achieved. So we should hold off for the time being. Which Catherine got really fucking pissed. She was all
it wasn't about the maximum time span because the time span is the same regardless once they shoot in space.
If it crashed into something.
Yeah, but like it wouldn't have crashed into something.
They wanted to calculate the trajectory.
They were worried that the space gun was broken because the surface was destroyed.
Regardless, it was too much of a risk for them. And then Catherine, who was pushing to simply have it be done, by then gets aggressive and it leads to an accident to her death. And Catherine dies there. Well, human Catherine at least. Catherine 1, we'll say. And then unsure if we should even launch the Ark into space because the space gun might not even be ready or operational to do so. They decide the people at Phi leave the Ark to Sarah Lindwall, who is waiting for us when we find her, with the goal of guard it because it's too risky to send it into space. So we reckon if you stay here and guard it after we lose everything to deprivation, then that's the best hope for humanity. That's the best hope for all the scans on the Ark. And so that's that situation when we finally do it. And then, I believe, after all of that is done, is when the shit happens at Delta. Delta's a bit of a weird station, isn't it? Because it's just a selection of like 5 or maybe 10 rooms that are all separated and that you have to traverse through by walking through the water. Regardless,
Wait, Delta?
yeah, Delta, where Acres comes from.
Oh yeah. It was a bit weird, but like it was the best place in the game. There's no
just
monsters
a small
there.
station. It's like the transport station almost.
Did you see the person who was still alive there though? Roldar found him.
I didn't see the person who was still alive. I did, however. I think something that we all missed is, yeah, actually, hang on.
There was a guy sitting on the ground breathing near the Zeppelin.
Hang on. Let me just put it on mute because I don't know if the sound will come in. This is something that I definitely missed, and I'm pretty sure both Devil and Reldar missed as well on their streams. Is the little pad next to him has proof of Acre's attack of the people at Delta. Yeah, they're boarding, and then Acres, I'm guessing, and he gets the attack, and then he moves on. Yep, there it is.
The hell? Which room is that in?
I have no clue, but we all missed it. All right, there it is. Actually, I'm just gonna.
I saw a bunch of anime.
Yeah, I had anime recommendations open. They were both from Blazin, would you believe it? Blazin, shout out. How you doing? So yeah, kicked up. Yep. So after that, Delta happens. Acres. No. From memory, there were people staying with Acres. Half the people of Delta evacuate to Theta because that is just the plan. They have no reason to stay. But Acres and a few other people, no, I'm wrong. Only Acres stays behind because he wasn't ready to leave Delta at that time.
He stays until he wins 1,000 chess games, then he's like, fuck this, I'm out.
Exactly. Then he was like, right, I'm done. Time to fuck shit up. Consumes a shit ton of structure gel and goes insane, quote unquote, but is one of my favorite factors of what the WoW does. Do you guys remember when Simon is scripted death by Acres on the stairs?
Is that Acres?
That is the dude who roams around, who can sprint, who listens is Acres, yeah.
Right.
Yep. Regardless, the scripted death, and you remember, when you die, you wake up in the apartment with Ashley, and you're living together, but Simon being aware that Ashley died, and also wasn't interested in him, is able to break free from it and escape again.
Sure.
Yeah, you remember that, don't you?
I remember the scene. I don't know about escaping again. I think he just woke up.
No, he woke up because I'm pretty sure there's like dialogue from him that no, this isn't real. Ashley didn't love me, and she died.
I think Ashley did love him.
No, Ashley did not love him. It's basically confirmed.
Okay.
Yeah, during the cutscene at the very beginning, when he's like, "There's something we need to talk about," and her response was like, "Simon, don't make this weird,"
yeah,
or something like that. And then in the newspaper article where she died, she was specifically mentioned to be his friend, which.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the cutscene at the start was like a dream because it kind of mixed. It was a nightmare because it mixed him already having the brain bleed, but he got the brain bleed from
during the situation accident. Where he gets it.
Yeah. So...
But it's basically those two pieces of information basically confirmed he loved her, but she didn't see him that way. And that regardless, I'm
and then she died.
Certain. Yeah, and then she died. So he wasn't able to get his answer either way, and that nightmare was almost like his what am I thinking? Unshared feelings that we're never able to go through. But yes, the point of that is that and what Acres is essentially a human WoW creation that was a mockingbird almost, that wasn't actually a a brain scan that was implemented. He's a devout follower of the WoW.
He's an absolute arsehole, that's what he is.
Yeah, he is a cunt. As far as Australians are concerned. He is an ugly motherfucker. What he does though, you guys remember the breathing corpses all throughout Theta that look like burnt potato people?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes, devil. Yep. Do you remember?
I don't remember them breathing, but I remember the burnt potato people.
Well, they were breathing. They were like moaning, you know. Oh no, the ones that were stationary, devil, not the ones that hunt you.
No, I know. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember them because like I remember specifically some of them when the blind monster was around.
Yeah. Those ones are essentially what happens to Simon when Acres catches you. Is it accurate to say that when the WoW does contain you and capture you in that sense, it puts you in an almost utopia version of your life that you always wanted? A perpetual state of wanting exactly, because that is exactly what Simon wanted, to be back home, living his happy life with no brain injury with love of his life, Ashley.
Well,
is it reasonable to assume that those corpses are experiencing their equivalent?
It could be, but we don't know. And if you want to assume that, then you could assume that Simon broke out of it because he doesn't actually have a brain.
Yeah, exactly. He's not even a real person. He's a scan of it. Regardless, Simon is able to break out of it, but I think that's a lot of evidence to suggest that that is what they see. That is what they are experiencing, trapped. Their bodies trapped like that, but mentally speaking, they're living happily, which is, messed up to think about.
Well, you see what happens to them when they stay in there too long when you get to Tau, because there's some in one of the rooms there that look like a cocoon.
Yeah, they've almost merged into it. So yes, that happens. So which is a bit like, ooh, so maybe this is what the WoW considers like living to be, almost. And the WoW is happy as its base definitions to leave people just being alive while experiencing happiness and bliss. So yeah, after that happens, and so yes, Acres, who has been consuming structure gel, experiences this bliss and then proves to himself that that's a good reason why he took out his own eyes, because he wants to see that happiness rather than seeing the world. When he drinks the structure gel, he's able to see that, but his eyes are like, I don't know, interfering with it because he keeps waking up.
I can't take people seriously when they take their eyes out in video games anymore after playing Bloodborne.
Fair enough.
If you know, you know, but like Bloodborne really opened my eyes on it. Ha 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 ha.
I haven't seen yeah, I know that's a big motif in that game, but I haven't played Bloodborne. Have you played Bloodborne, Relda? Tasty?
No, I haven't played it.
Bloodborne.
I've seen enough, but not played it myself.
I've seen enough. You've seen nothing, Jon Snow.
Right, I would play Bloodborne if it came on a PC release, but
same.
Yeah. So after all that, the eyes. Yep. Acres takes out his own eyes, and what he does is eventually a research team, I'm forgetting, a recon team or something, comes from Theta to see, all right, something weird's going on. I think like a satellite was messed up that Acres did it to the actual site, and then he went insane. It got them to come over, to which Strasky actually gave him a heads up that it was happening, and that's what those pictures are from memory. So what is fuck is happening, Devil? That was so cool.
What?
The thing on your icon, stuff that moved. I've never seen.
Dude, he's been spamming that for like 20 minutes.
I haven't been looking. I've been looking at my chart. But yes. And that's what these images are. These images are the recon team that came to pick up. What have I done? It's just on you having fun there, Devil.
Yeah, man.
And that's what these images are. Recon team came. That's them arriving. This is them being attacked by I've forgotten his name already. Akers. And then Akers leaving them on the ship. Oh yeah. And then he does so. He comes back to Theta. They realize, but he's collapsed by then. Only he returns back, and he's collapsed, and they say, "Holy shit, what the fuck's wrong with him?" They bring him in, they take the suit off, and they realize wow, he's been consuming shit tons of structure gel. What's going on? To which they bring him in, and then he promptly murders everyone and takes over the base, and gets inside.
That's like a normal day.
Yeah. Which is around the same thing that happens in it. Around the same time that happens, Omnicron has their I'm not quite sure how this came about, but the WoW created a mockingbird which started cutting everyone's heads off and causing, I think it used their black boxes almost as locators in that sense.
Maybe.
Regardless, crazy shit happened.
Wasn't it the lady monster that was cutting everyone's heads off?
Yeah, that one. And it used them as trackers. I think it used the black boxes as trackers, but that's more of a theory.
Well, see, I think it's interesting because there's one lady doing a voice recording, and at the end of her recording, her head pops, but she doesn't, like, notice the monster sneak up behind her, even though she's looking at the door.
I'm pretty sure that was the black boxes. That was the black box exploding, like in the guy outside of Omnicron.
Okay, so there wasn't the lady chopping off the heads, their black boxes were just exploding.
I'm not sure. I think it's a bit of both. Regardless,
you know what someone should do? They should take that black box you find at the start of the game, carry it all the way to that area, and see if it explodes.
That'd be interesting. I don't think it would, because
I don't think you can, because there's a lot of loading screens.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do. Yeah, you can't actually like carry stuff when you do the climb sections, and Omnicron's on the latter half of the game.
Oh, you can throw stuff. It's fine.
Regardless,
throw it at the top of the ladder.
If I don't
take it from Relda, he carried the ark to the bottom of the place down the ladder, rather than using the elevator.
I didn't. Oh goddamn! I was stuck in that room for like 5 minutes my first time playing because I didn't notice the fucking elevator. And then I saw Reldar just jump down. I'm all like, you could do that as well. You know, that works. Speedrun this shit. Who cares? So yeah, that happens. And
health is just an illusion.
And then I'll speedrun it, and then and then once that happens, everything in the game is caught up from there. Simon goes to all the places. He meets Catherine, and he gets the arc and he launches it into space. And the personal story of Simon, realizing, oh shit, this is everything happening.
See, I question whether Simon can actually learn anything substantial in his Simon 2 and Simon 3 forms, because like he just outrightly doesn't understand that he can't, that he's copied.
There is also the theory, apparently. Not theory, there's a series on YouTube that actually has like that shows this story for verbatim, with like actors and everything, and the earliest Mockingbirds. And it's like an actual acted thing, but I can't remember if it's like official or not. Point is, during that, they have a small theoretical, they have a small realization similar to other AIs that the WoW's creations, because the brain scans, they are specifically designed to not experience things that would damage them too much. Hence, which is, I'm pretty sure, the explanation for why Simon first sees his hands as normal hands, and why Carl, for example, always sees himself as human, despite the fact that he only has one arm, and that arm is clearly not a human one. But he sees his situation as human because they don't see it that way. And I'm pretty sure Simon's being the scans, his like complete lack of acknowledgement of his situation and what it means, combined with the fact that he can't mentally accept that there is no one true Simon.
Well,
you know?
think of it this way: the human mind can only take so much pressure, right? So much mental stress. So what usually happens is our brains will lie to us to keep us preserved.
Yeah, it's a bit similar to
So
how Simon breathes. Oh,
yeah, he doesn't need to breathe.
Yeah, he doesn't need to breathe, but if the brain experiences him not breathing, then it will panic. It will panic.
Yeah, exactly.
So it just constantly experiences him, and his body simulates him breathing.
They have a pretty neat discussion about it, him and Catherine, when he's going between Delta and Theta.
Yeah, that's the one. A good balance between ignorance and awareness.
Yeah. And so like you said with the breathing thing, he doesn't need to breathe, but if he doesn't do it, he freaks out. So when he first came in, he thought he was human, so his brain knew that he wasn't himself at the very least, and it just showed his hands being hands, because the black goop on it would have like given it away.
Yeah, well, the fact that he was in a suit as well, yeah.
Well, I mean, he could have been in a suit, but there was like goop and pustules and things all over it, right?
Yeah,
the
he
gel.
was a mockingbird. It would have freaked him the fuck out. He's all like, "Oh my god, I'm in a suit. What is this?"
Ironically enough, I kind of said to Relda when he was looking at a mirror, I said, "Nice boobs," and he didn't know he was Reed yet.
You were spot on because it's actually a girl's body.
No, I knew it at that point. I knew that he was in a female body, but he was like, "What do you mean boobs?" And that was like a subtle hint to him that like he's not in his own body, like literally not even his own body.
That is one of my favorite parts of the game.
He's like, "What do you mean boobs?" And I'm like, "Oh, you know, the square thing on your chest." Relda, did you know? Did you figure out whose body you were in at any point in your playthrough?
I'm pretty sure because it's like a main.
I'm pretty sure. It tells you. I don't remember the name though.
Imogen Reed.
Yeah, Reed.
Point is, Imogen Reed, there was a side story of what she actually did and how she even got to Upsilon. She actually went there to terminate power to the station because she was so afraid of what the WoW was doing to humanity and the rest of the station.
Well, I mean, if she went there, then she knew that the rest of the humanity was dead because of the WoW.
Yep. Well, humanity was going to die regardless. Maybe the WoW. This is an interesting discussion that we can have later on because I would change my action. This is.
Well, I mean, this is first playthrough, right? You can do a second playthrough list in a second, but this was our first.
Well, I didn't actually get that done, but we were just going to discuss, which ones we would change because there are a few of these I would change. Not that many, honestly. Regardless, I like some things were the same. We all chose Javid to kill. We all I liked how we were all so invested enough in the story that we all respected Sarah's last wishes and stayed with her, even though we didn't need to do either to progress the story at all. Although I would change killing the WoW personally, but we can talk about that later. So yes, that's the complete story. I reckon we should go over what we actually all think of the story overall as a game. I think everyone here is cute except Blaze and his nuts. You can just call him a cunt, dude. It's alright. Wow, I mean, wow. Hey, nice. Nice. Alright.
Thank you.
So yes, do we just want to go through like left to right or something about our feelings on the game overall?
Sure.
Yeah, I reckon so. Might as well.
Sartex, you should start. What did you think of the game?
Well,
he says left to right, but all of our discords are different.
Did you like it?
Oh, I was going by Reldar's just because it's on stream and it's easy. Did I like it? Interesting enough, as a game, I think it's pretty good and well designed, but unfortunately, it's got a lot of flaws as far as gameplay is concerned. Story-wise, however, it's my favorite video game story of all time. I can talk a shit ton about it. I love the way it's constructed. I think it all follows fantastically, and the fact that if you explore the base thoroughly enough, you can find everything I just said about the story is taken from like documents in that game because it's all there. It's all explained what actually happens to every single person of
90% of the game is explained in the documents.
Exactly, all of that, and yet all of that, I basically skipped over the actual events that happen in that you play through, because that's something that happens. That's the game that you go through, and it's all background storytelling. It's all done fantastically. The game, I can talk about it forever. I fucking love how it ends. I think I played it all in one playthrough, so I didn't really have too much time. I called a few things, like I called the fact that Simon was in a robot body, and a few things like that. But I actually didn't think too hard about the final bit of the game, where Simon. Oh yeah, for context, Simon 1 is the original. We'll say Simon 1. As soon as he's scanned and you wake up in the first chair at Upsilon, that's Simon 2. And then Simon 2 stays the same until Simon 3 is created at Omnicron, and then that's Simon 3, and then Simon 4 is on the Ark, and that's the last one. And I loved the ending of Simon 3 basically being put in the exact same position as Simon 2. Except, he didn't have someone to decide for him whether or not he should just die and not have it done. I thought it was a fantastic ending to a great video game story, and I think the game as a whole is very great overall, despite the fact that I have a few niggles about how the actual gameplay is done.
What would you give it out of 10? And what things did you predict that Kate were, like, your prediction was right?
9 out of 10. Maybe 9.5 if for nostalgia's sake, but 9 out of 10. And that's 10 for me, by the way. I don't give 10s because I consider 10. Your 10 out of 10 is my 9 out of 10, because I don't consider 10 out of 10 to ever be real, because that's perfection, and things can always be improved, especially when it comes to like art and sort of thing. So yeah, and regardless, Soma isn't perfect. Obviously, like, there are niggles with the gameplay, and there are a few story things what I'll talk about, like Pathos 2. Pathos in Greek translates to suffering.
Does it?
What? It does. So in games terms, that makes sense. Pathos 2's entire journey is very suffering. Why the fuck would you name your deep sea underwater station Suffering?
Well,
there's things
a pretty
like that.
Neat name.
Theta. What was that? Sorry.
Pretty neat name.
Oh, yeah, get that. And Theta, the place where everyone kills themselves, and the people who don't kill themselves get horrifically murdered by Akers, plus Akers and his proxies are walking around. Theta means death.
Oh, brilliant!
I don't want to work at a place whose name translates to death. I don't know about you guys. So that's all.
Why not? Sounds like home to me.
Oh, the video I watched actually has a bit of. The video I watched has a joke about that, where they say it's the equivalent of naming like SpaceX naming their rocket Explode in Greek. It's just like, really? Like, yeah, you can say it's a cool name and all, but come on. So there's a few parts in the story like that. Like, it's really cool that the translated names mean stuff as far as the story events are done, and it was very intentionally like done that way. But in universe, come on.
Right. And what did you predict in the game?
What I predicted in the game, I predicted that Simon was a scan. Well, actually, I predicted that Simon was a robot and no longer in his original place, hence how he time traveled and everything.
Yeah.
I predicted.
I didn't think the underwater and the new location and the monsters was a giveaway for him not being in his original place, but sure.
No,
whatever floats your boat.
My first thought was because I was like you guys, I didn't trust Munchie at all. Or I'm like, this is a horror game. This is a sketchy doctor. I wonder what will happen.
To be fair, I knew that you were underwater and in like somewhere else. So when I saw the start of the game, I was like, "What the hell is this?" I was more confused about the start of the game than the actual. Than the actual premise of the game.
When I first played the game, I thought that the machine knocked us out and that we were taken somewhere. That was my immediate first thought, and then
was there any other predictions you got right?
Too.
Yeah. So I was like really shocked when I was all like, "Oh, the year is 2103. That's interesting." Things like that. I predicted that. What else did I predict? Fuck. I predicted that the Ark hadn't left, but that wasn't much of one. The events. I predicted what I did predict what would happen. For leaving the moment, like I'm pretty sure everyone else does when you're sitting at Omnicron and you're being transferred. I predicted like I'm pretty sure the other body is still alive and is going to start talking now because that's how it worked. Simon
yeah.
one was still alive. Yep, and I really loved the fucking choice that left. That's easily my favorite one in the game. And then from then, I did, and that's about it actually, because I did not predict, because I was just in the moment. I played it all in one sitting. I did not realize, oh, of course, when it copies me onto the Ark, Simon 3 will be left behind, and then it does. And that's the one that you're shown, except at the very end when you're shown Simon 4's view of it all. Regardless, so that's only really what I predicted. I didn't predict much. Just those two things.
All right. Well, how about we move on to Tasty Pepper then?
Sure.
What do you think, Tasty Pepper? Before someone eats ya.
The whole game, like overall.
Yeah. What do you think of the game as a whole?
So how about we do a 10 out of 10? An out of 10. What you predicted and what you thought of the game. Not in that order, but like.
I was just. Do we need what we predicted?
I mean, it's interesting.
Okay. But yeah, go.
I mean, I didn't have really any expectations of the game when I first booted it up, so I thought it was like typical isekai thing, but like make it horror. But yeah, I got super surprised. It was really cool, and I would probably give it an 7.58 out of 10, I guess, because the gameplay is really lame in my opinion. Especially the horror aspect. When you like finally realize that getting hit or like caught has literally zero repercussions, it just deflates every single threat the game tries to pressure you with. So.
Well, I mean that's every game.
The story is
realistically, you can die in any game and like you're fine.
Yeah, I guess what you're trying to say, you can get hit twice before you die, but that's the same for every horror game. Is when you die, you just respawn, but to a checkpoint, you got to do the tasks again.
Yeah, I know. Like in SOMA, it felt worst. Like I don't really know how to say it.
I get what you're saying. It's the hard balance with horror. You want to keep them alive for as long as possible, but the second the player actually dies, is the horror and scare becomes impatience and just wanting to get it over with now.
Yeah, exactly.
So you got to keep them alive and make them feel threatened without actually killing them.
Because like the overall cast. Sorry.
I was going to say SOMA does a good thing where it makes it so that you die in 2 hits so that you can get hit once and then continue, but still have a chance and still keep that terror going. But yeah, it's a hard thing to avoid.
Yeah, and then I like try because I played this game like 4 years ago, so it's been a while. But like, it's also like the cast of monsters. They're not super like threatening. For example, like the disco ball, you know, the disco head guy. He's not scary. I don't know about you guys, but like, I mean, again, it's very subjective, but like, it's kind of like just a nude guy with a disco ball. Like, I could see I could see that in a drunk like party, you know. Like, I don't know. It's just a bit weird, but.
Okay.
The only monster in my opinion that kind of scared me was Jin Yoshida. Because it's super creepy how, like, noisy he is with his steps and just, like, running around like a maniac.
Who is it, sorry?
Jin Yoshida.
Jin Yoshida. I've actually forgotten who that is.
The last one, the tentacle helmet guy in the episode.
In Tau.
Yeah. And to me, he was, like, the really, really stressful. But I don't know.
Would I be correct in assuming he's the overall hardest as well? Because he's
Well, he's the last one. He has all of the abilities as the other ones. He can hear, he can open doors. In fact, he hears when you open a door and he'll go towards it. He can he'll chase you. He can run. He can see you. His only weakness is if you stare at him, he will stop moving for a second. Yeah.
Which is, regardless, I do like how all the monsters have different gameplay requirements. Like with the disco ball guy, it adds a bit to his factor that not only does he teleport, but he also you can't look at him. He can't be on your screen.
I thought the last guy was annoying because there was a computer I wanted to like read, but the guy kept coming into the room and I couldn't. It was only a small area, and it was very annoying because you couldn't run because he'd hear you run, so he'd run after you. And so even if you lured him further away, he would like come towards you once you like close the door. So I couldn't even read that computer. That was really annoying to me. I wanted to read it.
There's a balance they were trying to do there because part of it is, I agree. I don't like it when they added, that's part of my niggles and why it's not perfect. I don't like it how they add like really good lore things and like, really good story stuff in the sections where you can die, where you can't just read it to your heart's content, because they're trying to like, I don't know, how would I describe it? Emulate a sort of fear of reading what happened while also trying to manage not dying through the monster. They want the threat of they want you to be able to read it and experience like those story bits while also being threatened. But over time, that works for like the first encounter, maybe the second. But if it just keeps happening over and over again, so like, fuck off, I want to read this. And it becomes frustrating again, which is the hard balance to do it. When the horror game stops being scary and just becomes frustrating.
Well, actually, we all forgot about it, but in my opinion, it's because it's so lame. But the actual last enemy is the what is it called? The Leviathan. I'm so sorry.
Fish.
It's so fucking lame. Like
the fish.
I'm sorry. I am. It's so horrible. No, you know when you have to go to the gun.
Yeah, and it's just
you
following
have to hide in like crevices and shit.
What I didn't like about it was that there was like you would leave your hidey hole and it would just immediately chase you, and then sometimes it wouldn't, and there was no real indication as to what made it so it
was hard
wouldn't
to tell
chase you.
if it like saw you or if it did something else. But
and like you couldn't really
inconsistent.
You couldn't duke it. You couldn't do anything. But like
the game didn't give you like, oh, you have one flare that will distract it.
And the worst thing was it would grab you and drop you somewhere random, and then now you're weaker and it's harder to run.
Yep.
And there was a lot of heals along the way, but like you get to the heal, at least in my experience, you got to the heal, tried to hide next to the heal, and it would just grab you anyway. There was no hiding spot next to the heals.
I got pretty lucky with that section because I only got like grabbed and dragged away once, and then I was completely fine.
It's actually pretty inconsistent because I saw some streamers getting grabbed and dropped off at the door that they needed to cross the whole thing for. Like it's so.
So it just took them to the end. It's just like I can help you out here.
No, this enemy is so forgettable. Like.
Not forgettable. I like the idea of I like its concept.
Yeah, definitely, but the execution is all something to be desired.
It's too inconsistent. I also like the concept of like stick to the lights and hide from the monster and run when you can, because it's all like, hey, this game hasn't done that yet, but it wasn't executed well. You're right.
Did any of you get caught by the anglerfish?
I know somebody that got caught.
Did you get catch, Strelda?
Did I? It definitely scared me. I remember that. It definitely gave me a good jump scare. I don't remember if I actually got like eaten by it though. Did I?
I don't think it eats you. I think it just like nibbles on you and then
whatever
goes away.
Whatever. I don't remember.
I saw that light and I immediately went, "That's not a light. That's a lie."
You're tricking me.
I will say something that really annoyed me was that I was told by Sortex at the very start of the game that I can't look at the monsters but that was a
No.
lie. You can look at the monsters, you just can't look
The
at Disco
one
Ball.
monster. I never said monsters, did I?
So, like, I'm running around trying to avoid monsters, and I'm just not looking at them.
That's why you weren't looking at them? I thought you just misunderstood, because I swear to God I didn't say all monsters. I just said the one, because you were up
You
to
said
it.
you can't look at monsters in this game. It messes up your
Oh.
screen and they will chase you. And I was like, okay, I can't look at the monsters. And I'm watching Rollout play and I'm like, oh my god, you can look at these things. I was lied to.
It's only the one monster that teleports around that you can't look at. I thought I might have said that because that's what you're up to. But when your screen does like crackle when the monsters are near, and you.
So I'm like, I went through the entire game without like actually looking at the monsters where they were.
I'm sure that probably made it scarier because.
And it made the last monster harder because I didn't know if I stared at him I could like hold him down.
Well, I'm sorry. And I'm also sorry for spoiling the choice. Gee, I
that's
fucked up your playthrough a lot, didn't I, Devil?
Ah, it's fine. Who cares? It's fine.
So anything else you want to say about the game, Tasty, and your experiences with it?
I mean, I'm glad I was able to play it when I was rather young, because it kind of gave me like questions that I'm still thinking about it today. And yeah, no, it's just a really cool game and a stellar story.
So what would you give the story out of 10, divorced from the game?
10 out of 10. Like,
Well, yeah.
divorced from the game, it's a 10 out of 10. I'm sorry, it's flawless. I don't know. Not flawless, but like in my opinion, it's just
It's
excellent.
fantastic.
The what
I
of the
might
game?
change mine to like
Divorce of the game.
yeah, the story divorce of the game, like no.
Oh, the
spoilers,
story.
just
Right.
The story, story is 10 out of 10. All that's left is Relda.
Why? Okay, sure.
Well, who else is? Oh, fuck, Devil. Actually, what am I saying? Devil's not real.
I don't
Relda-
exist. I'm a figment of all your imaginations. Bow before
You're a
me. I am that
mockingbird.
powerful.
You're a brain.
I am in all of your brains.
What a
Go ahead,
horrible-
Hunter.
No.
I don't mind
You
going last.
Oh, okay.
you go.
He wants-
You go, Rodo. It's okay. It's
I think
okay.
Relda wants to go last. I think he said.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't mind either way.
I don't actually mind. I'm just playing along with the joke that Sortex
know, it's
forgets
funny.
I exist.
Yeah. It's understandable. I'm sure everyone in chat can agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll go. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll stick to my own criteria, which is rating, predictions, and what was it? Thought of the story. Okay. So
Rating, prediction, and I forgot.
Thoughts
I
of the
forgot
story.
It's so unforgettable.
so I gave the game a 9.3 out of 10, and it's my 10th favorite game of all time now. Predictions. I kind of predicted that we were a robot. Because my reasoning for that was enough, other than the fact that our talk with Carl and him saying that his arms look like arms and legs and all that. And then right after that, we get underwater and we see our own body change. I thought, okay, we're probably a robot. But then also along with that, and I don't know why, but we were like stuck to the bottom of the ocean. But knowing what we know now, we should have been able to swim.
No, there wouldn't be any oxygen in the body. There would be no air in the body. It's enclosed. The suit would have oxygen, but it would be too heavy.
But things can still float without the oxygen. There's more things in the body than
because
just
there's
oxygen.
air. Yeah, I know. Air gases in the body make the body float in water. But if the body and the diving suit is too heavy, then the gases that are there won't make it float.
I guess because we're so deep underwater too, the pressure would have held us down. That's fair. Okay. Well, other predictions. I think I predicted that the world was destroyed by something. The world had ended. I knew we were underwater, and I said the surface was destroyed by something. I thought maybe nuclear war or like something like a moon hit the planet. It was a comet. So I got that right, and I think I got right that. And I got it right because of what was being told to me, like in chat, like, oh, pay attention to the WoW. And so I kind of predicted that the WoW was the thing making the monsters.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't think I got anything else right. might have been something. Okay, and so my general thoughts on the game. I have one very, very distinct thought of the game, which is a negative thought.
I'm
One
pretty
thing.
sure I know what it is, but yeah.
What is it?
Is it that some of the monsters can't be tracked?
No. Well,
No?
kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, like half right. What really annoyed me about this game was that the monsters teleported. Like, you would see one to your right, and so you would go down the hallway knowing it's back there, and the next thing you know, it's in front of you. And it's like, why the hell is it in front of me? It was behind me. And I thought that inconsistency of letting the monster be a monster in the level was annoying. So what was the guy's name who was eating the goo?
Acres.
With no eyes. Acres. So that monster in particular, like, I looked up a video of what all the monsters did after I beat the game, and I found out if you run at any moment in his section, he will just chase you.
Oh.
Yeah, he would just
Like,
outrightly.
No
matter where you are, he will just chase you. He will teleport behind you, and then he will just start chasing you.
I don't think he'll teleport behind you, but I would believe that he would chase you from wherever he's located.
Yeah, so that's one of his gimmicks. I never ran in his section, so I never like got that. But it was very annoying just not being able to have a mental map of where the monster could or is. You know, it was very, very annoying. Like I know he was just back there. I'm going this direction, which is away from him, and now he's in front of me. Why? Why game? Why can't it? Why you like want to put the monster in front of me? I want to explore, but I don't want to have the thing around me at all times. Ironically enough, the only one that was consistent about its location was the one that was built to teleport, the disco ball one. It was the only one that was like consistent on its location. Once you got past it in the control room at the top of the ship, it was never in front of you again. It was always back there. I remember Rhoda was like running around that area and like it was never anywhere near him because it was back where the escape pod was.
Honestly, I went through the game thinking that the monsters did have consistent locations, so I kind of want to go back and play through it just to make sure. But yeah, I'm pretty sure because there's like vents in that area that you're thinking of with the proxies and acres devil.
Well, I mean, there was a moment where like I walked away from him into another area, and then he was in a room to my left.
Was it the same one that had like the arms out?
It was Acres.
Yeah, but
yeah,
like there's multiple ones of that. There's the two ones that don't have their arms out, and then
there was the one where you had to go to the security office.
Yeah, I think that's Acres.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are multiple of them, but not of that same one. Regardless.
Yeah, in that area, he was the only monster there, and the reason why I knew he like teleported there was because I was going to the security office, and he was in a dead end hallway where the security office was, but I just left him back at the safe room that I was at.
Legitimately, it would be good if you could like actually cut the moment that happened and like paste it and post it.
I could probably go find it, but there was a few instances where I was like, why is this thing in front of me? It should have been behind me. But whatever, I can go to the video and find it. But other than that, overall, I think the story is really well done. I think you miss out on 90% of the story if you don't read anything. This is not a game for people that don't read things in video games. Well, you don't read anything, you kind of screw.
Well, the whole point of exploring Pathos 2 is what the player is rewarded with is extra story.
Well, see, I think the game does it well to make you read, because what it does is it puts certain buttons inside of the computers in certain folders.
Yeah.
So even if you're just going through the game clicking everything, you kind of have to click through certain folders and like read what the button does.
You got to engage.
And sometimes like there was a few times where you click the button and it's like, are you sure? And it's like, well, am I sure of what? And then you go back and read it and it's like, oh, okay, that's going to do that.
Yeah.
You know, I think the game does that well. I think it hides too many things that don't need to be hidden. Like that one section that you showed us of the pictures of Acres killing people.
I don't think that was hidden. It was like, actually, let me go back to the video.
It was in a spot that none of us went to.
No, so we all went there, but I think we all didn't notice. We all didn't notice that we could interact with that specific pad. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. At least
I don't think I even saw that body because that body was hooked up to a butthole, and like I didn't pull out that thing or anything.
Here it is.
Yeah, it didn't look super familiar to me either. I wouldn't mind seeing it again, getting a little more context where that body was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already saw it. So yeah, this is Omnicron here. So this is the room that it's in. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the one with the healing.
No, I never saw this room with the healing.
Oh, really? I did.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it, but I don't remember seeing the pictures. So yeah, data buffer. Wow. Yeah.
It's Catherine's body.
This room. This room. You don't remember seeing that?
No.
No.
I never saw a map of this place.
Well, I did find this, but I just didn't see the location of it. I'm almost certain Reldar.
Because that guy's probably breathing as well. That's a second guy who's breathing.
Yeah, hang on. He's hooked up to the healing thing, isn't he?
Yeah. Only this guy you could probably kill. Oh wait, no, he's not hooked up to it.
Well, there's a little.
There's a line there, but I don't know if that's connected to it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's explicit to it. But yeah, you can interact with that, and then that shows what happens when the research team got to Delta, and Akers.
Yeah, that's Akers there, and then he like.
That's Akers, and then that's him leaving. I'm guessing.
Probably.
Yep. Regardless, so some of that should have been more what's the word I'm thinking of? In your face, I guess, so that you didn't miss.
No, what I'm saying is like there's sometimes some information was just in off rooms that didn't need to be off rooms. For example, that one, or in Omnicron. No, yeah, Omnicron, where you get the new body.
Yep.
Yeah. In the upstairs part, there's the room where the woman gets her head chopped off or blown up or whatever. But like, there's no, other than the fact that you don't know exactly where the part you need is, there's no reason to even go in that room. It's completely off the beaten path.
It's all for the story, yeah.
Yeah, and so unless you're exploring, it's not very
well, that's the thing.
Necessary.
I think most of the story you can't actually figure out what's going on, or at least not have a clear picture of it if you don't explore. I think that's like how the story is told.
Well, I reckon you can kind of gather what the story's telling you just from Catherine's dialogue, but
yeah,
still,
but
it's very
vague.
yeah.
Because Catherine doesn't want to explain literally every single gripe the player has.
Yeah. You learn what happened to you learn the details from the writing, but you get the chunk of you get the bulk of the story
you get the
from
important
Catherine.
stuff. Apocalypse happened. This is the arc. This is what we want.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's me, Rhoda. Rhoda's turn.
I was going to ask, what would you give the story like out of video game stories as a whole, divorced from the game, or?
Well, here's the thing that I've noticed. I, and most people it looks like stories when it's about humanity and the struggles of humanity. And this is a game about the struggles of humanity. Which is why I like it as a story. What makes you human? So story-wise, it's the story and the rating is the same. It's 9.3.
Okay. But yeah, I can't wait to talk about like these topics and what we actually consider these things to be.
Yeah.
Relda, you're the last one.
Yep. So yeah, like everybody else said, I really like the story. Both the story itself and how the story was told. I really dig the whole exploration thing and combing through drawers and filing cabinets and notes and computers and trying to sort of piece it together bit by bit.
We all know your favorite part of the game was when you went into Catherine's room and found the tissue box that wasn't tissues.
Tissue box that weren't tissues.
That's a small price to pay for some good exploration. It's bound to happen eventually.
It's like, sorry, Catherine, but I gotta explore. There's lore in your room. You understand?
Right. So that, in that regard, I would give those pieces, easily a 9 or 9.5 out of 10. I thought it was all done really well. The game itself, like everybody else has said, I'm kind of parroting things that we already know. I wasn't a big fan of. I didn't like I shouldn't say most of the mechanics. There were a lot of the mechanics that I didn't like. The horror elements I didn't particularly care for, which I realize is just in some ways a matter of preference. I didn't think they were poorly done most of the time. I just didn't get much from them. I do wish they had been more explicit because honestly, I didn't even know that the monsters had gimmicks until we started talking about it in this discussion. I didn't know that there was one that was teleported. I didn't know there was one that would chase you if you
Yeah,
ran.
Akis is
I
blind.
didn't
Akis is
know
blind,
either.
Can't see you.
I
Right.
didn't know
And so-
until, like I said, I watched the video after I played the game because, like, I wasn't even looking at the monsters. I thought they all looked the
Sorry
same.
about Oh,
Right, right. And maybe some of that stuff could have been inferred if you were really, really good about taking notes and piecing together and like inferring like, well, this person would be there, so this is probably how they would behave. You know, maybe you could sort of logic some of that stuff together. I definitely didn't. And I
Mm.
don't think most people would. I wish that they could have found a way to make that a little more noticeable, obvious, explicit. Yeah, something where they could have said. And I do know that Catherine, on your very first monster, or the second, I guess it is, you know, she says, "Don't look at him," and but other than that, there was really no.
there's no like. By the way,
But
having
right.
this thing on your screen will cause you to take damage. Like there was
Right.
nothing explicitly that says that. You just have to go off of Catherine saying, "Don't look at her." Granted, that's all I
Right.
needed, and I didn't, and I like played through that section basically as intended. But yeah, oh, potato.
Nobody
will it
told me there was a party in here.
It happened.
It happened.
It happened. I knew it. I told you. Oh my god. Hello, potato. We were talking about Soma. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Have you played Soma?
No.
Okay. And I'm guessing you missed about what the story even is.
Is it the one game while I was playing?
Some
mean-
of this, some of that.
The recent one.
Yeah, the horror one. Apologies, Potato. Do you mind dipping out for this?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Cheers, man.
See you guys.
See
Gotcha.
ya. I fucking called it. You're like, no one would do that. It's like I.
Well, I mean, like you said, it was a party. He didn't know.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that too. If I just saw people talking, I'd be all like, "Oh, I'll join this," because you know, there's nothing that specifically that says "do not disturb." Either way, what was I going to say? Oh yeah. I did gather that my experience was very different. Apparently, like what was I thinking? With the first guy, I immediately got okay. So if I look at this guy for too long, I take damage. I got that from Catherine's wording on it, and also had the experiences of it. So I had a great, I had a great time dealing with that guy. I immediately got from Akers taking his eyes out. Okay, so he's going to be blind. But he's going to have listening things. So I got something really cool. You know that maze section with the computers and everything, where you got to reset the Wi-Fi at the bottom of the stairs in Theta.
Yeah.
Yeah, that section. There is
Mhm.
tools on the floor. And when you bump into them, it makes a sound, which can lure the proxy, the thing hunting you in that maze area, if you're not quiet enough.
I think
If
somebody
it's
told me
close
it
enough.
listened. I think Black Cats told me that one listened, and I knew that one was different. But I didn't know it couldn't see me, so I still just hid from it and didn't look at it.
Yeah, it
Yep,
is
me
blind.
too.
That-
Me too.
The second I saw Akers, the whole blood thing, I'm okay. So Akers went insane, killed someone, and went to Theta. Something tells me I'm going to need to avoid him. And from this very season thing, it is very blatant. He took his eyes out. He will be blind, and he'll probably listen for me. So I got that immediately. And the last guy, I struggled the fuck out of. The last guy, not the last guy, but the guy in Tau. I was all like, God damn, this guy's so fucking annoying. Not fucking annoying. Just scary that he's always around. He feels like he's always around, and the pathway to get past him is basically linear. So I just gotta pray that I can throw something in the corner and pray he doesn't see me and keep going. And I really did like the monster of the lights, running to the lights. I enjoyed that a lot, despite the fact that it's probably the worst in the game. And that last bit, walking to the space cannon, I agree with Peeper on that. That shit's all like, this feels random, but I didn't struggle with it too much.
How the hell did we
Yeah,
get back to you?
surprisingly enough,
Wasn't Relda the one talking?
I was just talking about how I would argue the pieces are there. to
Yeah.
get all the monster gimmicks, but if that's just my experience with it.
Okay,
Right,
okay,
right.
okay.
And
Sorry
I'm sure
about that.
they are. Like I said, if I was patient enough to try to logic it all out, I probably could have. But I don't know. I didn't connect those dots.
Yeah.
So that's I mean that's a minor nitpick though, you know. Um, um, I would also wish that they had made Catherine a little bit more believable or relatable. I'm not really sure. I can't put my finger on it, but I got bad vibes from her throughout the entire game.
Hey, bro, that's my
Um,
missus. Careful what you say.
Yeah, Catherine.
Wait, I thought your missus was Cat Heron. Now I'm confused.
Depends on how you read it.
She was cold. DJC says she was cold. Yeah, she just felt very, yeah, cold and sort of distant and wanted to just
would
be
reference-
logical about everything.
To be fair,
Um,
she was like that with her in human form as well. Everyone said that she was weird and like wasn't that sociable and was always to the
Yeah.
point and
Even like Sarah Lindwall's last words were like, she was quiet but she was cool, sort of thing.
Right.
Um,
Right. But I wish that they had made, given if you looking at the game from like a big picture point of view, from a high perspective, um, in the subject matter that the game deals with and talks about, I think it would have been nice if she had felt more human and more relatable. I think it just would have added a lot. But the way I perceived it anyway, is that she was just very cold and distant and calculating, and I just didn't get warm fuzzies from her, which made her, I don't want to say unlikable, but not as likable had she been, you know, warm and friendly and empathetic to our situation,
well, I think
if that makes sense.
it makes sense,
would-
but I feel like she's meant to be that way. She's not meant to be the warm fuzzy companion like most games have.
I
She's
guess
meant
the
to be
question
that
is,
demanding what's the word? Pushing you
guess-
forward with no regard of your own.
productivity, sort of.
Yeah,
thing?
she's hyper productive, you know. Like to her, all that matters to her is the arc, and like she wants to make sure it leaves the planet, and so she's in a form right now where she can't really do much herself. So when you're, other than like the fact that she like falls asleep and wakes up, I'm sure from her perspective, like if Simon died or got eaten by a monster or anything, she would go to sleep and just never wake up. And she, every time he pulled her out, she'd probably think this might be the last time. So like her just pushing you
good
is
point.
probably a product
would-
of that, you know? Like
The way
fuck,
I would argue
don't die.
it is,
Push it, do the thing. And I think that's also why she likes to be in the machine when you're running around the facilities, because like she's kind of watching you and like kind of assisting you by talking to you as you go.
Yeah, she's giving you directions. She's working through you because it's all like, I might need to help you out in these sections. I don't want to have to like be unplugged and plugged back in every time you need help, sort of situation.
True.
What I would say about it though is, Devil, you're right. It's completely supported in the actual narrative of the story. Why Catherine is the way she is. You know, it's just who she is. This
Oh
is
well, I
just
mean,
how
I
she
think the TLDR of it is her human form was like that, so she's like that.
Yeah,
But,
so she would be like that too. It just makes sense. However, would the game's story be enhanced and overall improved if her character, from even when she was human, was more sympathetic? I guess is the question.
I think most people would say yes, but I would actually say no.
I would say no too, but I'm curious. Is that what you would consider your criticism to be, Relda? Is that you probably would have had a better, would have had because the one reason I really fucking like Catherine as a character as well is not only, as Hunter just outlined, all the reasoning she has and just the way she goes about doing these things and her attitudes towards Simon, but that conversation when leaving Omnicron in the elevator. That was like the one time she did truly open up after Simon got extremely upset with her for decent reason. You know, I really love that situation. I can see why Catherine would want to hide that from Simon, because that's not a moral dilemma, nor something he should need to do when everything's at stake. but also he wasn't able to do it in time, and then he finds out, and then he is forced with this moral dilemma and of it, and he takes out like the shock of it all on Catherine, and I don't entirely blame him for doing that. You know,
I do. I
Part of
don't
me
think he should
wonders-
have done that.
well, the choice is she could have told him. She could have told him, by the way, this will happen. This is how it works, whether or not.
Well, sometimes you have to choose the lesser
the risk
pain for
was-
someone else, and she chose the
Exactly,
lesser
the
pain
point
for him, but she
is-
fucked it up.
The point, yeah, she wasn't fast enough. The point is, she made a choice. Do I tell him and make sure he understands what's going to happen, so that there are no surprises, and risk the fact that he might not go through with it after knowing that, or do I hide it from him and just do it in the moment and hide this very important information? This is an insane decision to make, especially as far as he's concerned. He is essentially creating a clone of himself that he has to choose whether or not to fucking murder, because its life might not be worth living in his eyes, but it was him. It is literally him from a few seconds ago. That is an insane choice to put someone, and she intentionally hid that choice from him. She wasn't intending to give him a choice in the first place. That's a big, like, ooh, I am completely understand why Simon went off at her. Although I think it's also a bit of how flawed Simon is, the fact that he can't accept what happened and he can't accept the reasoning of why she did it, because at the end of the day, the arc is all that matters.
Well,
I don't completely agree with that.
Oh?
Because if we go back at the start, he knows he's going at Dr. Munchie's quote-unquote lab for a brain like scan, and like Munchie explains all of it, like it's just a copy that's gonna allow them to just run tests and like different treatments to see what works. So he knows from there that it's gonna get it's a copy, right? And like it's the same technology. Catherine says it's the same technology as Munchie's, like I
scared.
don't know, it's it's just copy.
You're saying he should have expected this to happen with all the.
I'm pretty sure she even says we can copy you into that body before you even go get the
Yeah.
parts.
It's the sort of this is part of the reason. Simon has the continue. Oh, sorry, I'll let you talk, Relda. But yeah, Simon has the continuous, I don't know, flaw, I guess, where he doesn't accept it almost. Like subconsciously, he will not accept that it's a copy sort of thing, that who he is can just be copied almost by the snap of a finger. And like, there'll be another one who I thinks identically to him, but he'll always consider himself the same one. But yeah, go ahead, Relda.
I don't know. I was just gonna say, I think we're expecting a lot out of Simon. She may have said the words, we can copy your mind. Well, okay, we'll start from the beginning, right? So Munchie said, we're making a copy of your brain. He said, it's just like taking a photograph. But if a doctor were to say that to me, I would not think, oh, so you're gonna create a second consciousness of me? That's so far removed from my reality. The thought wouldn't even enter my mind. And then in the second case, when Catherine says, oh, we can copy your mind over, he should maybe, I don't know, and maybe in the back of his mind, he should know it. Maybe if you really had time to sit down and think about it and logic the situation out, maybe he could come to that conclusion.
When it happened, he said, I thought you were going to take my brain and then put it into another body, like a brain transplant. That's what he always assumed it was going to be. But that's why I like the story a lot. I could easily see how he would come to that conclusion, despite there being some pretty, I would say subtle evidence that that's not the case.
I would say that, I'll just put this in quickly. I would say for somebody who's been thrown into a deadly situation where in most human instincts, you would take in all information that is given to you when you're like in constant danger. He's not taking in all the information for some reason.
Yeah.
And it seemed a bit disputting. Like,
Yeah, to me, Simon was really annoying. I don't know about you guys. I mean, he
He-
wasn't annoying, but like, like, I can't really stand him. I don't know.
well, see, this is I think part of it, and this I argue that he can't actually learn anything new because he's just a copy. He's not an actual brain. He's just a computer.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would say he can.
I
I
would-
mean, mimic the words he gets, but he can't like actually take it in the things that are happening to him, like the copy, the at the very end of the game, the copy again.
Is this part of? I guess this is part of what we're going to talk about later about what.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that in now, but like we'll talk about that later.
Because
Well,
I do
let's-
want to talk about theory. Because I do believe, to an extent, that the WoW's creations, the second that the WoW creates things, there's an element of them that is completely unable to accept realities that would hurt them too badly.
Yeah,
in
well,
the-
we can
in
talk
that
about that
sense.
later.
We'll
Let
talk
Rhoda
about
finish
that
his
later,
point.
yes. Yeah.
No, the last point I'll add to that was just consider how, well, for one, how much time we've had to think about it in the days, weeks, months, years since we've played the game, and we still, excuse me, we still can't come to an agreement, right? We're still having this discussion.
Simon goes through it.
Simon goes through it,
one go.
right,
Yeah.
in one go with 1,001 things going on, finding out that literally the world has ended. And I mean, I can understand that. Yeah, maybe he should have realized some things that he did not. But at the same time, to Devil's point, he's a facsimile of a human. He is not as human as we are, and I don't know where I'm kind of maybe jumping ahead in the conversation a little bit, but he's a computerized copy of a human brain, for lack of a better way to put it, that's in the situation that he is in. And so I can see why it would be annoying, but I don't think we should hold him maybe necessarily to the same standards we are holding ourselves of.
Yeah, that's why I was saying
he
that.
should have figured that out. He should have realized this, or he should have, he should have expected that.
Yeah, that's why I'm under the belief that he can remember the places he's in, like theta, delta, and all that. He understands location, but concepts, the concept of things are just like out of his perception. He can't take in concepts. So he can take in environment and conditions
If that's the
that
case,
he can
how would
see.
he come up with how would he accept the concept of a brain transplant or transfer?
Because he knows what that is already.
He also knows what copying is as well.
Yeah, he does, but like it's less visual. It's less visual information. He can take in the fact that there's monsters hunting him because he can see it, and his natural instinct is run from danger. Right, that's the human instinct that's been copied into his new body. He can take in areas and documents. He can read it, but like the concept of those, like what those documents are saying, he's not quite gathering. He's not quite gathering that his mind is being copied, not transferred. The concept of it isn't like meshing with him.
Either way, I do want to say, because Peeper, let me ask you this: did you play the game in one sitting?
While you ask us, I'll be right back.
Yep, because I know Reldar and Devil didn't. Peeper. Oh well.
Sorry. Yeah.
You did play the game in one sitting?
2 sittings, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Because I actually played it in like one full sitting, and looking back, I did the whole game through one full sitting, and then the ending of the game happened. I was completely, as soon as it happened, I realized immediately what just happened. But yeah, I was actually caught unawares. I did not predict the ending of the game where the last person you play as is Simon 3 being the one left behind.
Really?
I didn't predict it at all because I was just playing through the game. But as soon as it happened, I realized, oh, of course, I know exactly what's happening. And then even now, I'm more like, how did I not see that coming? Part of it is honestly just the rush of experiencing all this information you're getting at once and only really like going through it at all. Maybe that's it. Maybe the other half is I'm a fucking dumbass. Who knows? But I don't think it's. Simon is like not by design, but he is written to be very not accepting of his situation. And I think that's very reasonable. As far as, because obviously no human is the same in the way we experience things. And obviously we aren't actually in his situation. We see the world and the situations that are happening him through his eyes, and we can ask ourselves, gee, this is what you are now. One of my absolute favorite moments playing this game, and why it's like a 9 out of 10 experience for me, was right after, I'm pretty sure it is, yeah, Lambda, Simon is told very explicitly by Catherine, you are a robot. You are just a brain scan put on the thing. And then when you go into Theta, I believe it is.
Yeah, there's a mirror.
You find the first intact mirror, because all the mirrors in Upsilon are done, and it's just an animation of Simon looking at his robot head and body and holding his hand up almost to shield his eye, and then bringing it back down, only to realize, like, no, this is real. This is what I am now. Oh,
Yeah.
and there's no words, because it's his own there's no words, because he doesn't need to explain what he's feeling there. Yeah, because he's not, this isn't something like, hey, by the way, Catherine, I'm going to speak this out loud, what I'm feeling in this moment, seeing this. That's not required. It's just him going through that process in his head while he does the actions of what you can guess he's thinking. And you can just look in the mirror over and over again, and the same animation plays. This is him. The cameras move the same. The cameras and the red eyes move the same way eyes would dart around, taking in small amounts of information. And yeah, just what and the animation that he does. And I thought, like, this work was put into this fucking animation, because this is like almost the point of the game.
Just here for the music.
In what it's trying to be like, this is what you are now. How do you feel about this situation as both the player and for Simon? And this situation, I think it's done expertly. As both the player and for Simon. Goddamn.
Yeah.
And but yes, I can talk about this. I think Simon. I do want to talk when Devil gets back and everything. But yes, first we'll move on to semantics. I think like what are the mockingbirds? Mockingbirds. First we'll move on to I'm pretty sure, in case we've forgotten, are the general term given to any and all of WoW's creations, which includes Simon. The general term given because Simon is a brain scan put into it, but things which includes Simon. Lord of Fire.
A Lord of Fire. Diagnose you with funky groovy times.
But yeah. I would be very interested to see, like, it being a perfect brain scan, because that's something the game does not answer explicitly at all. Are the brain scans capable of, because when we go through life, it's a pretty, like, surefire thing. You are not who you were 10 years ago, hell, even like 5 to 7 years ago. You become different people when through your experiences, and when you go through your life, you essentially, your values and your morals change throughout your life so drastically. Can the brain scans do that if they existed for long enough? That they would naturally have to change their core values and principles over time and through their experiences. Could they actually do that, or are their core values and principles programmed into them and are completely unable to change? You know, that's something. You know, like that says, will Simon be, if Simon 2 lived and he came out, would he and rather than the possibility of maybe escaping from Omnicron and going out and like walking across the barren world, if he eventually walked long enough to get out of the ocean, you know, would he ever be a different person? Would he ever change values in any way, or would he still be the exact same as he always is?
Well,
that sort of thing is not a question that the game answers.
I think that we can see that instantly after he gets copied, he's a different person, because
He'd be a wetter person if he could walk out.
I remember.
Thanks.
During the after they launched the arc, he says something like, "They're not us, or something like that." He instantly considers them others. Like, I don't know. To me, he just instantly he dissociates himself from the copies.
Yeah. That's why I like him. He's extremely flawed. In the sense that when he's all like, "No, I am me," you know. Maybe if Simon 2 spoke to him at Omnicron, he wouldn't think, "No, this isn't who I was," you know. Or, "This is someone else. This is just a redundant copy of me. I am the original Simon," sort of thing.
Well, here's a question for you.
Yep.
And I don't mean in terms of the game. It's different in the game, okay? Because you're robots. Yep. Let's say, for an instance, there is a complete copy of you, human copy of you, standing next to you, and you are the improved version, say. And
improved in what way?
Let's just humor me, okay? Don't question it. Just you are the version of you that will do the thing that needs to be done. Now, the other version of you is there, and you know that he will suffer unless you kill him right now. Would you kill him?
I'm honestly,
not a robot, a completely human copy. Would you be able to do it?
Hang on. Honestly, I don't understand what the situation is. It's hard for you to just say you're in a situation where you are the superior copy, because I'm more like, oh, well, how does that happen? Honestly, I gotta know, how am I superior to this thing?
Let's say you have
I don't think it matters, to be honest, whether who's superior, who's inferior, does it? That's
it does.
The point.
It's beside the point. I'm just relating it to the game in a way that is similar to the situation. Like,
well, that's what I'd argue.
The details don't matter. All that matters is the fact that your copy will suffer for the rest of his life unless you kill him. Would you do it? The overall question isn't would you kill your copy. The overall question is would you kill yourself? That's the overall question.
Not unless okay. What I'm trying to get at for the suffer part is suffer this, because I don't consider Simon 2's situation as suffering. I would consider Carl's situation as suffering, where he either dies or is in constant perpetual pain, stuck in the exact same position seemingly forever. That would be suffering to me. But Simon 2's situation, I wouldn't consider suffering.
Okay, you're looking too deep into it. The point of the question is, I'm asking you said would you be capable? Forget the suffering. Forget the suffering part. You're looking too deep into it. The point of the question is, I
wouldn't kill my clone if he wasn't going to suffer.
Would you be capable of killing your clone? That's the overall question.
If my clone was literally like on the verge of fucking death, and the only experience he has is to suffer until he
regardless
dies.
of any situation, would you be able to kill your clone?
Whether or not I would kill my clone. I wouldn't kill my clone.
No, of course the situation does, but like, regardless of any situation, are you capable of like killing a copy of yourself?
Yes, if it needed to be done, because I would consider a copy of myself to be a different person than me.
See, I don't see it that way. I see them as me, but I would still be able to kill them.
I think whoever we are at life, I will accept. Okay.
So what you just said then is following what Simon said at the end of the game, where he completely disassociated himself from his clone of the copy on the Ark. But like, I don't disassociate my copy from me. But if I had to, or if I'm even capable of doing it, I would be able to kill myself, my clone.
Here's the thing: how I see it is, because I like this conversation a lot. For whether or not it's a different or same person, I consider yes. So let's say brain scan happens, my brain gets scanned, and it's put into, and it creates a clone, like an actual flesh clone, let's say, and it's an exact perfect copy of who I was, like literally 5 seconds ago.
Before you continue, Pepper and Relda, would you be able to kill your own clone?
Oh yeah.
I think it depends on the circumstances.
If circumstances were available, would you be able to do it? Like, because that's a big thing. Even depending on the worst circumstance, some people wouldn't be able to do it.
I think killing my clone would not be any different than killing anybody else, but Of course, that's a totally hypothetical situation. I've never been in,
Yeah.
Mm.
It's
you
just
know,
like cyber
that
situation.
particular scenario, right?
Don't look in my closet.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
You know, I don't have a clone corpse. What are you talking about?
Pepper, what about you?
Peeper, I thought.
Yeah.
People.
But again, like humans are defined by their experiences and their like environment. So I think it would depend on the circumstances. But yeah, I would probably be able to. I think.
So what I think we're all on the same page here, except for not the same page. The way of thinking about it. When the clone is created, it came the way at least I think about it, and maybe Reldar. I might be speaking for Reldar and Peeper as well, but the way I think about it for the clone is it is a different person than me. We came from the exact same. We were the exact same person 5 seconds ago, but the second both of us have opened our eyes and have started experiencing things, we are different people because the experience is what makes a person, you know, in that sense.
I can agree with that.
Peeper?
Mm,
You're a bit stuck.
sorry, what was the problematic we switch on again? Like I'm kind of lost.
Once you're split, the different experiences you make you two different people. Do you agree with that?
When you are the clone, so let's say you make the clone, and then in that moment you both wake up. In that moment, is the clone a copy of you, or is it its own person? That was you. That was identical to you 5 seconds ago, I guess.
No, it has different perspective. No, it's somebody different.
Ooh. See,
Okay, my turn.
So it's all again. Yeah, Devil, explain your reasoning. Why
Time
is
to
it,
burn this house to the ground. No, you're the same person.
Ooh, you're the same person.
Yes.
You burn all your bridges. It's over.
No. I believe you're the same person because regardless of when you were cloned, I don't think you would be able to look at yourself and be like, regardless of what they did and I did, I would have done what they would have done and they would have done what I would have done. So they are the same person.
I agree because you have the same morals and you have the same principles. You have the same instincts. You
Perhaps after a long time of being separated, you could argue that what they're doing is not what I would do in this time, but you could still understand that if I did everything they did, I would still do what they did. So you are still the same person, regardless of your different experiences. Because if you both came together and you talked about everything you did, you would both be able to understand that you did the things you did because you are the same person. So I'd say they're not separate to you, they are you.
So the situation I would put forth is what happens when you find someone out there. Statistically, there's like 7 billion people on Earth. So statistically speaking, there is probably someone out there who has identical morals or identical mentality as you. In much the same way they're the same person. They would make the exact same decisions. They would make the exact same actions in the exact same situations. And in all of that, you would never, but they look nothing like you, despite the fact that you essentially literally approach and think about everything identically. You would say that you're the same person.
I would say that you, like I just said about my clone, if over a long time, they might take things differently to how you are now, compared to how they are now. But you would still be able to understand what they are. But to another person who is identical to you to this point, they, even with different experiences, they are not the same. Because they literally aren't you. Even if your continuous choices you could agree with, you could never fully agree with it as if you could to yourself.
Well, you might if they are literally mentally identical to you.
I don't think that matters. So imagine a case of two babies born at the same time who have no experiences. By that same logic, would we not say that they are the same person since they have the same exact shared experiences?
Well, a lot of people believe that twins are very much the same person. In fact, even a few twins that I've met tell me that they know when their other is hurt. They feel that pain, even though they don't know they're in pain.
Yeah,
There's
I've
a-
heard that
yeah,
too.
there's a
But
good
will we
argument to
argue
be
that They're
made.
the same person.
Well, it depends, right? So
Mm.
most twins are usually in sync with each other most of the time, right? And they understand what the other one would do when they do it. So you could make a case that they are. But at the same time, there are twins out there who aren't like that, you know? And they're completely different, especially moreover when they are born male and female. But if they're born the same, they're usually on the same sync wavelength. But when they're born opposites, they kind of, you know, they life pushes them in different positions. So they can't fully
So-
understand each other.
That's how we would. I'm guessing at least. People rolled up. Feel free to butt in because of I can answer how I think it all. That's how we would see the clone. Then at that moment, you are essentially a twin to me. I can understand everything you go through because it is like me. We are on the same wavelength. We are synced. But at the same time, you're also your own person. You know, you have
Here's
the
a f-
capacity to make
here's
a
a fun
choice
fact.
that I wouldn't agree with.
I have one even better for you.
Ooh.
Do you know there's a gentleman out there who is a conjoined twin, and one of them, they two heads, one body, and they both control their body in like however they control their body. But one of them is dating a woman, and one of them is dating a guy.
Yes.
So even though they are quite literally the same body, they are not of the same mind. They aren't the same person.
Right, exactly. But what if they were though? Like, what if they were both literally in love with the same woman? In much with same with the twins. With the twins who are identical, don't forget the fact that some twins aren't like each other. In any like are complete opposites of each other sometimes. For the twins are like born the same gender, they have the exact same experiences almost. They're always together, and they would make the exact same choices, and they always know what the other is thinking because it would be the exact same towards how they are thinking and feeling at that moment. You wouldn't say they're the
But-
same person, would you?
Right, right. Even no matter how similar people may be, or how much of the same mind they may be, or how many shared experiences they have, I don't think we can call them the same people. They each still have their own individual consciousness and their own individual free will and their own individual things that make them individual things and
I agree.
individual humans.
See, when I think of anything, like in my brain goes all the way down to the molecular level of a person. Like each atom on each of those twins is not going to be exactly the same.
Oh,
Like
that's the thing. That
if you
but
think
that's what a
about it.
clone is a replication of someone who.
No, but
is
we're talking
ident-
about twins now. I agree that clones are the same people. I don't agree that twins are the same people. I can make an argument for
Why
it, but
not?
I don't think they are.
Well, that's the thing, though. Why not, though? They could have the exact same cellular makeup from the very first cell they were created. They could be created with the exact same methods.
Twins can't do that.
Yeah,
And even a clone can't do that.
But they're different people, right? Like, can we all agree on that at least?
Twins are different
twins
people,
are different
yes.
people.
Yes.
Okay, so in
But-
what case are they not different people? Or
When
are we in
they
agreement on that?
Well, I say it's touch and go. Like twins can usually like sync themselves up with each other and they agree on the same things. But then
Yes, because
Depending
it's easier to do
on-
that with someone who is
depending on the
so alike.
situation where they are and who they're with, you know, they could make the choices they would make are probably the same, but like that one was there to make that choice, the other one wasn't.
Okay. So either way, I would like to almost move on. Ooh, unless Roldo, you want to say something, because I want to get to the next part of it. Are the brain scans clones? In that sense, or are they AI copies of the mind that can't progress in any way? That's what I want to move on to after Relda. If you have something else you want to say.
No, I don't think I have anything more to say. No.
Peeper, you?
No, I think
No. All right. Well, regardless. So yeah, that's the question. Because this is like the one question that the game doesn't really answer. Because
Okay, well
there's no
before
real
you
way
do it,
for
I just want to sidetrack a bit. I love how in the stream, Peeper is like staring at chat, making sure nothing bad happens.
Wait,
He's
what?
looking at him. Oh, your icon on the far. Your icon
Ah,
is
yeah.
staring very,
He's like staring
very
at
suspiciously.
staring at chat like you fuckers better not do anything wrong. I'm watching you assholes. You look like a Discord mod.
Silently judging every single thing you're saying.
It's just looking at it. I love how your icon moves as well. I love that gif of the moving.
Easy.
SpongeBob.
What's great about it is when you talk, you look from the right to the left at the rest of us when you talk.
Please, yeah.
We are gonna
Going
be
to see if anyone like agrees with
Yeah.
me. Anyone?
Yeah, you look to the left and the right. It's great. So yeah, that's my next question is so what I guess that's something we should probably have in the sand as well. What I believe is that the brain scans are essentially clones. I don't see them in the sense as being having the exact same like mental states, if that makes sense. I reckon.
I agree with that. I don't think there's much evidence to support that
Yeah.
claim
Well,
or theory. There may be some, but I don't think
by the
there's
theory
much.
alone that they are an AI that takes a copy of the brain, I think it's a reasonable question to ask. If it takes a copy of the brain, can that copy change? Like fundamentally, the same way people change throughout their lives.
No.
Can it have differing values? It's a bit similar to the question that they have on the ship, which is how would you feel if we created AI similar to children on the Ark, but weren't actual real people, but would believe themselves to be real people and would only know existence on the Ark? And a big part of that is, and how would they change? How would they grow up in that sense? Because they're AI, they weren't a brain to begin with.
I don't think the AI can grow unless it's programmed to grow, and even then it can't. It'll stop growing.
Ooh.
It's the same for the human brain. The human brain can only grow so much. Like we can only learn so much.
Chat's acting up because you said. That's interesting. The human brain can. That's interesting. So, Devil, do you think?
You ever heard the concept of like Cthulhu, where when you look at Cthulhu, you go mad because its concept is just far beyond our understanding?
I love that. Yeah, I love that part of Cthulhu.
So think of it that way. We can only learn so much, but we pass our knowledge down, and as we are going through time, our minds are capable of learning a little bit more each time, each generation. And each passing down of the knowledge is
more
easier.
Fundamentals, like when we were in like primary school or elementary school, I guess we were.
No,
taught,
I mean,
yeah, by the way, Adam's
primary
exist.
school for us would have been like high school for like people in the 1970s.
1970s would have been like, oh shit, atoms exist. Let's learn how they function. And then primary school would have been atoms exist. You can learn how they function later on if you feel like it.
What I'm saying is, but for an AI of zeros and ones, which is what it all comes down to, it can only learn so much, and it's more limited because of it being a machine.
Okay.
Like
What I would
humans
ask
are
you though-
built with the capacity to learn. Machines are not built that way. They can be built to be like that way, but they'll never truly be that way.
So you think, no matter what, an AI can never truly have the capacity to learn?
I think it can
By the-
learn,
by
but
the
like
fact that
not
it's an AI.
not as much as what we think it can.
The question I would ask you, Devil, is
Because there are some.
Relta.
Well, let me emphasize on this. There are some conditions that a computer probably could never learn, like love, the concept of love. Even humans have trouble with that one.
Relda, do you want to speak?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
You have points, but
I-
you're not quite sure if you've thought them through, sort of thing.
Right, exactly. My rebuttal to that would probably be, we saw plenty of machines within. Well, first of all, I'd say that the arguments that hunters are making may be true now, but will they be true? Are they fundamentally true for all of time?
Maybe
The
not.
second point.
But continue.
Well, no, I'm not. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. But the second point is we saw plenty of machines in the game display emotions and, react to situations in a very human-like manner.
Mhm.
So, if I'm understanding your argument correctly, those are not true, real human emotions. They are mechanical emulations of emotions.
They are
Is that-
programmed to
Yeah,
feel
I
that
think you've got
emotion
that
at
correct.
certain
What
points.
I think Simon experiences when he feels fear and whatnot is the memory of fear. He knows what fear is, and he knows what like breathing is, and he instinctively exerts that even though he can't actually do it. So he's
So
going
he's
off of the
simula-
memory of himself.
So when he's going off at Catherine, you think he is simulating frustration rather than actually feeling it.
I think it's complicated. You got to really think about it on like a molecular level, right? Of zeros and ones. Think of it this way: when you tell a robot to do something, it does it the way it's supposed to do it. So when the input is they just shot the arc, the output should be joy. So he showed joy, but then the input after that was why am I not on the arc? The output is confusion and frustration. Human beings are just like machines. We take input and then we do output. We are just like machines. The only issue with machines as machines is they're very limited, and human beings, at least in our brains and our spines, with all the different neurons and pathways and everything we have, we are built to like expand on that. There's probably a
we're
limit to
limited.
human. There's probably a limit to human expansion. One that maybe even machines will go past eventually in the future.
Exactly. At that
But
point,
at
wouldn't
this
that,
point,
wouldn't that make the machines more human than us?
in
If
this
they're able to
time,
go past it.
at this point in time, no.
Well, it's not this point in time. This is 100 years in the future, as far as this game is
I'm
concerned.
saying that in about maybe 2 billion years, if humanity's still around, we might reach the end of our current brain's capacity.
Okay.
And machines, if we do that, the machines we make then might be able to surpass us. But like realistically, like I'm not talking about now when I say that. I'm talking long time.
So, in other words, the only thing that determines whether or not machines are more human than human is time, and whether or not they can get to that point.
You could argue that, yeah.
Okay. Relda, did you have something to say?
I don't think so.
Sorry, Rhoda. Sorry.
I think
Feel that.
the only trouble I agree with Hunter's points. I'm not disagreeing with him, but the trouble that I'm having is fundamentally true. Is like, so if that's the case, if humans are basically just like machines, then what differentiates a human and a machine, and how can we say machines
As
are
I
more
have,
human or less human than humans?
Here's the point that I think fundamentalizes this. If you can't tell the difference, why does it matter? If you can't tell a difference between in whether or not an AI is an AI or if it's a human, then why does it matter at that point? If there's literally no possible way for you to tell the difference.
Right, and I
I'm
think
not sure that it does.
I think what it all comes down to is your own knowledge and understanding of the matter. So,
Maybe.
for instance,
The other thing I wanted to bring up with you, Devil. So
Yeah.
everyone, I'm sure, knows about the concept of immortality. What would you,
oh God.
do you think that if there was an immortal person, that eventually they would get to the point where their mind never changed, they never became a new person?
I would say that an immortal person would get to the point where they wish they weren't immortal anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure. No matter what.
Immortality, take it or leave it. Yeah, no matter what, they would either think. Okay, I think on cosmic levels. Okay, so when I think of an immortal person, I don't care how long they're alive for. They will die eventually. They could be alive till the heat death of the universe. They're gonna die in that heat death of the universe.
Oh, they could just be sufferingly be immortal.
No,
as
because
they're
in the heat death of the
constantly on
universe,
fire and
everything
dying.
turns into a black hole. Like, they will be sucked into it, there's no escape. You can trap an immortal. That's like the whole concept of old stories, is you might not be able to kill it, but you can seal it away.
It's in the other one. But all the
Immortality is a bit of a floppy disk, man. Like, just because you're immortal doesn't mean you can't die. Even if you were a true immortal, you could chop off their head
what
and
am I
they stay
thinking? I
alive.
think
You could chop off their head and just hide it away somewhere. There are ways to get rid of immortals.
and then constantly I think I know a bunch of like cool takes on immortality. Arjun and To Your Eternity comes to mind, but I don't think you guys seen
I
them.
think Super Matt is immortal because he's Super Meat Boy.
Superman. Hey. Sorry, we'll try to be better. Yeah. Sorry about that. We're talking about semantics. Nita, there you go. Wait, what's his name? Neeninator.
I think you're reading his message a little too literally.
Neeninator. Well, if you are bored, then out of curiosity, Neeninator, what do you think is
I
the
think-
brain scans of
I think
Soma?
he's memeing,
What are
dude.
they?
I think Nini is saying she's bored of life, which
Yeah.
is why she doesn't want immortality.
I think
Oh.
she's memeing. I think you're reading it too literally.
Oh. Regardless, I think these are interesting questions, and it's part of the reason I love this game. You
Well,
know,
let's
it
go
brings
back
up
to the
these
question, right?
questions.
Let's go back to the question. You asked me, do you think every immortal would what? Every immortal would what?
Would every single immortal eventually reach the point where they can no longer progress?
Okay. So I'm
As a
going to
person.
use an old movie for this instance, okay?
What's it called?
It's called Groundhog's Day. Have you seen it?
I'm very much aware of its reputation and what happens, but I haven't
Okay,
actually seen
so
the movie.
regardless of anything, the guy in the movie does literally everything he could probably do in a single day. Other than like leaving the town he's in and then exploring outwards and doing whatever. The guy becomes fluent in languages. He becomes a master ice sculptor with a chainsaw. He like learns everything about everyone in the town. He does literally everything, and he's reached the point in the movie where he's like got nothing left to do except try to get the girl that he wants. And he's been trying for a long time, right? And
Yep.
he doesn't know how to break the cycle, but all he knows is that he's free of consequence. He can do literally everything. He can do whatever he wants, and even he gets bored of that. I know it's a time loop, but if you really think about it, immortality is a time loop because people will live and then they'll die around you, and it's a loop. Okay.
I'm fine with
Everything in
you
life
being
is a
in
circle.
situation calling it.
Everything loops. You do your job, you do the project, you do it, you send it off. You got a new project, do it again, do it, send it off. It's all a
What
circle.
if he dies during Groundhog Day? Would he come back to life? And
Yeah, he
just wake
dies.
up?
He dies lots of times.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Well, there you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would consider
So
that
he is,
immortality.
by definition, an immortal. A time immortal,
Yes.
but like still an immortal. And
An
he,
immortal
like,
stuck in a time loop.
so
There you go.
you will eventually do everything you can probably do as an immortal. Like everything you'd want to do. Like you're not going to shoot yourself in space and hope to drift around in the cold of space for like billions of years. You're not going to do that. But you would do literally everything you could want to do, and then
Until
be bored.
that's the last option.
No, I mean,
Almost.
if it was possible to get to another planet, which is very hard, by the way, you can't just jump into space and hope to get on the planet you want to go to.
You gotta calculate that shit. But
Yeah. So like
it's a lot.
let's say we'll cage it inside of Earth. The guy would probably do everything that he could possibly do on Earth. If it meant even if he got eaten or died, he was still alive, right? Immortality in that sense. He could go to the bottom of the ocean. He could find Cthulhu. He wouldn't lose his mind. He could do whatever. He could do absolutely everything. Go to the Bermuda Triangle and find all the different aircraft crashed into it. Go to every country. Look under every rock on the planet.
Yep.
Easy peasy. And then you would get bored. You might find something you like doing over and over again, but new things being invented, like games and whatnot, sure. But yeah, no, the guy would probably like just want to end it.
Okay. And what if that guy was a brain scan from Soma? Do you think it would be any different, that journey?
No.
So what makes him Oh, okay. So he is in that sense his own person then. He would progress then. He'd do everything he could
He
possibly.
would do everything his original body would do, yes.
Yes, but he would also progress in the sense of his original
What?
body.
Wait. Are you saying? I'm sorry. You said brain scan from Soma, a copy.
Yes. Yes.
He would probably do everything on the planet that he could do. Yes.
Thing is though, but the mentality of while he's doing it. would
Whether or
never
not he
change.
can learn the things he's doing, I don't know, but he'd probably do them.
Thing is,
Can
so-
can I can I interject real quickly?
no, you
Because
cannot.
I'm
How
not
dare you?
I'm not totally certain I see the connection between the ability to learn or progress or not get bored with immortality, how that connects to humanity and being human, because I
If
think,
anything, it's
or at least
completely
hope,
off of the track.
I at least hope we would all agree that, for example, somebody whose brain that had some condition where it couldn't develop past that of, say, a 5-year-old or an 8-year-old, I certainly hope that nobody in this call would argue that they are not human or less than human because of their mental condition or a mental deficiency.
Okay.
You don't got to talk about Sortex
I
like
had
that,
to say it, but
man.
we've just stayed the fuck silent and let this go. Obviously, people would value compared if I try to divorce absolutely everything, and I see someone whose life cannot physically progress from 5 versus someone who is just normal in the sense that they can. I'm not sure to what degree it is, but I would consider the disabled person's life to be less than the other person's. I would still consider it more than human. I would still consider it to be 100%. It is a human life, but I would consider that life overall to be lesser than a normal one who will.
Well, here's a
past
concept
5.
for you. There are human beings out there in the world right now who have 0 humanity, but they're still humans.
Yeah, exactly. And I consider their lives to be lesser, and yet they also hurt people on top of it.
Well, I don't know what you mean by lesser, but like what
I
I'm
would
going to get
consider
at is
this-
what do you believe the concept of humanity is? Because it's a concept rather than like an actual thing.
A concept.
The term humanity doesn't mean
The
you're a human
highest
being.
form of sentience is
No.
what I would call the concept
Okay,
of humanity.
well, sure. If that's yours, then sure.
What would you?
Rhoda, how about you? What would you consider humanity?
Crickets. Give me a second to think about it.
All right, Peeper,
I
if you
can
got
find
it,
the
if you
crickets.
can think of it on the spot, then go for it. It's. I think it's more than just a simple question. I think it's a question that you should ask yourself at some point in your life. But Peeper, do you have a concept of humanity?
I mean, it's so complicated, but
Yeah.
it depends, cause
I know it has the word human in it, but detach it from the concept of a human being. What the word humanity means fundamentally.
I think I would guess humanity will be like, because our species pride themselves so much in consciousness and it making us so unique, I guess. Consciousness for me is humanity, but I don't know, maybe that's just...
Would you extend this devil to dropped something. Would you extend it to what is it? Humanity as in being human? Devoid of actually being a human being species.
Regardless, I said regardless of the human, what does the word humanity mean?
Well,
That's my question.
That is what the word humanity means, is the humanity as in the human species.
Let's see what.
You can't it's like, what is a dog devoid from the species dog? So like
So what do you call dogs for their humanity? What's the word for them?
I would call dogs for their humanity their species. That's why I'd call it.
Okay, but I'm talking about the concept of humanity, not like... I'm talking about the concept, not the actual literal flesh and blood. I'm talking about the concept of humanity. Because you know what I'm talking about. We all know it. There's a concept called humanity. Anyway, Rhoda, have you got an answer?
I do, but I think you'll disagree with it, and I don't think you'll like it.
Sure.
I think the idea of true humanity literally means being a human being. Now you can argue that dogs show human-like behaviors sometimes. You could argue that machines can show human-like behaviors sometimes, but I don't think I would consider either of those to be true, authentic, bona fide humanity.
Right, but if I said to you, there's a serial killer out there, and everyone can agree he has no humanity in him, what does that mean?
He has no morals, as far as I'm concerned.
But he's still a human being.
Empathy.
But you've heard the term before for serial killers. He has no humanity. So, what does that mean?
I just translate. To that. That just translates to me as he has no morals. He has no morals that spring forth towards empathy or something.
Rhoda?
Yeah, I was gonna say that feels more like a casual usage than an actual claim. I would say even the worst of the worst humans still have humanity because they're human. Like by definition, they have humanity. They're a member of the human species. Now you can certainly say that, they don't have humanity, they don't have morals, they don't have ethics, whatever other bad things you want to say about them, you of course can, but I don't think that would make them less human because they make bad decisions. If that makes sense.
Okay, it makes sense to me, but this is what my concept of humanity is, okay? The concept, and I do understand, like, we have several words to describe our species. We have Homo sapiens, we have mankind, we have humans, we have humanity as well. But the concept of humanity is this to me. The concept of humanity is a few factors. It is the power of empathy, being able to empathize or even sympathize with someone, the will to push forward, to never give up, and the drive to survive. Like one would be, I guess that kind of mixes in with the other one, but I'm thinking more technologically speaking. We grow.
Two of those three come from the fact. Well, I think actually all three of those three come from the fact that our lifespans are limited, right?
More or less,
Because
but this is what I'm going to say.
You wouldn't have the will to survive and the will to never give up if forever was an option for you.
So
at some point you'd be like, no, I want to give up now.
I don't know if you guys have seen any videos where they kind of say this or mention it or like even think about it when you're watching it, but like I've seen videos where like a bear will protect a human, like rather than killing him. If you ever heard the story of the thorn in the lion's paw? You take the thorn out, the lion is now your friend. I see that as the gesture of humanity, and you get humanity back from the lion. I think I'm saying the concept. Don't get caught up on the word. I think every creature on this planet, everything with a consciousness, has the capacity to have humanity in them. Okay, so a dog.
You might as well just be saying empathy as far as.
Well, well, it's not just that, because dogs will want to survive. They will do absolutely anything to survive.
Yeah, but
it's more than just empathy.
Anything living has the will to survive.
Exactly.
Trees fucking have the will.
The word might be humanity, but the word could have easily been something else. Whoever coined the term humanity, it was more of a preconcept to what it should have been. The word probably should be something else. I don't know, but I think anything with empathy and the drive to survive has humanity. Okay. The things that can make choices and good choices at that is what makes us human. Like, is what humanity is. We work together and we push forward. So dogs will survive.
With that.
Dogs try to survive. Humans try to survive. A dog can show compassion and a human can show compassion. And the lack of humanity is the lack of that.
Not to the same extent.
I don't know, man. Dogs are pretty affectionate.
Humans' compassion and empathy is highest among any sentient creature.
I don't think it matters how much they give out. I think it's just the fact of giving it out. It's like what I like most about people is when people try. If someone doesn't even try, I think they're an absolute asshole.
Okay,
but so the capacity doesn't matter. The effort is what matters.
But everything that's living will always have the will to survive and will always what am I thinking? And will always try to push forward.
Yeah, but not everything has empathy.
That's almost never. Yeah, I think to some extent.
It's why I think fish are soulless creatures.
No, fish have. Well, I mean, sharks eat their brethren in the womb, but even fish would have similar empathy. I guess. Are we thinking like lizards? How lizards don't have the part of the brain that can.
I don't know, but Rhoda had a rebuttal to me.
Yes, he did. Well, he said he doesn't agree. I don't know if he knows why yet.
No. I mean, I think that humans have something special that no other species has, and that special thing is their humanity.
As what I would call ultimate sentience, well, the highest form of sentience available around them, or
Okay.
a specific form, I guess.
But say, if we can't pinpoint what that special thing is it too far fetched to say that other creatures might have it as well?
No, I don't think so.
Unless, like, I do believe what you say, Rhoda. Like, I think that is a part of it, but I can't specifically pinpoint what that is, so I can't believe that human beings themselves are the only ones with humanity, because there's nothing saying that animals and other creatures don't have it themselves.
I would like to get back to.
If I could pinpoint it, I would like completely agree with you.
I would, because back to the original thing, we'll just ask this question. Honestly, at this point,
I thought we were talking about SOMA. It was
talked
about humanity, right?
semantics. Yeah.
Wait, what's Soma?
What's SOMA?
Yeah, what's SOMA again?
So
that
much
one
has been
video
said
game?
that I don't know what SOMA is.
It's been 87 years.
But yeah. We've been talking about the semantics of it. At this point, I just want a simple answer, yes or no, of what we yeah, I know.
Fat chance.
Fat chance. Come on, think about this. Of what we believe, the mockingbirds and the brain scans specifically. As far as this, would we, everyone, including me, Relda, Tasty Peeper, and Devil, do we
And anyone
consider?
in chat.
Yeah, and chat. Honestly,
chat.
yeah, that'd be good, because Black Cats, you can't escape forever. We want to hear your reasoning behind this. You know, we got your choices here. You know, and you went on a fucking kill streak, mate. All right. Like, goddamn. Just saying. Do we consider the brain scans to be identical human scans equivalent to clones?
Yes.
Okay. Relda?
Equivalent to clones.
In the sense of like a clone, if a clone is made, it is identical to you, but it is also its own person.
I mean, it's
Would
still
you
a machine, so it's a clone.
Well, not a
An
clone
AI.
could be a biological one. Yeah.
Wait, ask the question again and give me, like, say the question again.
Okay. Are the brain scans perfect copy, an exact perfect replica of another brain that can do if the brain that the scan was done of can do it, this one can as well.
Yes.
Okay. Relda?
Well, I
think
mean,
so.
it kind of depends, but, like, I'm just going to say yes to carry on.
Thank you so much.
Because your question has so many holes in it, but I'm just going to say yes.
Well, not holes, just things that you do want to know specifics on.
No, because you're leaving out parts, but it doesn't matter.
Well, I said if the brain, okay, so there's a brain, it gets scanned. All right, it's a brain as in like a normal adult human. All right, it gets scanned. Can the scan do and think every single possible thing the original can?
Okay, my answer is the scan is a scan of the brain as it was when it was scanned. That's my answer.
And can it do literally everything the original brain can do?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll just say I don't know. Peeper, your answer?
Yeah, I'd say yes.
Oh, wonderful. You sound dead inside, my friend.
I'm just a bit tired, but I'm trying to.
Yeah,
What
it's
time is it for
really
you,
late
man?
for Peeper.
What time is it for you, Peeper?
6 a.m. right now.
Oh.
Oh, damn.
Well, wake up, it's the morning. Get some energy, bro. Inhale some caffeine.
True.
Hail caffeine.
Yeah, just get it done, dude.
Can I interest you in what's something called a backdoor caffeinator?
You
What
could tell us
now?
what
I beg your pardon?
the
You're
fuck
welcome.
is that? A
You're
backdoor
pardoned.
caffeinator. You're pardoned. Okay, so tell difference, why does it matter? This is why Black Cats. This question was entirely meant for you because you said that all of your killings were mercy killings, And I'd like, and oh goddamn, I wish you were here to explain to us at what point where what determines whether or not the scale for something for a killing to become a mercy killing or not. Or is it a line? Is there a certain thing that determines whether or not something's a mercy killing? Like
Anyway, ask the question. Ask the question. Don't go into it.
regardless. Okay, there's a good point. Amy Azaro, the lady who you find being kept alive with the wall lungs by the well, and the computer on the floor sucking power out of Upsilon from the beginning. The very first one you kill, the one that you take out, and then when it says no, please don't kill me. Even though theoretically, I don't think you can actually hear because it doesn't respond to Simon saying anything to it. So I'd be convinced if it can't hear.
Hi, Jedi.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Oh, Vertigo!
Jedi
Hello,
says hi to
you
you.
made
Devil.
it! Welcome, Vertigo. It's so cool to see you. How you doing?
We're just getting into a heated discussion about Soma.
Yeah, it's great. It's been very heated. We've gone off topic like 3 separate times. It's great.
Get your torches and pitchforks ready for when I say something wrong.
We already have. With the whole fucking twins and clones thing. So yes, those robots on. So the robot on the floor that can't interact with Simon but is sucking power out. Its last words is like no, don't, and then it's starting to die because Simon pulled out the last of it. Simon pulled out the last of the plug, and its last words are, "I was okay, I was happy." And then Azaro's last very strong will to live, where she is being forced to be kept alive by the WoW to the point of having her own robotic lungs, but stuck in place forever, just experiencing that room until something comes in. Theoretically, in the game, she would have been there for literal months. It would have been 3 months. She would have been stuck there.
She mentions it won't let her die, so
Yeah,
I
it
think
won't let
she
her
wanted
die.
to die.
No, but that's the thing. She says, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" Simon says that, and her response is,
Go get help. Find someone help me.
Yeah, go to find someone to help. Tell them Amy lives help. That doesn't sound like someone who wants to die.
It sounds like someone who wanted to die until she saw another person.
I disagree. I think she didn't want to die either. But that's where I'm getting here. Is it mercy to kill them when they are very specifically in that moment, they don't want to die. Neither of them want to die in that moment. Is it mercy to kill them?
Well, you don't really have a choice. You have to kill them.
Well, you have to, but that's the point. This is something that the game does not. This is like the.
Well, look. Think of it this way. In your first playthrough, you don't know that they will die. You might think Amy might die when you pull out the plugs, but the other one you didn't know was going to die.
Exactly. That's the genius of it, and that's why I'm upset that you missed Robin Bass. Is because when you unplug it from both of them are very similar, have the same Healy thing. When you unplug the first one, you realize, oh, that killed it. When you unplug Amy, you suspect it will kill her, and then you do, and then, yep, that killed her. And then you come across Robin Bass, who you don't need to kill, but is in living a false world. And you have the option to do so. Right? You can see, oh, she is plugged into here. I have seen twice before what will happen if I pull this plug. This is the game expertly telling me that this is an option that I now have that won't even affect the story as a whole, but is a choice I can make for this individual. So I'm not asking Robin though. I'm specifically asking for Amy Azaro. If it was possible to go through the game without killing them, is it mercy to kill them when they very specifically don't want to die?
My answer is, for my first playthrough, I don't know. For my second playthrough, yes, it is mercy.
Ooh, okay. Just because of what awaits, because you know what awaits them, which is
no, because I'm going to kill the WoW anyway.
Oh, okay then. Well then,
and they will die by proxy, so I'm just killing them faster than they'll die. So it's a mercy because I'm letting them die sooner.
Caveat to it. What if you can't kill the WoW? And what if
well, you can kill the WoW. There's no point saying that.
What if you can't? You also can't not kill them in the game.
Okay.
So yes, there is a point to me saying that.
But if we're
alright?
talking about the game, you have the choice of the WoW. You can't just remove the choice of the WoW.
Well, I can. Boom! I just removed the choice of the WoW. You cannot determine whether or not the WoW.
If I knew
continues or
what the
doesn't.
WoW was, and I didn't have the means to kill it, and if it was me in the game, or in reality, if it was reality and it was me, I would find a way to kill the WoW.
Well, there you go. You're in the game, and you can't kill the WoW. There's not an option you have.
I would find a way to kill the WoW. I would set fire to that place down
Well,
there.
you're not in the game. You're playing the game, and the game does not have the option for you to kill the WoW. Please engage with the hypothetical.
I am. I would die trying to kill the WoW. That's what I would do.
Okay, but you're not in the game. If you, okay. How about this then? And
Because knowing
either-
everything I
you
know
can
about
only
the
do
WoW,
one devil.
I would
You
try to
can
get rid of
only-
it.
Because of the situation you're in, you can either kill the WoW or send the Ark into space. Which one would you rather do?
Kill the WoW.
If you could only do one. Kill the WoW and doom the Ark?
Sure.
Oh, well there you go. What, just...
But what's Relda and Peeper's answer?
Goddamn, I want to know what you would do. Okay.
What's the question? I'm multitasking, sorry. If you had to choose between killing the WoW or sending the Ark into space.
No. That's just something Devil came up with because...
I didn't come up with that. You said that.
No, I said if whether or not you could kill the WoW was completely divorced from killing Amy or because you said you would kill them on repeat playthrough because you would kill the WoW.
Yes.
But if you couldn't kill the WoW, what would you do to them? But you won't answer that. You'll say, "Well, I would kill the WoW."
I
like,
said
no,
I would.
what? Fuck it.
I would do anything I could. If you're removing the option to kill the WoW, I would do absolutely anything to kill the WoW.
Yeah, that's not fucking helpful. Are you listening to yourself? All right.
I'm talking
Regardless.
within the game, but you're
Relda-
removing things from the game.
Yeah, because this is a hypothetical. Because in the game you can only kill Amy and the other girl.
I'll put it to you this way, Sortex. You can either take my answer, or you can keep trying to lead me down a path to get the answer you want. I'm giving you my answer.
I take your answer, to which I put a question mark at the end of it. Relda. The robot at the beginning, the one that's plugged in, that you can that you have to unplug, and its last words are "I was okay, I was happy." Do you remember it?
Yes.
Yes, and Amy Azaro, when you find her, very specifically, they do not want to die. Amy's last words to you that you can really say is, "Please go get help. I want to live. Tell someone to go get. Please go get help." And the robots is very specifically on the floor, can't even move. A very similar situation to Amy. Except it can't even hear. I don't think the robot can even hear what Simon is saying. And its last words are, "Please don't kill me. I was okay. I was happy." She did not want to die either. Is it mercy to kill them? If they very specifically don't want to die.
With the first robot, I'm not sure I would call it mercy, but I'm also not sure I would consider it that big of a decision. Only because, at least in the specific case of the first robot, I consider it a robot. Basically, I would not consider it to have the humanity that we sort of discussed earlier. Now, in the case of Amy, that one is more complicated. I think, given that she specifically asked to get help and made it pretty clear that she wanted to keep living, I would probably not consider it mercy to kill her. I would probably, if the option was available, let her continue living and suffering, because I don't think it would be my place, if she still has the hope and is willing to live through the suffering to keep her hope. I don't think it's my place to rob her of that.
Okay. Honestly, I share the same mentality for Amy, but you don't consider so would you consider that first robot's life to be lesser than Amy's life in that situation?
I would say it's a matter of perspective. You meet the robot not knowing what they are, and then you meet Amy knowing what she is.
Well, knowing what the robot is, which is a perfect mental copy of another person.
knowing what the robot is, I would say yes, its life is lesser because I don't think that it has the same humanity that a true, authentic human does.
Okay. In what
I-
can you put into words what that humanity is?
No, I can't.
That's why I asked
can't.
the question. I thought
I
so.
just, it's my personal belief, and I mean, this kind of goes way off the rails into like, philosophy and religion and, personal beliefs about the universe, if you will. I think everybody's answer will be different to that. Personally, like I said, I believe that humans are unique, at least on this planet, if not the actual, entire universe. But at least on this planet, I think humans are unique and have, souls or whatever word you want to use that makes them uniquely human.
Okay.
And so I think even if you were to copy a consciousness over to
A machine.
a machine, I think that
It would
it's
be missing humanity in
it
some
would be,
way.
exactly, it would lose. Even if the consciousness was there, it's the same as copying knowledge, right? We can copy knowledge today. I think if the technology was there to copy consciousness, you could still maybe do that, but it would lose its soul or its humanity during the copy process. Like I said, I can't really, I'm not going to really argue that because that's just sort of a personal belief.
It's your feeling, and you haven't really like thought on what that specifically is part of humanity. Like, well, you could say it's humanity, but like, can you define what that humanity is? You can't really do that, but you still feel that way. I think. Is that correct?
Pretty much. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. For the sake of
Well,
brevity.
that's fine with me, because it's interesting to me that you, by that extent, you would also consider Simon and Catherine in the game to be lesser than human, because they too would be missing their humanity. But goddamn, I can't stop talking about that elevator scene. That
Catherine.
It was Catherine, where Simon contemplates the decision he made, because in the game, as far as the game's universe is concerned, Simon either chose to let Simon 2 live or to kill Simon 2, and he has different dialogue for both situations because it was a different choice that Simon himself made.
I actually have a question for you, Rhoda, and I don't want you to answer this, Sortex.
Okay.
This is just a hypothetical to Rhoda. So, Rhoda, my question to you is, because you mentioned religion, and I don't want to get into religion, but I want to ask a question. Let's just say an angel came down, and they look exactly like a human, but they're an angel. Would you still consider them to have humanity?
I would say no, probably not, because they're not human. Right.
But they look exactly the same as a human.
Yeah.
But they're not humans. They're angels. Whatever interpretation you mean by that, they're not human, right?
Yeah.
Is the question?
To be completely fair, if we're actually talking about angels, they probably look like a ring with a bunch of eyes on it. So yeah, no, that's the question. That was the quick question. No, no more into this. Continue with what you were saying before, Sortex.
Okay. But I actually think that's interesting, because that sounds like the same mentality, Relda, you would have for the robots.
It's basically the opposite. Okay. It's the opposite direction. So let's just say the robots were inferior to humans, say, but then the angels would be superior to humans, but they're still not humanity.
Yeah,
that was what I was looking at.
Humanity.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Continue with Soma.
Interesting. So yeah. Oh, I forgot my point. Yeah. In that moment, like, that's a great moment. I love it. I can talk about it forever, where it's the heart to heart. It's the one place where it's the big, like, slap in the face for the concept of Catherine is just a heartless bitch who only uses Simon and like is very like unsympathetic towards him. And then there's that moment where she realizes, regardless of my actions and what I believe is right and his words to me, he just made a very difficult choice was put in a very hard situation and is having trouble dealing with this fact. I got to help him, one, for myself, in the sense that I need him to launch the arc for the good of humanity, but also, there's something I can say to him in this moment and connect with him. And I think her connecting with him in that moment is great. It convinces me, like, these are people. They are talking to each other. She is trying to reassure him about what it means for her. in that sense. He's telling him about her home and how she misses it,
Her
and
memories.
the like very small experiences she gets from, like remember the experience of pushing open the doors and then standing out in the air, and in that one brief moment feeling connected, despite the fact that going back she never quite felt it the same way again. But it was something that made her feel, this is human. I am human in this right now, in that sense. And I just think, like, is this what the game is? This is who she is now, and now she is a talking box who helps out Simon, whose last goal in life is to launch the Ark and doesn't even know.
Hey, that's my missus you're talking about. She ain't a talking box.
Yeah, she's a talking box. She'll do whatever she wants. She comes around uninvited.
She did
it
come
late.
around. Hey, man.
20 minutes late.
Hey, man, we're playing Spyro the Dragon. It was great.
You made a choice. You chose your missus over us. We see how it is.
Hey, man,
That's all right.
it's not Saturday.
I mean, yeah. Get used to Saturday. Come on.
Saturday's for the boys, Sundays for Spyro.
Spyro with the missus. Compare choices. Oh yeah. So, I would like to compare choices. Sadly, Black Cats isn't here. Maybe she'll join later when she's done with her shoot or something. And we'll see like what her reasoning is behind, the mercy in that sense. Because yeah, I'm very curious. Brandon One's cause to leave him. So, Devil, why? And I've been waiting for this for so long. Why do you think it's better to leave Carl suffering than to kill him?
This was my first playthrough.
Oh, right. Well, do you think it's better to leave Carl suffering?
Well, I have witnesses. When I did the thing, I opened the door to the comms tower, and then I went and tried to turn off the power to stop his suffering.
But it didn't work because you already opened the door.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah.
I didn't
and
know
then
it didn't
You
work.
justified it to me when I asked you about that. So,
I didn't
okay,
know
then-
he could die. I didn't know that I couldn't turn it off. I didn't know. It was an initial playthrough. However, if I was to play through again, I would kill him.
Okay, done. I'm guessing, Devil, I actually do like your reasoning for choosing Javid, because you told me it was because Bob was deadass would prove more useful to you.
Well, do you want to go back to the first point and ask Roda what he would
Yeah.
do on a second playthrough, or?
I was going to go through each person one by one, but
I mean, we should go through the categories one by one, not each person.
I don't even have Tasties on here. And I want Tasty to answer as well.
Well, he can still answer.
Oh yeah, true.
Unless
Oh,
he
there
fell
you go.
asleep. In which case, I'll pat his head and tuck him in.
Still with us,
Is that your
Peeper?
way of saying you'll kick him from the call?
No, I wouldn't kick him.
Value.
He would just leave.
Right.
Sorry,
His
did he
icon
wake you
would
up?
mysteriously disappear, despite the fact that we think he's asleep. Oh, that's funny. All right. But yes, Relda. On your first playthrough, well, I don't know if you made a choice, but you killed Carl. Would you do that, knowing everything, knowing the situation he's in?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would do it again. I'll do it again.
Now mine, I might actually change. On my first playthrough, I did kill him because I didn't want him to. On my first playthrough, I didn't think he died. I thought I thought this was the alternative, which is keep him alive. Because I was too scared. I was too busy shitting my pants and getting myself up into the communications dome with the monster running around, that I didn't check on him. On the replay playthrough, I confirmed for myself, yes, he dies. So, the choice of suffer instead of die is something that I'm a bit stuck on myself. I don't actually have an answer in that situation.
I think maybe it's also important to recognize that it's not just suffering, it's like torture.
Yeah,
if you recall, he's screaming in pain, begging you, please no.
Yeah.
It's not just like, wow, I'm in a lot of pain. wow, my life is miserable. It's not. It's like beyond suffering.
It is
It's pretty much
constantly, yeah, it is constant.
Right.
It's like essentially the feeling of being electrocuted for the rest of your life forever.
He
Essentially.
reached Blazen's level of pain.
This is torture. I can't do it anymore. Devil, shut the fuck up. Move on with the game. I could imagine that. So yeah, I'm not. See, that's the point. Could you get immune to that eventually? Because I have a very similar way. Because I just realized I never answered my personal question for if I would kill the first Amy Azaro and the girl and the other and the first robot. I wouldn't kill either of them. I would, even if I did consider it mercy, I'd consider it mercy, but I wouldn't choose to personally kill either of them because this is life. And as the robot said, she was happy as far as she was concerned. You know, my life is being deaf and hooked and just existing for sucking off power from this and staying there and being in almost perpetual panic. But I am happy. This is my existence.
Well, I
And
mean,
I've almost accepted that.
there's a
I was
line.
okay. I was.
There's a
happy,
line
but-
there.
Exactly, there is a line. But even then, I would. But my point is, I would consider it to be you found what you want in life. You know, this is your life, and you could. See, that's the hard part. If they asked me to kill them, same thing with Sarah Lindwall, I would kill them. You know, it's just like, please kill me. I wouldn't force them to live in a world where they don't want to live anymore. I'd be all like, you're telling me straight up, yeah, I'll kill you, for it. What are you talking about, please? But with that, neither that, I don't know if that robot, nor Amy, nor Robin Bass could willingly kill themselves if they ever got to that point. And that's a big, like, ooh, what would I do? That's a big, like, I'm not sure what to do moment for that. So honestly, as far as would I let Carl suffer, or when I say suffer, I mean be tortured seemingly forever or die? I'm probably going to. I'm leaning more towards die, but I'd have to say I don't know. For me,
Well, I don't want to belabor the conversation, but how would actually being tortured and suffering for the rest of his life be worse than just
Yeah.
dying?
only to
I'm
the
sorry.
point
How would it
of
be better? How would it be better? I'm sorry.
it's possible. It's only. This is all based on the possibility that he would grow almost numb to the pain mentally.
Mm.
Not numb to it, but he'd grow resistant to it.
Gotcha.
And but even then, he'd still be trapped in that room theoretically forever. And eventually, he could find joy. You know, there is a chance that he could be happy and find joy the same way that robot at the beginning still wanted to live, despite the fact that she had a pitiful existence compared as we would see it.
Dude, people are fully functional in the world right now. They can't even find joy. I hope that guy the best of luck.
Yeah, honestly, there are some people.
Dude's
who
being
don't have any
electrocuted
fucking-
non-stop as well. If he can
Yeah,
find joy,
exactly.
anyone can.
That's why I'm leaning more towards die. Calm down. But yeah, there are some people in this world who can't do anything, who maybe suffered a stroke, are blind and deaf, and probably can't even move. You know, but they still might think that life is worth living.
Well, I mean, they're not being electrocuted for like.
Yeah, exactly. They're
24/7.
not being tortured forever, but
Yeah.
is another thing. So that's my mentality behind it. Is
Did,
if he could theoretically grow resistant to the pain, would he eventually get to the point where he would see his life as worth living?
Did
and he would want to
Subnautica
live?
say his answer?
Subnautica?
Keeper.
Oh, Peeper. No, Peeper's next.
Okay.
So yeah, Peeper. 1, what did you do on the first playthrough? And 2, would you change it? Essentially.
Pretty sure I killed him, I think.
You turned off the power?
Yeah.
Yep.
And no, I think I'll do the same again.
Well, that was over quick. But yeah.
Next subject. Kill
Yeah,
Bob or kill...
So we know why Black Cat's killed Goya because
Before you
he
get
ate
to me,
Bob.
do everyone else first, because I think mine's the more
Yeah.
interesting answer.
Relda, you killed Goya. What is your reasoning behind it, and would you change it in hindsight?
My reasoning was honestly that I don't think I realized I could kill Bob. I remember that there was like a blueprint in one of the rooms that probably showed that there were Cortex chips in both versions of the robots.
Yeah.
I don't think I really gave it that much thought, to be honest. At the time, I didn't feel super horrible about it. I did kind of consider it like a bit of a mercy killing because the dude was like out of his mind. If I recall, he was like incoherently rambling and stuff.
I would consider it he was in I would say he's almost in a similar state to how Simon was when he was captured by Akers. In a sense, he was constantly simulating that he was working his old job, talking to his old colleagues like nothing was wrong. I think.
Could be. But knowing what I know now, I probably would not kill him again because he was not actually like
Aggressive
suffering.
or harmful.
He wasn't harming. He wasn't suffering. I know that I said about the very first robot that I didn't feel particularly bad, but I guess I would maybe consider it to like, killing a rabbit. If I have to kill a rabbit, I'm not going to feel bad about it, but I'm not going to do it just for fun. If there's a better option available, if I can avoid doing it, I will,
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. For me, I killed David Goya because I couldn't kill, well, they weren't called Bob to me. But I couldn't kill little robot friends. Couldn't do it. Because, yeah, the hint that the game gives you that you have to do it from a robot is, the fact that they say it's in a robot. Go find a robot. So by that standard, so like Bob's a robot, this guy's a robot. And these are the only two. And then you can hold it up to Bob, and then you know how it comes up when you hold it up to them, Relda? Like when you get close enough to them, and the prompt comes up to Goya. The same thing happens for Bob if you do that.
I figured as
so
much.
That's the game's way of telling you these are your options. Possible. But
I started running it and I found Bob first and just didn't
Rabbit
really
kill.
give it much of a second thought, to be honest.
That's all right. For me, I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill Bob, but I didn't call him Bob. But I couldn't do it. It was all like, you helped me. You were helpful. You gave me nice boops. So I killed the other guy, and I felt really bad for it, especially when he, felt pain. And I'm all like, oh, you're like one of the few people who didn't do anything wrong to me, I feel bad at killing you the same way I feel bad about killing and suffering Carl. Or torturing Carl, not suffering Carl. But yes.
No, Black Cat's Relda
didn't. Yeah, so I got emotionally invested in it, and it fucking sucked because after you kill Goya, and then you walk over to Bob, Bob swims away and screams. Because he's afraid of you. So that was a big hit to me. But yeah, I don't think I'd change it really.
What about you, Peepo? What would you do? What did you do and what would you do? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where'd you go?
Where'd you come from? No.
No, like I'm gonna be completely honest, I would kill them all, like...
I think the dumbest thing Simon does in this game is he drops his weapon when he finally gets one.
I'm pretty sure that was because it broke after you killed one of them. Not good enough. Bash the other one and use it as a blunt weapon.
I still think he should have picked up a chair or something and just whacked the monsters. There's like surgical cutting tools inside the medical officers in the game, and like he doesn't think to grab a scalpel.
No, I mean they're also machines. I don't think a scalpel's going to pierce them, but
Dude, you can kill anything if you put your heart in it.
The fuck.
I once saw a man kill a man in a bar with a pencil. A fucking
I get that
pencil.
Reference, and I don't know why you said that. Now then, who'd you kill first off? On your first playthrough?
Pretty sure I killed Bob.
Oh, you chose
tell
Bob
Coffee
over
that.
Goya,
Yeah.
the robot dude. Yep. Why is that?
I think it's the first one I crossed.
That
I don't know.
Didn't think too hard about it.
I don't know.
like, oh,
It's
it's
still
dead now.
like.
Would you change your choice?
Again, I think like I would kill them all. Like,
Well,
I
Bob
think-
wasn't corrupted by the WoW. He didn't have any personality in him. He was just a robot. That was the exact same.
well, kill them all. No, but I think I don't know. Like, how can I say this? It just feels like. Wait, I think maybe I'm just like mixing the two. Hold on. Wait, is the Bob with the? You said which one has the personality again?
The
Bob
person
is a-
Goya, the one who speaks.
Oh, okay.
Kind of
Goya
like
is the
drifts
one who
around
speaks,
talking
and
about
Bob
construction
or
work.
UH8 is the little robot friend who follows you around with the buzz. What does it have? Like it cuts things open. I forgot what it's called.
A
Oh yeah,
saw?
the little guy. Yeah.
Not
No,
a
it's
saw.
a
Like a laser, like a plasma
yeah,
cutter.
It has like
thing?
a
plasma cutter.
Plasma cutter. That works. So Bob is the little robot dude who follows you around with the plasma cutter, and Goya is the one that talks.
I mean, yeah, I think it's like the little robot.
Oh. But why would you choose the little robot over killing Goya, even if you wanted to kill them both?
I know the Bob really just feels like a little like robot pet. I don't know, programmed to be helpful, and so I don't think it takes any offense in providing its internal components to help us. Surely,
Doesn't Bob
surely
scream when
doesn't
you attack
mind.
it?
The what?
Doesn't Bob scream when you attack it? The same way Goya does. He feels pain.
I'm just imagining
gotta
the
say, I don't
Star
really
Wars
remember.
robot
Nah,
scream.
it's alright. Either way, Black Cat's keeper killed Bob. Hold this
Hey,
against him for the
hey,
rest of
hey,
your
no,
life.
Sortex, snitches get stitches.
I just said it explicitly. But now interesting stuff. Robin Bass, as the girl outside of Theta. No, Omnicron. Wait, Theta. Yes, Theta. Who is stuck perpetually in the same spot and believes that she's on the Ark, but doesn't realize that her brain scan, that she's a mockingbird, and her brain scan was just put inside a robot that can't move outside the station. But
Guys,
believes
really
it is.
quickly, I think I'm gonna leave. It's 7 a.m. now, so it's my mate.
I understand.
But yeah,
No worries, dude.
Understandable.
Thanks for
Sorry,
coming in.
Peeper. Yeah,
I
it was
enjoyed.
good
Thanks
to have
for
you.
taking me.
Sorry,
Sorry for
the
being
conversations
so-
kind of went off the rails.
Yeah, like
No,
what
no,
is
sorry, it
humanity though?
What's the meaning of life?
No, it was
Well,
interesting.
To be fair, this game does like heavily bring up those questions, you know.
Yeah.
So I think it's still part of the conversation, but
I blame
Certainly.
Relda.
Have a good night, Peeper. Thanks for coming to hang
Thank
out. It's good
you.
to chat with you.
Okay. Have a good rest of the stream. I'll catch you later.
Night, Peeper.
See you.
Get some good rest.
Oh, just reading chat. Black Cat Bob cries in pain. Who killed? Yeah, I've seen it on playthroughs. If you zap Bob, he cries in pain when you the same way the other dude says, "Ow, fuck, that hurts."
Anyway, we're on to Robin Bass.
Yes, Black Cat's killed her. From best I can get, unless Black Cats, you want to give your reasoning in chat. Also, Relda, do you want Game Pass code? I want the Game Pass code. I want to play more Persona. I'm enjoying it, and it's gonna run out soon. I had to lose a week because I had to go away with family. So Black Cats, I'm assuming, killed Robin Bass out of mercy, and unless she seeks, you can't really say much else. Sortex cries, so send it to Relda. Fuck you, cunt. Devil, you left her because you didn't know there was the option to kill her in the first place.
Yes.
I'm guessing, and I'm pretty sure you told me outside of this, that you would have killed her if you had the option, if you could go
Yes.
back on a repeat. Why is that?
Because I'm going to kill the WoW anyway.
Moving on. Since you cannot fucking comprehend the option of what if the WoW wasn't a factor, cunt. Relda, you killed Robin on your first playthrough, and I remember asking why did you do that, and you said it felt right, but you weren't quite sure why. Can you tell me why you did on your first playthrough, and if you would change it?
Because I think, but yeah, I don't know. I can't really. I'm gonna say probably. I'm not sure if I would call it suffering, but it was. She seemed very confused and like lost. And if I were the one to be wandering in darkness, basically totally confused and lost, if I knew that was never going to change, like nobody would ever come along and save me, I think I'd be okay with somebody killing me.
Okay.
I know that she wasn't quite to that, not actively suffering yet, but I think given enough
It's the
time.
sort of thing. It's the sort of thing of why I like the decision. Of why I like the decision that, as a person, hang on. I was. Why I was asking, because that's very specifically done by the game. Simon can't bring himself to tell Robin the truth of that this isn't the arc and that this is that this is her situation. He can't bear himself to do it.
Can I change my answer?
For Robin Bass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I would unplug the cord she has going into the alien butthole so I could put my fist in it instead.
Okay.
That's my answer.
Thank you. So, that's sweet healing juice. I can't hear everybody at once, so I can't tell if Devil is joking.
My answer's the same.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Doesn't sound like your answer changed.
Yeah. No, the reason for it changed.
Hang on.
Yes, I think Sartex would appreciate a Game Pass code.
Yep. Just
I think
because
Hunter's just being Hunter.
Yeah. I am indeed Hunter. There you go.
I want the code puppy dog eyes.
Just because my Game Pass thing is probably about to run out, and oh, thank you so much, Black Cats. I just got it. I'm going to use it when my Game Pass thing does turn out, but I'm very much enjoying Persona on Game Pass, and I really want to play more of it.
Hey, thanks, Black Cats.
I am so very much grateful for that, Black Cat. Seriously, I get a free Game Pass code. It's great. I'm assuming
Let's
it's
go.
PC, yeah. By the way, Rolla, did I actually free money here? Did I ever actually thank you for buying me notes here?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well,
I know you appreciate it whether you said it or not.
Exactly. I very much appreciate it. I played it on stream. It was great.
It was. We should do it again sometime.
I probably will, but I need to get my ass. I either need to stop playing Surge or finish it. I need to do one or the other.
Right.
Because it's got to get off my PC. I need the space, man. I need it. So, I would choose. I think that's all that's left is me.
Yeah.
Well done. Have you finished on Robin Bass?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing else to add. Really.
Thank you, Black Cats. I very much appreciate it. Hang on. Can I do anything? Can I Nah. Fuck. Oh, sound alert, careless sex. All right. I saw that as careless sex, and I'm more like, the fuck does that sound? So if you've got nothing else to say, for me on Robin Bass, I very consciously made the choice to leave her alive because of the same reason that I would have left the robot on the floor from the beginning alive. She will probably eventually figure out, this isn't the real life, No. I turned off chat for a second. What's everyone saying?
All sorts of horrible, rude things about you.
Oh, this is what I was afraid of.
Who's what?
Me. But cats are there. Got a cheese, nacho cheese. Oh. All right. I chose to leave Robin Bass alive, and I still would now. I wouldn't change that. Because if there is even the smallest chance that she could find joy, just in life, like I saw for a lot of the sea life underwater, is somewhat living. Like even after at least how many, like a year, maybe, of the after the apocalypse, you can still see turtles swimming around and fish not corrupted by the WoW.
I have a question for you, Sortex.
Yep.
Yes or no? It's just a yes or no
Yep.
question, okay? We're not
Yep.
going into it.
Can I say yes, no, or I don't know, no answer?
Sure.
Yep.
Do you think there is life after death?
No.
Okay. Continue.
Well, it's weird to answer a deep question like that and just say, okay, no further questions needed.
I don't think so.
Well, explain what you mean, dude. But point is, yeah, that's fair. I would choose to leave Robin Bass alive because if there is the choice, or not the choice, but like even the chance that she might find joy in life just watching like the once a month moment when a fish or a turtle swims by her and she can just admire it and leave. Unless she would very explicitly want it, I would not want to take that possibility away from her, even if she genuinely believed she was living a lie. I don't feel like I have the right to take that away. If that makes sense. But yeah, that's just how I feel about it, despite the fact that realistically speaking, even if she wanted to die, she couldn't, because she wouldn't be able to unplug it herself. I doubt she has an off switch button. So that's all like, that's a bit of a complication for me. She can't die even if she wants to. So like, yikes. That's a bit similar to Amy and the other robot. It's all like, I don't know how I feel about that. At least Amy.
I think it's interesting how us three left Brendan's scan.
I want to, despite the fact that we have like pretty different ways of looking at the game. But yeah, so Black Cats chose to erase Brandon's scan. I'm just going to throw Mercy at the end of that, and say, okay, fine, you absolute sicko. I'm joking, Black Cats. Don't be too offended. But yes, Devil. Would you change your decision to leave Brandon's and scan existing, and if not, or if so, why?
I left his scan for two reasons. The first reason was it wasn't corrupted by the WoW, and the second reason is the same reason. I think launching the Ark into space is a good idea, because if any other life forms finds and can this is off the beaten path, but if any other alien life forms can find the Ark and or that scan and give them a physical form again, then I think that's good.
I would agree with that. Although I would say that the scans, I would like to throw onto the thing. I don't know if the scans ever get corrupted by the Ark, not by the Ark, by the WoW, and it's more that they can't handle the bodies they're placed in.
Well, that's why I'm saying a more advanced species creates. This is off the beaten path. If they can recreate a human body with a brain and everything, if they can make brain flesh technology, and they can insert the thing in there and give them literally everything that they had before, then cool. Otherwise, it's a flip of a coin chance.
Okay, so here's something else. That would be interesting. To hear your choice.
I know,
of,
I know you're
because
gonna.
it's not really,
I know you're gonna ask. I know what you're gonna ask, and do it when we get to the bottom of the list.
Oh, not the WoW. It doesn't have to do with the WoW. Simon, as in like Simon 2, Simon 3. Do you consider his existence a life worth living?
How about we
At the
get to that
bottom
when
of
we
the
get to
yeah.
Simon 2?
All right, yeah, sure. Yeah, that'll work. So, yep, you chose to leave Brandon for reasons that I actually agree with. Would you believe? I think that's super cool. Relda,
While I certainly agree with those reasons, those were not my chief reasons.
Yep.
I would I chose not to erase him because I didn't see any reason to. We had already learned from this point by Catherine what it's like to be not powered up, for lack of a better phrase. And it's just like that time doesn't exist, right? It's not even like a deep sleep, or it's like you actually don't exist during that time. So I guess in my mind, if he wasn't booted up and running on the computer, he basically didn't exist. He was just a program on a disk, essentially. So I just didn't see any reason or value to erase him.
Is that what you see as Catherine's existence too? That if she's not plugged in, she doesn't really exist?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a tough one, and yeah, I want to make a kind of a big picture point after we go through all of these.
That's fine.
But yeah, I'm gonna say logically yes, but I don't know. I'm not sure that that's the right answer.
That's all right. Just interesting stuff to think about. For me, similarly to Hunter's way of thinking, if there's, he technically speaking, from the point he isn't corrupted in any way, he isn't like his existence isn't detrimental in any way. Only what we did to him in the game is, like, I'm pretty sure we can all agree, is extremely immoral and pretty fucked up. For it to do, despite the fact that it was probably the best course of action. I don't think that situation's really gonna happen again. So I don't think the possibility of him suffering and being taken advantage of through ignorance is a factor. And I like the opportunity. I don't want to take away the opportunity for him to live again, to be the exact same as Simon, as Simon 2. You know, Brandon 2 may come and may exist and may be exactly the same as Simon 2 and may live a life on this desolate earth. Or perhaps his brain scan could also find a way to exist forever, or for as long as it wants to, and have a life in the simulated world similar to the Ark. So I simply don't want to take away his possibility of living life in that sense. Very similar to Robin's now that I think about it. All right, now for the exciting one. It sucks that Black Cats isn't here because I want to hear like more of the mercy side of, you know, killing the brain scans and how much mercy it would be and the situations of what would happen. Devil, you chose to kill Simon 2 on your first playthrough. Would you change that decision? And either way, why?
No, I wouldn't change it.
Okay. And what is your reasoning for killing Simon 2?
Because I could already tell how mentally unstable he was after seeing that his clone was there. So imagine the clone waking up and seeing what he would do. I think that the only person that should determine whether or not I should die is me. And I determined that, looking at where he was and what we've seen, that even if he could somehow get to the surface, there's nothing there. it would be very difficult to find any joy in this in under the water. And the dude would have to go on a spiritual journey, which is very hard to do alone. So, and I also don't believe he has the capacity to grow in that sense. So I decided to kill him.
Okay. For what I would say to that, also a question that I want all of us to like answer yes or no. Is this the sort of situation, and Simon 2 being human or an AI, would you consider him in the same way you would consider a human? You don't have to consider him to be human, but would you treat him and his situation the same way a human would, if that makes sense?
I don't
Might
think I
have to word
understand the
that
question.
differently. What was that, sorry?
I don't think I understand the question.
Yeah, so I can't think of a way to say it right. Regardless, Reldar, you chose in the moment to leave Simon, and I remember the second you did that, I immediately started typing, "Please explain your reasoning." To which your reasoning was, "I'm not quite sure yet, but it feels like the right answer." And I'm all like, "Wow, you do not play games the same way I do. At least not this." Because as soon as I did, I was fucking talking to myself, trying to think of the reasoning about my decision for that moment. But yes, Reldar.
I would like to emphasize that I don't think it was a very easy thing to do to kill myself. I was like in tears.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
It's a tragic thing.
You were completely. I watched the VOD and you were completely silent during.
Yeah, because it's not exactly easy, but I think it was the right thing to do.
This is something that he's thought about. And he's not even saying his thoughts on stream because he's just like experiencing all of it. And it's just like, I just killed my clone. It's just like, ooh, I can't wait to talk about this, and we did, and I can't wait to talk about your decision for it, Devil, and like the reasoning we did it. So, Reldar, you've had a lot of time to think about your decision.
Yep.
What? So you chose to leave him on a repeat viewing or whatever. If you could go back and change that decision, would you? And regardless, why did you make the choice that you did?
I would not change the decision. But I'm afraid my reasoning will be as disappointing this time as it was last time. It just felt wrong. I realized that the same logic that I applied to my reasoning for killing Robin, or Carl, or Javid
would be identically the same.
It's all the same. It's the same reasoning. But yeah, I can't really explain it beyond that. It felt wrong. I consider, once I became Simon 3, I considered Simon 2 its own unique individual being. Whatever it is, whether it's human, AI, however you want to call it. We considered it, or I should say I considered it its own, unique
The same way you would consider it Carl or Robin. Like, they're their own thing.
Right. And so if instead of me getting cloned and then waking up inside the suit, inside the chamber, imagine I was in there sleeping and Simon walks in and sits down and I wake up. I wake up in my sleep in the chamber to some guy that had walked in and said, did it not work? What's going on? It would feel really wrong to just be like, we should kill this person. And I think that's basically what the situation is, yes, I'm a copy of that entity, but the second that copy was made, it became its own, or I should say, I became my own entity. Simon 3 became his own entity, and, kind of like Hunter was saying, the only person that should be ready to decide if Simon 2 is ready to die should be Simon 2. But I realize that is incongruent with my other reasoning, and I can't really explain it.
Well, see, I understand that they're their own identity, but for the short time that Simon 3 is contemplating killing him, they are practically the exact same person. Everything he's saying, Simon 2 would have been saying. Which is why I say only Simon... Only you can decide if you would kill yourself.
Well, I disagree in the sense that Simon 2 did not experience and have to make the choice of killing killing who he literally just was. The second, what's up?
Don't worry. I've been sipping Coke this
No,
entire
you-
time. I'm hydrated all the hell.
I should go down and get a soft drink. We've got the Uno. I should do that. Blazing, I'm going to do that, by the way. I'm guessing you can hear me. I'm going to...
Regardless
next
of
time you say
anything,
hydrate.
I was saying that Simon 2 and 3, in the moment the transfer was done, that is the closest the two of them were to being identical that they will ever be. And so the decision, it is a player decision, it's an external decision, but I think like whatever decision's made is up to Simon, or I guess the player, but so on and so forth. From my perspective, I think only you should be in charge of whether or not you should let yourself live or die, and I chose to death.
But Simon 3 is not Simon 2, no matter how identical they may be.
No, I know they're not the same, but they are more the same than any other time.
Well, even then, they had notably different experiences from the second Simon 3 was created. Simon
Like
3's
I would say,
experience-
I would say that they are so similar that at the end of the game, when Simon 3 is like freaking out that he's not on the Ark, is exactly what would have happened to Simon 2 if he saw Simon 3 standing in front of him.
and he understood what happened.
Yeah.
But does that give Simon 4 the right to kill Simon 3?
Well, see,
Any more than it gives Simon 3 the right to kill Simon 2?
I think it's a matter of time and environment. So when Catherine was doing the scans, everyone was killing themselves. I think that was wrong because there was no reason to kill yourself. You were scanned and you're going into a computer. It's like if you made a computer video game that for everyone to play and you scanned yourself and you put yourself in the game. It's like there's no reason to kill yourself because it's a scan, it's a thing. But in terms of two physical bodies being out and about, I think there is more reason to end one's life, especially in the quote-unquote apocalypse, to just let it die, let it rest. It did what it needed to do.
Wouldn't you say that's what the people who were killing themselves thought of it as two of them existing?
They might have, but their reasoning was too out of the misplaced because they were not making a copy of themselves in the world. They were making a copy of themselves in a simulation.
Yeah, they were making a copy of themselves, and it was a coin flip about whether or not they would wake up in the same situation or whether or not they would wake up in the Ark. And they wanted to be the one in the Ark, so they killed themselves the second after it was copied, believing that it would mean that they get to live in the Ark. And
believing they would let them live in the Ark is completely wrong, though. They were their beliefs were misplaced.
Well, you can say that, but regardless, that's what they believed. I believe people who are religious have misplaced beliefs.
Yeah,
but
everyone has that.
Yeah, exactly. But so I wouldn't too. So what would you say to them if you say your beliefs are wrong though? It's not based on anything, and you're just killing yourselves for no reason. How would they would not like that?
As an outsider, I would say I don't care.
No, well there you go. But yeah, I agree. Almost verbatim with you, Relda. I think so. I love picking apart your little thought, the way you think here, because yes, it's fantastic in just the way this is constructed. Because Devil, you were saying before that it is both Simon's choice and the player's choice, and that's why I love.
Well, I think
story-wise,
it's Simon's choice. Game-wise, it's the player's choice. So
yes, but either way. The story must go on for whether or not it happens. And Simon made one of those choices, and the conversation in the elevator is him reconciling that fact.
Yeah.
And trying to think about everything to the point that he even himself runs away from trying to think about it. What prompts Catherine to say something is Simon going, please say something. I don't want to think anymore, because he doesn't want to think about the situation he's in and what happens. And then when Catherine says, very heartfelt by the way, I don't want to say anything that'll make you mad. I don't want to say something that'll make you mad. And then his response is, it's okay, just say anything. It's just like, that's because that's where he is mentally after the choice he's made.
I think Catherine made the right choice there, saying nothing, because like realistically, if someone's upset, you don't want to make them more upset.
I agree. And then when he says, but then he he insisted. Please, just say
Yeah,
anything.
yeah, that's fine. But like, Catherine had the right idea, not saying anything.
I agree, especially and it's also just the way she felt. She'd already been chewed the fuck out from trying to keep Simon 2 from trying to keep Simon 2 from Simon 3. So she didn't want to make him, any more upset, or maybe even make another. Because that's the thing. I wonder if Catherine considers her actions a mistake.
Well, do you remember what she said? She would have copied her consciousness to it if he wasn't up to the task.
Yeah, exactly. So it's very interesting. But would she? That's something we don't know. Would she have? I'm guessing she would have just killed her previous consciousness. Maybe.
No, she would have kept it because she needs her previous consciousness to get to the end of the game.
Oh, I didn't actually think of that, but there you go.
She needs the I forget what it's called, the device, to get to the end of the game.
Omnitool. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, the Omnitool.
But yeah, for everything else, the way the game is constructed is these are the robots. How do you feel about them and their situation? What they are is a brain scan, And then you're told what Simon is a brain scan, literally identical to them, except he can move around and is in a natural human body corpse, which means he's probably more mentally stable. Also, it's just like, okay, how do you think about them? Sick. How do you think about who you literally were like 5 seconds ago?
Well, here's a question for you. You know the chick
it changes slightly in the way it works.
You know the chick in that the monster in that place where you do the clone thing. She was mostly human. But what made her so completely insane?
I'm assuming just a failed brain, and I'm assuming just a corrupted brain scan. But I
don't think it's a brain scan. I think it's just a living corpse.
Perhaps that was taken over by the structure gel.
Yeah.
Ah, that's interesting.
Because you find the corpse on the ground somewhere, still moving and breathing. But then when you open a certain door and go upstairs, it's gone.
Oh, that specific one with the scissor hands?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to see that because I don't actually remember that.
I pointed out to you that they're still moving. That it was the only thing in that place that still had a head.
I honestly don't remember, but well, there you go. So Simon 2 for me, I chose to leave him. Mentality is very similar to Reldar's in that sense of I am a different person and I don't consider Simon 3 nor myself to have the right to take life away from Simon 2, Who Simon is and what I would choose, I would not change my choice. I would choose to leave him alive. Because yes, he is, and if anything, I reckon he'll probably live a more fulfilling life than the other people I chose to leave alive, like Brandon or Robin, because he can move if he wanted to. There is nothing really stopping him from picking a direction and just walking until he eventually reaches a surface.
Well, until eventually his body breaks down and dies.
Yeah, until eventually his body breaks down, which would be his natural death, I guess. And that
either his body would break down, or I don't know the rules for the structure gel, but maybe it runs out of capacity.
I assume I'm assuming there's some sort of battery powering him.
Yeah, something like that.
Something happened. Regardless, that would be his life at that moment. Yeah. After this, his life, he could do anything. If I were there in the moment, this is why I'm a bit upset. If I were there in that moment, I would have me personally, I know this isn't a part of the game, and what you can do, I would have sat there, waited for him to wake up and spoken to him and said, this is the situation, this is what we are, this is what happened, and said, you can do anything with your life right now. Your life, you can do anything. If I thought about it a bit longer, then maybe that could be a plan that could happen, is that Simon 3 would continue on with the mission, go down to Tau and Phi, launch the Ark, and then
I don't think it would be a good idea to stick around to talk to him, because he would be very mentally unstable. But regardless, I'll be right back.
I agree.
I'll be right back. I just have to quickly grab
that's the thing. This is me. This is a bit of a flaw with this reasoning, is that I would believe it to be the same way I might accept that situation and not Simon himself, Simon himself would probably have a mental breakdown about it. With,
Okay.
yep.
No, sorry. Are you done?
No, but keep
Oh,
going.
keep going. No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
I don't want
think
to cut
that's-
you off.
Honestly, the way this is going is a bit innocent, but I'm more interested in what you have to say anyway. So I insist.
Well, you gave me a bit of an epiphany with what you just said, and it's exciting. I think it gives me a way to articulate my decision behind Simon 2, and I think I'm probably just going to echo what you finished saying.
Which is?
That previously the other people that I chose to kill, such as Carl or Bob or Robin or Brandon, all of them really.
Yeah. Well, not Bob was the robot puppy dude. You
Right.
mean Goya?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Jabba,
Right.
Goya.
I have returned.
They all had like deteriorated mental faculties. We tried reasoning with Carl. Remember how many times did we tell him, "You're a robot. You're laying on the floor," and he didn't want to hear it. He wanted nothing. He's like, he refused to believe it. Goya was stuck in some type of loop. You know, he was kind of wandering aimlessly and kept repeating himself and just sort of rambling incoherently about asking the boss for time off or something. Robin just felt very confused and sort of trapped in darkness and didn't seem to be able to see real well and just sort of not altogether there. And Brandon
almost forcing herself to be happy with the situation despite the fact that it's not what she expected.
Right, still sort of hanging on to that hope of when is it going to get better.
Yeah, this is the arc, so
where we, knowing as the player, it's not going to get better. And then Brandon, I think, didn't even exist except for while he was powered up. And even when he was powered up, he stressed out so hard that he essentially died within seconds, 10, 15 seconds. And so I think that is the defining factor with Simon 2, that he is as much Simon as Simon 3 is. They're equal. One is not I don't want to say superior, but they have the equal mental capacity of understanding the situation.
While being their own people, while being their own individuals, if that makes sense, I think.
Right, exactly. And so I think it's a lot easier to consider the other ones more machine, less human, and their killings to be more merciful, because I don't think Simon 2 is going to wake up to live a long, happy life. His only real option is to leave the way he came, and there's a monster outside that door waiting to eat him. And so, you could make the argument, oh, he might escape and then, make it back to the surface and survive for thousands of years as a robot, but I think that's pretty unlikely.
It's my hope, but yeah.
Wait, so you're changing your answer, are you, Rhoda?
No. I'm not changing my answer at all. I'm articulating, I think, more
why
clearly.
You him alive more than the other. Why you consider Simon 2 different than the rest?
Right.
I think.
Why the logic seems. I'm trying to add consistency to the logic, I guess. Why the logic seems inconsistent between Simon 2 and all the others. I'm trying to explain it away, I guess, if that makes sense.
Right. Yep, and I am all ears.
Okay, that's all I have. Just a bit of a rant.
Okay then.
Nice.
Other than that, but yeah, for it, that's basically what mine is. Not only, I don't actually, because that's the thing, I can probably guess exactly how Simon 2 would react if, like Devil said, he saw Simon 3 just in front of him. And then realizing what has to happen and everything, and all that. I still think I would assume that they would both consider themselves to be the one true Simon, and listening to the other one say that they're the one true Simon would be like, yeah, sure you are, you fucking weirdo robot. Which just shows how flawed Simon is, that he can't, empathize with his own situation almost. Like he even said in the elevator ride, you didn't, to Catherine, you didn't press the one the make sure Simon wakes up in the right body button, did you? I mean, even if you did, what difference would it make? He would still claim to be the right Simon, yet he doesn't apply that to himself. He doesn't see himself as claiming to be the right Simon. He doesn't accept the fact that there is no right Simon anymore. You're equal to him in every way. But Simon in general doesn't see it that way. And I actually, that information as in and of itself lends a lot of credence to Devil's thought that they can't progress, that Simon will forever be this way, and that he can't actually, no matter how hard he tries, we don't know if Simon will ever have Simon, as in the brain scan, and Simon will ever have the capacity to learn, oh, there is no real Simon. This thing is identical in every way to me. I am my own person, but I am no longer Simon from Toronto. I am Simon and created by the WoW. I am Simon 2, 3, whatever. So yes, I'm not sure what I would do, but I'm gonna say leave. I'd pick that, but it's a lot more complex than simply, he'll go out and he'll maybe try his absolute best to live a good life. I still think he could, and that's a possibility, and that's an option I would want for myself, but this isn't me, this is Simon. This is Simon 2, and I simply don't know how Simon 2 would react, but I would choose to leave him alive anyway. Because at the very least, if he wants to kill himself, the cliff is right there,
Well, I guess.
And
Jump
so is the
down to his
monster clawing
inevitable.
outside that will try and kill him painlessly. But still, even then, that's a horrible situation to put someone through, Like, if you just believe they're going to want to kill themselves anyway, why force them to go through the experience of killing themselves and accepting the fact that they're going to die? It's just like, yikes. Dying is something, in that situation, maybe dying would be a situation that you don't want to be conscious in during, Much the same way that the best way to die would be falling asleep, except, just not waking up afterwards and it being over. The same way, what am I thinking? That Catherine says that she experiences, life for her is falling asleep, and then is the same way you fall asleep and then wake up. You would experience no time having passed at all, except in Catherine's case, it's just like, she doesn't even realize is that she's falling asleep.
Yeah, it just happens.
It just happens. That would be the theoretical best way to experience death, is to either have it where the last thing you experience is falling asleep, or accepting the fact that you're going to die, maybe, or maybe some people would prefer just dying as it happens without even realizing. But regardless, this is my favorite choice in the game, partly because of how much it affects me. What were you saying? Sorry, Devil?
I said, well, we will never know.
Yeah, exactly. And that's interesting to think about for the game, at least. But regardless, that concludes, favorite thing in the game. Now we get to talk about Sarah Lindwall. So Black Cats chose to kill her. I love the fact that Devil, am I correct in assuming that you would have also stayed for Sarah Lindwall's final words, even if there wasn't an achievement for it?
Yes, because she asked me to
Yes.
stay. She asked me to kill her, and she asked me to stay, so I did that.
Why? Why the fuck do you care? It's a video game character.
Because
She's
I
not real.
listened
I know.
to...
That's the point I'm trying to get at, but don't worry, I already know the reasoning.
It doesn't really matter if it's a video game character.
Yeah, the concepts. They're all video game characters. Why does any of this matter? But yes, I just wanted to speak about how I think we all chose the same thing. Reldar. So yeah, Devil, same thing. Obviously, I don't think you would change your decision, and what is the reasoning behind the decision you made of simply it happening? Devil?
Yeah? What? Sorry, what?
You typing in chat? What is this? Open the VC text chat. Didn't even what?
He's trying to get me to show something inappropriate on stream.
No, it's just memes.
No mic. What do you guys talk about? No mic chat. Voice. The voice channel text chat. Oh, open chat. Oh. Oh,
They're all
that fucking
cute.
cat Pokeball is so good.
Yeah, at the top, there's a
Aw.
cat in a Pokeball. It's great.
Yeah. Hang on, rolled up. Let me go through them all and make sure there's nothing inappropriate.
There's nothing. Oh my god.
No, I don't fucking trust you, cunt.
Right? We've seen your Discord.
Yeah. You know. It should all be fine. There's like one thing there's one thing that's questionable, but even then, I don't think that it's even 218 plus anyway.
It's a meme.
It's all fine. It's all fine. It's all just memes. But seriously, look at the top one though.
He did.
Yeah, I saw
Unless-
that. That's pretty adorable.
It's fucking cute as shit.
Well, when it comes to Sarah, I think I suspect we're all on the same page, right? We killed her because she asked to be killed and saw her situation as hopeless, more or less.
Yeah. Well, not hopeless, but more. She said herself she doesn't consider this living, or at
Right.
least it fucking sucks.
Right, but I'm saying if someone today were to ask me to kill them and have all the same reason, I probably would not do it because the situation would be very different.
Yeah.
No matter how much they said their life sucked or how sad they were, or
Well,
how
I
much
mean,
they
in the
said
real
they
world,
wanted to
yeah.
die. Right,
Yeah.
like today. I mean, like in today's world, I'd be like, no, you still have hope. There's still hope that your life will turn around. But in Lindwall's case, I don't think any of us really saw.
She
My
was the very
response to that
last human on the
situation-
planet. Like, that's
If
the
someone,
thing.
yeah,
There is not much
Yeah.
hope.
Right.
if someone, yeah, if someone did come to me and said and it's obviously a different situation, but with real life, and same thing you were saying, Relda said all the same things Sarah Lindwall was saying. Life isn't worth living anymore. This fucking sucks. Just please kill me. My response would be, that's your responsibility, cunt, not mine. All right, don't put that burden on me. It's yours. Sorry. If you want to kill yourself, I mean, there are ways, and do it quickly, by the way, because doing it slowly is a bad idea.
I mean, we're
But I
talking
don't
about
think you
Sarah
should, and I'm
Lindwall,
not
so
going
like,
to do that. Yeah,
we're talking about
you
Sarah
should-
Lindwall.
You
like,
shouldn't,
in the game.
and I'm not going to do it for you. All right, if you want my advice, go get some therapy, boy. You got problems. Life is worth living. There is hope. But if you're just like at that point, I can't do it, can't do it, can't do it, then don't you dare give me the power to make that decision. That decision's yours.
People
Um,
ask people to kill them because they don't want to do it themselves.
Yeah, it's like too bad, cunt.
But
Don't
like,
die. Force yourself
anyway,
to live at
back
that
to the
point.
game.
Don't
In
make-
Lindwall's case, she even says it herself. She can't wait forever for the next sentient thing to come past.
Yeah, sure, she can't wait until. Well, what's even keeping her alive at this point? Like,
Well,
a
she could have
UV
pressed the
light
button
at
herself.
this
It's the same situation. She wasn't strong enough to do it herself, so she asked you to do it. But in this
don't-
situation, she, I think she had the right to choose.
point. Honestly, I don't know if she could move. That's why I doubt
I mean,
that she could.
she pressed the button to unlock the arc.
Was it locked to the table?
Yeah, it was. You can't just pick it up. She has to unlock it, or you have to kill her, and then you can get it.
Oh. I see. Huh.
So she was capable of doing it, but she didn't want to. She couldn't
That
bring
might-
herself to do it herself.
I probably would not change my
And that's a,
decision either way.
that's a human instinct, like mechanism. We actually aren't meant. Our brains are hardwired to not let us kill ourselves.
I see. Regardless, yeah. So, Relda, what were you saying? Your reasoning for killing her and staying?
Pretty much that her situation was hopeless. She asked us to do it. She was ready to go. She was of a sound mind, She knew what she was asking, and her reasoning was good, And I can accept the fact that she didn't want to take the responsibility for herself, or she didn't want that burden for herself. But I think all things considered, of all the mercy killings that we've all done in the game, that was probably the most merciful.
Send the DNA.
No,
Somewhat ironically, you know.
Oh, jeez. All right. Da-da-da. And I'm guessing same thing with Devil and you, Relda. You chose to stay and listen to her talk her about her life and her final words and her experiences and pathos too, just because you were invested. You wanted to say like, yeah, I'll do this for you. You're the last human. And through this crazy, fucked up experience that happened, you've got something to say, and I want to hear what you have to say about it. Yeah. So I just like seeing. It is very satisfying to see the unanimous kill and stay on the chart, because that just shows, yeah, this is.
I think we all have
power
a,
of this game.
a respect for a person's wishes.
Yeah, and especially
She
her
asked us
wishes
to
being
stay.
yeah.
No, not just that. Like,
Well, the last person, the fact of all she's been through, we never. She was probably one of the.
I think it's a matter that we all have compassion and would have stayed regardless of her asking.
It's the point of engaging with a video game. But yeah, it is very much part of the reason I love it. What do you, nay, what are you guys doing in chat? The fuck? Kanye. Oh, Kanye. Oh, or is it Kane? No, I'm not sure. You guys having fun? So yeah, my reasoning is extremely similar to you guys. You know, this is the end. You're asking me to do it. You're of sound mind. You know, you're the last human.
I think we're up to the juiciest part of the list, though.
Yeah, the WoW.
Yeah.
Because this is just going to be me and Devil arguing about the WoW's purpose and whether or not it's legal.
Well, how about we go like this? We'll go Sortex
Relda.
Relda me.
Sortex Relda. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fair. In the moment, I chose to kill the WoW. But granted, I didn't give myself much time. This was like the one decision that I didn't give much time to think about it, because honestly, I didn't really care about it that much, which has massively changed in hindsight. But in the moment, I was just like, oh, I don't really give a fuck. What would I do? Well, I just want to launch the Ark. I care more about Simon and Catherine's journey here to launch the Ark than I do about the WoW and what to do about it. It's just kind of been a pain in my ass this whole time, is what was my mentality for it. So I just said, fuck it, kill it, who cares? Now looking back, and actually, because this was at the end of my playthrough, and I played through the entire game in one sitting, through all the spooks and everything, and absorbing everything about the story there was to it. So at the end, I was fucking dead, you know? I'm more like, I don't care too much about the WoW. And now I care. Interestingly enough, I would change my decision and I would leave it alive, because I believe fundamentally that the WoW has, that I think that what the WoW is doing will be good, and it will eventually lead to good things. To good things in the sense of sentience on life on the planet. Maybe again. I believe through the WoW's trial and error, eventually speaking, even like possibly a million years into the future, that the WoW will eventually create the next humanity, although it won't be human, and it won't be called humanity, but it will be the next WoW-manity or whatever.
Wow-manity.
The next mocking, yeah, WoW-manity, you know, or I guess if we're just calling creations of the WoW to be mockingbirds, then yep, the next mockingbird, except a sentient one that has the ability to procreate and will make something of its life. To the point of being heavily advanced. Because what I believe the WoW is doing is creating, is doing what AIs do, which is through absolute trial and error, do everything possible until it finds the best outcome, and then copy that outcome and then try again, except with varying degrees, until it finds the ultimate thing that it's looking for. That being humanity. That being humanity. That's what I think the WoW is doing, and I want it to continue to do it, even if, you know, there's going to be a shit ton of suffering in between then. And even then, there will still be suffering when it happens, but, you know, it'll be humanity again. It'll be something close to the sentience that humanity has, to what
Right.
Devil described as empathy, the will to never give up, and the will to survive. The next thing that will come around will have those three things, I reckon, and as well as the sentience, hence to accept it all. And I believe its origin will be the WoW.
Okay, and how about you, Rhoda? Would you kill it? Again? Or what
Yes.
was your reasoning for killing it?
Yeah, and would you kill it again?
I would kill it again. And my reason is that despite the intentions of the WoW, it is essentially poisoning the world, for lack of a better word. I'm not really sure how else to say it, but it's like corrupting the sea life and is spreading and will continue to spread. And I guess I hadn't considered the argument that yes, in maybe a million years, something good will come of it, but I find it just as likely that worse things will continue coming from it. And I would also, and maybe this is maybe a little too philosophical, but I might consider that even if something quote unquote good does come from it in any amount of time, that it is still a corrupted version of the story of humanity, and that it might be better for humanity to just die out as a species and let the books fully close on the history of humans than it would be for the WoW to try to carry on a corrupted or mechanized version of humanity. That's all I got.
Honestly, before Devil goes, because I know I'm going for a while, and I want to be able to pay full attention to everything he says and talk about it. Rolda, what do you believe in the sense that humanity would be better off if we had the exact same brains, except everything we could do was automated? In that sense, so just the way we do things, that we never got fatigued or tired, we never needed sleep.
I don't think I even understand the question.
Yeah, are you asking if that were the case, if we would be better off?
Yeah, if humanity would be better off without the requirement to drink water, the requirements of being livable biological things. If humanity didn't have the requirement to breathe air, if humanity didn't have the requirement to drink water, to eat, to piss and shit, to sleep, to survive, and it was just given naturally in that sense, would humanity be better off for it? Sorry.
Right. No. From a purely logistical point of view, then I think yes, of course. But you asked if it were natural, and I don't think the WoW doing it would be natural. I mean, if it was...
No, that's what I'm saying. The WoW would do it, so the WoW would find a way to make it either natural or mechanical. I'm not sure which one, but I don't think humanity being mechanical makes it in any way lesser, if that makes sense.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, right? There's like a difference between putting on a space suit so that you can go out to space versus, you know, modifying your body, or, you know, to totally losing your humanity just so that you can do it without a spacesuit. You know, I'll say that it's my personal belief that there is an arbitrary line that's too far. I'm not going to pretend to know where that line is or how far is too far, but I do think that, you know, an AI radically transforming an entire species or many thousands of species and ultimately an entire planet is probably too far.
Okay. There's also the conversation of, I doubt structure gel. I doubt the WoW can just produce structure gel naturally. Maybe it has a limit. But
It'll probably run out, maybe, but
who knows? One last thing I wanted to ask before Devil goes, and I've already completely fucking forgotten it, like an idiot. I can't remember. All right, Devil, lay it
Okay.
on us. Why do you kill the WoW, and what is your reasoning?
I think Relda kind of said what my reasoning is pretty spot on. I think the WoW is a corruption of what humanity is because it can't comprehend exactly what it is. And I mean the concept that I was talking about before, not like the form.
Yeah.
Not only that, we already know that there's life that has survived the comet hitting the Earth, which is the fish in the sea. And regardless of belief in religion, if you would, let's assume that we evolved from sea life, eventually, when the planet heals on the surface and life can flourish again, up there, life from the sea will go up there again.
When the planet heals.
Yeah.
Not if. Okay.
Well, I mean, there's always an if, but there's also an if the things would even get out of the ocean. There's big ifs, but like let's assume the planet heals, and let's assume things can go out of the ocean.
Yeah, let's just assume Simon 2 will manage to escape Omicron and be completely fine with his life.
I'm talking about circumstances that have already happened, Sortex.
Oh yeah, things that have already.
What wiped out the dinosaurs?
Do we have any idea of the odds?
We know that the dinosaurs were wiped out by a meteor, and we know that, if you want to believe it, evolution started from life from the sea. So this is a complete possibility.
I know it is a possibility, but that doesn't mean that I would.
And we're not talking about Simon right now. We're talking about why I would kill the WoW.
Yeah, I know.
So,
however,
what's the
reasoning behind? I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what's the reasoning that the WoW can't do what you're saying?
It probably can, but I would say it's a corrupted form of it. Not only can it do it, it's corrupting everything around it to do it. It's taken over the fish.
Okay,
would you say the fish in the game that you see naturally occurred? Or do you think they've been taken over by the WoW?
I think they've been taken over and have become something different.
Do you think that's good?
I think eventually it will.
Do you think that's fair for the fish?
I think they never.
Well, they didn't get the choice.
Exactly. Yeah, life.
It's a parasite. Parasites do that.
Lives matter.
That's what a parasite does. It takes over other things and controls it, and influences it itself.
I believe this parasite will be the first thing to create the next thing somewhat resembling humanity.
I'm going to give you a similar situation. Okay. Another form of fiction which is very similar along the lines. Do you know? Actually, no. You know what? I'm not going to do this because I know where this is going to go. But let me finish my point on the WoW. My point on the WoW is very similar to Relda's. So Relda is pretty spot on with saying it's like a poison. It's poisoning the world. And I would rather the world regrow if any life was to come about again, which there already is life in the fish that we see, that we know that the WoW kind of spread across the rest of the
We
ocean.
see a turtle and Simon admires it when it happens.
Like it hasn't corrupted everything yet.
Also, don't turtles, out of curiosity, turtles need to breathe air, like sea turtles do. So it must.
All creatures need to breathe air.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. But air is limited. It doesn't come from nothing. Air comes from trees, and as far as we know, every fucking tree on the surface is gone.
Well, air comes from coral and algae, yeah.
But
in
sea
fact,
turtles can't breathe that.
Oxygen mostly comes from the ocean.
Yeah.
Not the trees on the planet.
Yeah, I know. That's how fish breathe through the gills.
I'm saying the oxygen in the atmosphere is mostly produced from the algae and coral in the ocean, not from the trees.
So a turtle should be able to live?
I think it's possible.
Because it can breathe? Alright.
I think it depends on how they get the air. I don't think the whales would have survived.
Okay. What's
Are we
your
really so hung up on the turtles?
turtles are one of my favorite animals.
I think all mammals died on the planet. That's what I think.
Okay. Well, whales are mammals.
That's what I just said. I don't think the whales would have
Think whales are
survived.
dead.
Yes,
What about dolphins?
I think they're dead.
Those are
Oh,
also mammals.
Why? Why?
'Cause
They're
they-
sea animals.
They need a surface for the oxygen, and if the oxygen on the surface is
so
too...
do turtles.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure certain turtles are reptiles.
No turtle can breathe. No turtle can. Turtles are exactly like whales and dolphins.
I
where
don't
they
know the
breathe from
biology of
surface.
each creature. I don't know. I'm not getting into the semantics of it. I'm trying to talk about why I'd
you
kill the whale.
Okay, fine. All right, but yeah, you were talking about hypothetical with me for the WoW. If you can
Well,
think of it again.
Every future thought of what the whale could do is a hypothetical.
Well,
but
yeah, exactly.
I
We're
think
just going about what's
I
worth
purely think this. Okay, this is the end of my thought on the whale. I think
Okay.
it would be better for natural life to occur on the planet than corrupted humanity life.
Okay. This is what I'm interested though.
I think each creature should be allowed to grow, evolve on its own, and not be influenced by the remnants of humanity.
Okay. I
Humanity's mistakes shouldn't influence new life.
Okay, so my thought process behind it and why I do disagree with both you and Reldar is the same way I asked you, Devil, and the same way everything happens. And so we say, and what I'm eventually wanting Reldar to find out, what makes humanity humanity? How do you define it? Sort of thing. But that's fine.
Well,
Why
like
do you
Reldar
guys,
said,
what-
I
let
think
us
humanity should
try
die
and define
in that
corrupted.
situation.
When you say that the WoW corrupts life, what do you mean by that? How
It
is it
gets-
any worse?
It gets on the fish and is turning them into something that they're not.
Yeah, but why is that worse than what the fish already was?
Have you ever had
It's-
a
it's-
virus and been sick? It's
it's-
basically
it's
the
the
same
same-
thing.
Right, or the same
fish is
argument of
alive.
why is it bad to dump barrels of toxic waste into the ocean and kill a bunch of fish? It just feels irresponsible, even if it does benefit humanity. It is a little unethical.
But it also won't. Even then, I don't think it's right to do that because it won't benefit humanity in the long run. Because it will, if you do it too much. The same thing with climate change, sort of thing.
Do you
Demo says
think-
it alters the biological life through non-natural means against their will.
I think that is a perfect statement.
Against their will.
That's-
I think every single fucking piece of meat you've eaten has been against its will. All right.
Okay, right, but it's different to kill one animal to eat, or many animals to eat, than it is to literally
Make them extinct, sort of thing.
extinct their entire history and genocide
Chance
their
of
entire
life.
species and transform the planet into whatever the WoW thinks is best or wants to do. And that's why I said before, there's a line between them. I'm not going to pretend to know what it is, but I do think that's on the other side of the line.
Okay.
Let's look at it
So
from a
part of
different
the
angle,
reason you
shall
wanna-
we? Let's look at it
Yeah,
from a
sure.
different angle. Let's say aliens invaded the planet as it is now. Not Soma, but just the planet as it is now. And
Yep.
they put out they went around to people's letterboxes and put little creatures inside of it. And when that creature gets on you and it attaches to your spine, and now you are part of the hive mind. But that hive mind calls itself the next step in humanity. Do you think that's good or bad?
I think that's bad.
It's a reference to a movie, by the way, if anyone knows it.
Sounds like a reference to Futurama.
Oh, I think Futurama got it from the same movie. It's
What's
a
the
movie called
movie?
Puppet Master.
Puppet
No,
Master? Never
Yeah.
heard of it.
I've
Yeah,
not
yeah.
heard of it either.
It's an older movie.
I would say that's bad, and I'd say it's fundamentally different from the WoW. This is the part of the thing. Like how I said, I consider the person in whose life who can't mentally mature past the age of 5. I consider their life less than a regular person's. I would still consider it human, but I'd consider it less in that same way. what I define, how I value life, is sentience. You know, a cat's life isn't a human's life. If you had to choose between murder a cat or murder a human, you would choose the cat. Let's be real. Unless, well, you
Speak
a
for
baby.
yourself.
Right? Yeah. Fuck off, black cats.
I'd kill
Depends
both.
on the person.
Depends on the cat and the person.
I jest. Okay.
I know that baby's a lot more maintenance. I'm just saying. But yes, that's, you know, because that's how we do it. It's pretty universal. A baby, like a newborn human baby's life, is more valuable than a cat's, and I would say that than a cat's will ever be, sadly. And I will say that is because of the sentience gap.
Well,
That
no,
humans
I think species prioritize their own species overall. I think that's the main reason.
I don't know.
If there was two people hanging from a ledge, a dude and a cat came along, the cat would save the cat.
Well,
Even if it had the means to save the human.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, not the means. Do you think the cat would comprehend that choice?
Let's say it's a smart cat.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, though. That's the thing. If that cat is smart enough to the point that it can comprehend the choice between choosing its own kind versus choosing a human man or a human adult, at that point, and I was told, okay, this is a cat smart enough to comprehend that choice, and this is, I don't know, someone who's equal of age to the cat. Who would you make live? And for this analogy, let's just say that the cat will live an equal amount of time as a human would. I would not know what to choose because the mentality and the sentience would be extremely similar, if not the same.
I'd be so oblivious to their plight that I'd probably miss it. They both die.
Oh goddamn. Okay. Demo says I would rather leave the fate of the rest of life to nature personally. What I guess I'm also trying to get at is I see the WoW to be the new nature as well, which is a bit, you know, it's all like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's man-made. And I'm all like, that's a good point. However, you know, what we consider nature to be is whatever the fuck cells are doing, you know? Cells are cell-made as far as they're concerned, and that's
Did you
what
know that
nature
viruses,
is.
they believe viruses aren't even naturally occurring from our planet? This is like
Yep.
way into like skepticism at this point, but apparently scientists...
Tinfoil hat sort of thing.
Yeah, but apparently some scientists believe that viruses themselves, their structure, like the way that they are... Have you ever seen what a virus looks like?
Hang on, Death Machine. Hello, Death Machine. I am me. I am Sortex. Yeah, thank you, Relda. I can see the circle on my head. I am me, and I was referring to Demo. We're talking about it, but yes, I can. What were you saying, Devil? Sorry.
Have you ever
get back to
seen
what you were saying.
what a virus looks like? Or like what it actually looks like?
Oh, I think I have, but I just thought it was just another cell.
Just imagine a needle with legs.
Yeah, now I remember. Yep.
So
Yeah, and
from
it's
what?
so far removed from the cell structure that people
No,
don't even know.
it's so far removed from the naturally occurring organisms from our planet that they believe that it came from a comet.
Occurring because that's why we say naturally occurring, right? Because, you know,
Because it grew from our planet naturally.
exactly, because it grew from what all life grew from.
Anyway,
Cells.
What I read was they believe that it might have come from a comet at one point, and they evolved on the planet, but they're completely different.
That's very interesting. So
Yeah, that is actually kind of cool.
Yeah,
Because they-
so that's
because
the
they-
question. Are viruses no longer the natural source of things? Is that the new?
Well,
how we see the
some
world?
argue that the viruses are an alien infestation, say, because there are certain viruses that are on our planet that look like things occurred from our planet, but then there are other ones which look like the one with a needle with legs that are like so far removed from everything else from our naturally occurring ecosystem that they believe it to be here from another planet or asteroid or comet or something.
Okay.
Did
Well,
COVID probe you?
Yeah, it did, and now
COVID
I'm perpetually sick thanks to it.
Oh no.
But
Did
you've
that
seen
come
what?
with
Actually,
demo?
that's a very interesting take though. You know what the COVID virus looks like, right? It's a circular model, completely different
Yeah.
to what most viruses are.
I don't know. Oh, did we end up calling it a virus? We did, right? No,
I
we
think it's
called it.
I think it's called something else, like a tangent or something. Not a tangent.
No, what did we call it before? The coronavirus. Yeah, we did call it the coronavirus.
Yeah, but that might be like the media,
That might be
the
just
common
the
tongue.
classification.
Like if you look at anything with a scientific word, it's like hippity dippity do virus. You know.
Yeah.
Mondo.
Mondo. I don't know who you are, but Mondo. Yes.
It's
Hello,
Mondo. What do you
Demo.
mean you
By
don't-
the way,
you don't know
Demo.
Mondo?
While you were gone, I talked about. While you were gone, I talked about how. So yeah, that's my reasoning for it. Is that I don't see the WoW being corrupting at all. I see it becoming the new natural, if that makes sense. I see the WoW becoming the new cell, the same way. All life. Is it accurate to say that all life on Earth stems from one cell that had the ability to replicate itself?
I would rather look at the WoW like a hive mind, because
it's not a hive
nothing.
mind.
Let's assume the WoW gets across all of the oceans and contaminates everything in the sea. What is next? What can live next to it? What's its natural predator? What is its?
Oh, yeah,
what
the
is
same
its?
way. What is the natural predator of that one cell?
What do you mean?
Of that what? So is it true? Do you agree that if we believe, evolution and all that, that all of the world's life on the planet Earth stemmed from one cell?
From one cell? I mean, if you really want
From
to go
one
back to the Big
specific
Bang,
type of
sure.
cell, from one specific type of cell that had the ability to reproduce itself, to consume something and then reproduce. From that one cell, all the rest of life was created. And then it splintered off, it branched into paths, it became flora, it became the Cambrian explosion.
I wouldn't say a cell, I'd say an atom.
I'd say a cell.
Because if you really think about it, that's just the Big Bang that you're talking about.
No, sort of. But that's what happened for life on planet Earth, is that there was a cell. A cell, eventually atoms created a cell that could sustain itself.
Right.
Or that could, one, sustain itself, and two, who reproduce. And then
Sure.
from that, it reproduced so much and changed over billions, trillions of years that everything exists the way it is now. All life and all cells on the planet Earth.
Sure.
That's what I consider the WoW to be. I don't think the WoW in any way is a hive mind. I don't think like the WoW's creations, the corpse with legs that is walking around, I don't think that is in any way connected to the first monster you find. I think they exist individual, and the WoW gave them that life to begin with. I would see it similar in that way. Oh, my head hurts.
The WoW very much gives off the essence of a hive mind, though.
Does it?
Yeah.
What makes you think that? What's your
The monsters
evidence,
don't
honestly?
attack each other.
How do you know?
Well, we see one of the monsters going to where Carl is, and it doesn't attack him.
Because it's dead.
No. Oh, I guess Carl is dead. Yeah, that's a good point.
I honestly, that'd be interesting. Relda, do you think would if the monster was alive and was able to go into Carl's room and saw him suffering, or just saw him existing, would the monster kill him? The same way it would kill Simon? I think it would. I can't think of any reason it wouldn't.
I don't know.
To the chat.
I don't know.
Back, Relda.
Yeah. I would guess probably not, but I don't think because the WoW is a hive mind. I would say because only considers Carl just a machine.
Well, the other reason why I believe it's a hive mind is for the very reason that we kill it. We don't go putting the fluid, the poison fluid, in every part of the thing. We put it in its heart, and then it goes to all other machines, and everything else dies.
No, that's because the WoW. Yeah, the WoW
You
is
could-
controlling the structure gel in that sense. The WoW's controlling the structure gel, and the structure gel is what's giving them, is what's allowing this to happen. It's what allows Simon's body to happen. Yeah, that's an interesting conversation actually. How the fuck can Simon continue to move if the WoW is gone? Because the WoW continues to
Well, his body's built with the poison already.
the structure gel.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting. That would
I-
mean that none of the monsters would die. If
I
were
think they
forced from
would.
the WoW.
I think
they
him being made from the poison, he would die slowly
because
of it.
if Simon was individually kept alive even after killing the WoW, then why would Amy Azaro and the First Lady die?
Because they're connected
Are they-
to the WoW
But they're not.
through the walls.
But they're not. They're not in any way connected to. They're in no way more connected to the WoW than Simon is.
Well, they're literally stuck to the walls, to the WoW.
Exactly. Not to the WoW. No, that's not to the WoW. That's to structure gel.
That the
Structure
WoW
gel acts independently. That is
when
the poison.
when you poison it, the dude says it'll go throughout all of the facilities and kill every part of it.
Except for Simon. But why?
I think, and I don't know if this is the fact of the matter, but I think the poison is already slowly killing Simon. Because even the dude says, I need to keep you, I need to make sure you die so that it can't do anything to create a antivirus to your virus. And then he gets swallowed by the Leviathan.
That seems reasonable.
I think even that dude was going to die from the virus. Like, because the point is nothing with the WoW on it should live. Which is also my reasoning for killing it, like on a second playthrough, killing everything in that list there, because everything would die anyway, except for Sarah Lindwall.
Yeah.
Lindwall.
Did we ever get to that? Did we ever talk about what we think of like Simon as a person?
Yes, we have.
Let's just say we
I
did.
think that's been the main conversation for a while.
Who's Simon?
Yeah. I don't know.
I'll be right back. I need to
he's
grab
pretty
something.
hard.
I need to take my meds.
Yeah. Take your meds. I am very much love the story of Soma. Actually, yeah, Relda, where does it rank for like video game stories for you?
Definitely top tier. I'm probably not gonna give it like a specific number, like it's my 7th favorite story, because I don't know.
You know,
I don't give it enough thought.
Your number one is Outer Wilds, obviously, but you don't really like rank the rest.
Demo says I personally like a Garfunkel more. Now there's a reference I've not heard in a long time. Yeah, I don't really, I don't know. I don't put enough thought to make meaningful ranks, and I don't know. I have a hard time really even assigning ranks like that, because things can be different in different ways. There's parts of Soma's story that I enjoyed more than Outer Wilds story, but there's also a lot of parts about Outer Wilds story that I liked more than Soma's. You know.
Well, were there more parts you liked about Outer Wilds story than Soma's? I guess that's what makes Outer Wilds like your number one. Because Outer Wilds is your number one. So for what reason is that? What does it do for you? I guess.
Oh, you already know what it does for me, because I typed out like 6 paragraphs.
I've got it. I've still got it in DMs.
You know, but I mean, Soma scratches that same itch, right? It makes you ask the same types of questions about, you know, what is life? What is the meaning of life? What does it mean to be human? What is the meaning of the universe? You know,
I guess the difference would be for Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds doesn't really have like influencing characters that can change that influence the plot and the story of the game. It's
It
more
kind of
everything
does.
around them. Kind of, but not to the same extent like that like Soma has, you know,
I mean, you
characters that
don't have a
speak and make
companion
decisions.
like Catherine, but like, you only really have Catherine. Catherine's the
But
only
the actual
addition
player
compared.
character isn't really a character in and of himself. They're just the player's insert.
Well, yeah, but so is Simon to a degree.
But no, Simon has his own reasoning. Like whether or not we chose to leave or leave Simon's clone or kill him, Simon has different reasoning for his own decision that he made for whichever one.
I think most people that play Outer Wilds feel for the player character, the hatchling.
Well, feel for them in what way?
Well, the things that they're going through, you sympathize with them,
I
or
don't.
empathize because you're literally going through it with them.
I legitimately never thought of them as separate to myself.
You can have a conversation with yourself in the game.
No, conversation with yourself. Oh yeah, I remember that. That was
And they
weird.
talk about the things that are going on. Like the player character might not talk, but every dialogue option you have with other characters is them talking.
Yeah, it's very.
They might not have a
similar to,
voice, but they
Pokemon.
are asking questions and having conversations.
I guess the difference would be. Ooh,
No, I was just gonna say I can see Sortex's point that the story of the player character in Outer Wilds is not as fleshed out or explicitly told as the player character in Soma, but I don't think that's inherently good or bad. I think they're just very
it's a
different types of
choice to make.
games.
Yeah,
I think the comparison. Well, firstly, I don't think the comparison is needed. I'd say that the player character in Outer Wilds having conversations that you can't like type out and ask the certain questions relates enough to the Soma conversations that Simon has. But also, it is meant to be a more insert thing because like the hatchling doesn't freak out when something happens, whereas Simon will. So you're
do
even
you
when
know the
Simon freaks
hatchlings-
out.
Do you know what the hatchling's feelings are at all during whatever happens?
That's what I'm saying.
in,
Is kind of like a middle ground. The hatchling talks, doesn't have voice, but it does talk. But
it
your
doesn't have its own personal
perception and
reaction to
your
events happening.
wants and needs is like more inserted. It's a halfway point, I'd say.
And even then, you can choose what the hatchling says, you know? One of the hatchling's dialogue options might be to say a joke, but the player character might never say that joke.
I don't think anything the
Um,
hatchling says is anything the player character would say unless they really thought about it.
Regardless.
I think I agree with Hunter that the comparison is not really needed.
No, I don't think it is, but I just, I don't know. Soma's story does more for me, and I'm curious, does more for me, both if I separate, my own personal enjoyment and what it means to me from the story, I think it's better constructed question mark, but I'd want to like actually analyze what Outer Wilds does in that sense.
Well, I think the two games ask two very different questions, closely related, but very different ultimately. I think Soma questions more about what it means to be human. Like, what is humanity? What makes humans humans? Are we any different from machines? Could we ever be? Could machine versions ever be on the same level as natural humans? All the questions we've been discussing for the last 5 hours, right?
Yep.
I think Outer Wilds, of course, doesn't have humans in it, canonically, I don't believe. But I think it asks bigger questions about the meaning of life in general and the meaning of the universe, if you will. And
But the pursuit of knowledge, you said it yourself, I think.
yeah, exactly. And the pursuit of knowledge, and what is the meaning of the pursuit of knowledge, or really anything for that matter, if there is an inevitable end in one way or the other, So I think they're very different topics, maybe closely related, but I think
They're
different.
related in
The
terms
two
that
branches
they
of the
are-
same tree.
Yeah, that's
and
a good
that
way
tree
to
is
put
philosophy.
it. Right.
Well, see, I don't know what conclusion. I think we've talked about it, but the conclusion I came to at the end of Outer Wilds was the game was about letting go and letting things end.
Oh,
like,
goddamn.
I think that's a reasonable conclusion to come to, which interestingly enough, almost ties back to the conversation we had about the WoW.
Yeah,
And
that's
is
what I
it
was about
better
to say.
Is it better to just let things end and let things go when their time has come than it is to try to forcibly hang on onto them and sacrifice the essence of what those things are just for the sake of holding on to them?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I would say that
Let think this, but that's
Rhoda,
the
you
thing,
did the
that all-
DLC, correct?
Yeah,
Of,
I
Outer
think we've all
Wilds?
Yes, I did.
You've
You've done the DLC Sortex?
Yeah, I have.
I would almost say that Sortex is more along the lines of the visitors, and Rhoda and I are more along the lines of the hatchling.
The visitors were afraid. What was the thing? The visitors were afraid of the reset, weren't they?
Not
Almost.
they didn't know what it was, but also they cared more
They
about
saw
their
that it would
own
be
preservation. They cared more about their own preservation than just like letting things go and accepting how things should naturally occur.
No, Hunter, that's actually a really, really good analogy because big major Outer Wilds spoilers, everyone, by the
Oh
way.
yeah, I'm
Um,
sorry. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. No, because the visitors did exactly what the WoW tried to do, right? They were willing to live in a corrupted version of their own history, just
Yeah.
for the sake of carrying on, just for the sake of holding on to that history, which is, I think, the point that Hunter's trying to make, Certex, is that you think it's better to hang on to that corrupted or incorrect
Well,
version.
again, you just keep saying hang on to it. I would hang on to the individuals.
Well,
But as for the
Sortex.
WoW overall, I think the WoW is the best course of action when in terms of reset.
Sortex, we say hanging on to it because Rhoda and I have explicitly said let humanity die, and you've said let humanity reform using the
No,
WoW.
let the next humanity that we wouldn't even call humanity at that point reform. I
Yeah,
would
it's
say let the
WoW-manity.
next sentient. I would say let the next sentient life reform have a
Right,
chance.
and so in terms of Outer Wilds, the naturally occurring part of that is the eye of the universe, and the holding on to it and not letting it naturally occur is the visitor's solution.
You say naturally occur. Honestly, I don't agree with this analogy because what I'm trying to say for the WoW is the new natural. The WoW is
Right,
its
but the
own
WoW
natural way
itself
of
is not
occurring.
natural. It's an AI program built
I'm
by
fine with that.
humans.
When the first ever cell was created, that wasn't natural at the time because nothing was natural.
No,
I am
that
fine
was
with
more
accepting
natural
that
than
the WoW.
WoW.
Not only am I fine with accepting that the WoW will become the new natural, it will become the new first ever cell, the first ever thing to branch off into other things. But I think that ultimately, what the WoW will eventually create will be better, and just more worthwhile sentient.
But here's the
overall,
question.
whether or not it's close to humanity.
But you say it would be better. What makes it better?
A higher understanding of sentience, a higher form of sentience. The cat
But how is
can
that?
comprehend
How is the
choice
WoW's
of
version
making-
of that better than the natural?
Because I think the WoW already has something to base itself off of, which is the original humanity. All right, it doesn't need to be the same. It doesn't. It could be completely opposite, bare bones different, but it will be closer to high sentience than naturally evolving will ever get. Well, at least we'll ever get, like I said. We'll get in a very long time. Not before at least the fucking sun envelops the earth.
You also have to consider too the cost of that option being literally all other life on the planet, or at least within the oceans, and eventually probably on land as well, should there
Again,
be any remaining.
Eventually, anything of the old world. Think of it as, yeah, it's the WoW is the reset button, except the WoW is the eye of the universe that everything will be based on. You know, everything will change and everything will be based off the WoW, but they will be fundamentally different, the same way a human and a bear is different. You know, the WoW will become the new cell. That's what I believe, and the new cell will branch into everything. There will be WoW plants. There will be WoW wildlife. There will be WoW habitats. There will be WoW pets, and eventually, I believe there will be a new WoW humanity equivalent that could be different to humanity in any that could be different to humanity in any number of ways.
But in order to
But
do
I
that,
believe
you'd have to
that
kill
would be better.
off everything else.
Yes, and I think that's worth it. I want the reset rather than, oh, I want to
There
keep
will always be
what
a
remain-
reset, regardless of which answer you choose.
No,
but-
not really. The reset you guys are banging on is the reset of cellular life. I want to give the WoW's life a try. Of corrupting everything and then making something new out of that, rather than hanging on to cellular life and saying no, this new WoW thing is bad because it's corruption. I'm more like I think it's
Okay.
corruption that isn't good nor bad. It's just new, and I'd rather go for that. But yeah, what was
But
saying,
it's
Rosa?
but it's not new. Isn't the WoW's prime directive to sustain life and to carry on, do everything that is in the best interest of humanity?
To preserve humanity, that is a different definition of what humanity is. It's very explicit, I'd say, in the game. That Catherine says it doesn't share our same definition of humanity. I want to see, and I want to give the WoW's definition of humanity a shot. No matter how different and corrupted I view it as. That's at least how I see it.
I think it
and-
comes down to your choice, right? Like, would you kill off everything on the planet for this, or would you let everything else have a chance?
See, this is what I understand with the analogy. If anything, I considered resetting the universe to be the WoW thing, and for you guys to be the visitors. But I guess, in the sense of hang
because
on to
the-
no, how dare you? This will only lead to bad things. You know, the same way
No,
the
no.
visitors said, we don't understand what the Eye overall wants, but whatever it is bad, and we want out.
We aren't saying the
However-
WoW is a bad thing. We're saying that it's
It
the
corrupts
cost
life,
of what
which is
it
bad.
does is, we're saying the cost it's going to take for it to happen is more it will kill more before it will become something new, whereas if you just let things go as they should be, then things will happen as they should.
That's the thing. The things that it will kill, at that point, the things that it will kill aren't sentient enough for me to consider it as much of a loss as I.
But they
would
are still
consider,
life. It is still life.
The same way that the Harthians are still life in the world of Outer Wilds, but ultimately the universe wants to reset, and who are the Harthians to say otherwise?
Right, the Harthians let go of themselves to let the reset
Exactly.
happen.
So I would like the life on Earth to let go of themselves. The fucking comet hit. We are the next dinosaurs. So let the next things to dominate the Earth happen.
I understand how you're seeing it that way, but like, it's more
The
not
WoW
that
isn't
way.
the answer to it.
No, I'm saying I understand how you're seeing it as a mirror version of how we're seeing it, but when you really break it down, it's more the opposite way, more the way that Roda and I are seeing it.
Well, explain it, please.
Because
I would say the exact same thing, and that's
because in
helpful.
Outer Wilds, let's assume that the eye of the universe is, for lack of a better word, God. Okay?
Yep.
So the process of the universe is it lives and then it dies. And then from that death, new life comes.
Yes, rebirth.
In the terms of the WoW, life happened, and the WoW is not letting itself die. It's not letting anything die. So the new life it's making is not the same as what the Eye of the Universe does. Where it should die and should let go, it's not. It's holding on, and it's killing off
And it's
everything
creating
else.
something new.
It's killing everything else off to try and preserve itself and humanity's sake, quote unquote,
So
And
this is where I disagree. Okay, I think what the WoW is doing is experimenting to try and make something new. I don't.
but that's
think
what
it's
we're
going to
saying. We're
continue.
saying the natural order of life with the Eye of the Universe is everything lives, it dies, and then it restarts. The WoW is it lives, and then it doesn't want to die, and it's experimenting with ways to continue.
Yeah, it's
Which is the corruption.
It's experimenting ways to rebirth.
Right.
That's what I see.
Rather than just letting
So-
the natural rebirth happen.
Certex Hunter, Demo makes a really good point. He says, I think a single solution from the WoW is fundamentally flawed because it's the only way. The randomness of nature is a better option. Because the same argument that you're making, that the WoW is experimenting to try to find better and better ways, happens naturally as well.
And I personally think the WoW will do a better job than nature will. That's why I want it.
But that's the thing though. It doesn't nature and the WoW, it doesn't matter which one's better, does a better job. All that matters is what it leaves behind. In the wake of the WoW, everything dies. In the wake of nature, things can still live.
Everything will die and reset the same way as the WoW.
Perhaps, but it's better to let it happen naturally than
Perhaps. I think yes. You know the dinosaurs. The fucking dinosaurs would have led themselves to extinction before if the comet didn't hit. You know that, right?
we don't know that.
We do. There's proof that they're in the latter half of the dinosaurs and the way everything was doing, there were significantly more carnivores than there were herbivores and omnivores because the carnivores didn't stop killing and eating, and they were eventually going to starve themselves.
Well,
to
then it would have
extinction.
reached the end of the universe, say in Outer Wilds
Exactly,
terms, and it would have
reached the end
reset.
and it would have reset. I think the WoW will do a better job.
I don't think it matters what
Life-
does a better
Life
job
can
though.
still kill itself, right? The WoW will just become the new normal, and I think the new normal, and I think that new normal is worth.
Okay, wait. I've got something for you then.
Yes.
Let's say the WoW does its job. It runs through. Everything is influenced by the WoW. This machine, this AI. Okay. At the inevitable end of its life, when it dies and there's nothing left after it, nothing more can come from that.
I disagree. Evolution can come from that.
So it would go back to the natural life anyway.
Except one that was already based and already spearheaded by the WoW.
That's what I'm saying. When all parts of the WoW, everything it's touched through the WoW's now natural lifespan, when it's gone, and it's already taken out the rest of natural occurring life, and there's nothing left after it's gone, then it's a dead end.
No, then there is still the WoW's life.
No, the WoW's dead.
How
The
fuck
end
does
of its
Simon
the
still
end
walk around?
the end of the WoW's natural life.
The WoW's the WoW stem jewel is alive. I am not convinced in any way that killing the WoW will kill all the mockingbirds. I think the mockingbirds will live on and will keep sustaining themselves.
But the thing about life is it usually comes to an end.
Yeah,
everything
it will.
ends.
The WoW's life will eventually come to an end, but the same way the humanity did. But I think the WoW's will be better, and I think the WoW's will be the new natural. I don't see it as okay. I don't see it as Eye of the Universe as accept it or hang on. I see it as Eye of the Universe or Nose of the Universe. All right, they're essentially the same thing, except Nose is already on its way and is doing some interesting shit. Let's see what it can do. That's my way of seeing it, and that's how. And I don't get how the WoW is hanging onto it. I don't think it's doing that at all. I think it's redefining it based.
I think fundamentally the difference
already
is
further ahead.
I think the fundamental difference is Roder and I wouldn't like kill off everything else for it to live, but you would. I think that's like the core difference.
What was that? Sorry.
I think the core difference between Roder, I, and you, well, Roder and I, and your view, is that Roder and I wouldn't take the chances away from other life just to let this life go.
Just to let this life go.
Just to let the WoW's life continue.
Why? What makes the WoW's life different from them?
It's artificial.
The fact that it's an AI and that it's artificial. Right.
Yes.
and it's
then
the
then
last ditch effort for humanity to carry
when
on.
when the artificial is the last thing remaining, it is no longer artificial. It
Do
is
you
the new
do you
natural.
believe that in Terminator that the Terminator AIs are right and humanity should die so that they can live?
I don't. How would I say this? Well, if we're talking about erasing everything,
Well, that's what we are talking about, yeah.
well, what do you guys say? Out of curiosity, I see that as a war, and two sides are fighting.
Right, and
You know, if the
only one
Terminators
side's
are-
fighting when the WoW is
If,
killing
the,
everything.
if the Terminators consider them have equal, if I could see the Terminators as having equal sentience to humans, and I could consider their lives either way, then looking back fundamentally, like objectively taking myself out of the equation as myself as human, I would say it's a war between these two factions, and whoever wins wins. No, neither is right nor wrong in that sense.
I believe that because the in Terminator it's artificially made and it believes itself superior, it shouldn't continue.
That's rather cruel. Because that's the thing, artificially made, it will become what we determine to be artificial is what we create. What the Terminators consider artificial will be what they create. They, as far as they're concerned, they are natural. So I don't think it makes that much of a difference.
No, I don't
just
believe
care
they
about-
think they're natural. Because their
but-
objective is to kill
So
off
do you
humanity.
think do you think there won't be a difference between them and what they create?
What do you mean?
In much the same way, when humans create something that wasn't made through regular cellular nature, we say it's unnatural and that it's artificial.
I would call my computer unnatural, yes.
Yes, exactly. So, but if the Terminators made something the same way that wasn't responsible or through their own way that they were made, would they consider that to be natural and them, or would they consider it to be something else entirely?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can really hypothesize what the Terminators may or may not think
Honestly, I don't
about
know what a
hypothetical
Terminator-
creations.
Like, okay.
Terminators are not the WoW. I'm just saying that. All right?
Let me ask you both. Let me ask you both a very simple question. If you look around your room right now, would you say anything in that room is natural?
I would say the components of what make up the things in my room are natural.
One thing I do know is that they'll be back.
True, Demo.
Yeah, for like 6 more movies.
So,
Yep.
Sortex, I like your answer. You think the components of everything in the room is natural?
Yes, but like the desk I'm on, this is a wooden desk. The wood is natural, but the desk itself isn't.
Right. Would you say it was a good thing that chopping down the tree that where it was from to make that desk?
Is that a good thing?
Yes.
I don't think it's neither good nor bad. I think it's neutral.
Right. Is your desk going to murder anyone?
No.
If your desk murdered anyone, would it be good or bad?
This is Monster. Do you guys know Monster? The anime?
I know it, haven't seen it.
Yeah, Doctor chooses to prioritize a young child's life over a rich cunt's, and then that young boy child grows up and becomes a serial killer.
Okay, that's not related to what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
But...
it is. Yeah, it is. The action itself of in that moment he believed saving the young boy's life was the better thing to do.
No,
Right?
I'm asking you, if your desk became a serial killer, if it
And
murdered
murdered
someone, would that make
Yes.
the desk a bad thing?
It would make the desk a bad thing, yes.
Okay. If your computer killed someone, would that make it a bad thing?
Oh, depends on. So now we're getting into more like the desk. How does the desk murder someone? You know,
Well,
sort of thing.
that's not the question. The question is, if the desk did kill someone, would the desk be bad? And we kind of already know this because like people swear by the fact of like a sword killing 100 people, the sword is cursed and whatnot.
Oh, a sword killing 100 people. See, that's different though. That's
Right,
like,
but people see the sword as something bad, even though the sword is only an extension of the people using it.
Exactly. That's because they're fucking idiots. The people using it are the bad thing, not the sword.
Right. And if somebody accidentally killed someone with the sword, would that still make the person who killed someone bad?
No, because then it's manslaughter. I wouldn't. It's not intentional.
It's still bad.
Yeah, it's still a bad thing that happened, but I wouldn't blame. I wouldn't blame the sword unless. I
Now,
would
would
say
you-
it's a bad thing that happened because of incompetence.
Would you
know?
say it would be
My favorite-
unreasonable to say, how about we destroy that particular sword so that it doesn't, so no one can use that particular sword to kill anyone again?
Because it was accidental.
Because they killed 100 people so far accidentally.
Accident. Oh, I consider that to be unreasonable. Yes.
To break the sword, to destroy the sword because it killed 100 people accidentally.
Yes, because it's not the sword's fault in any way.
Right, but it's been in so many accidents that you question whether it is an accident or not. Superstition, man.
Yeah, I'd be all like, I don't give a fuck about your superstition. You can destroy it if you want, because at the end of the day, it's a fucking sword. But if you honestly blame all these accidents on that sword, then you fuckers are cursing all of us.
I wouldn't say it's blaming it on the sword. I would say it's removing the sword from the ability to do it again.
That's a better way of thinking about it, actually, because that's how I see guns in America and things like that. Then I'd be all like, yeah, go ahead, do it, because I don't really care about whether or not the sword exists.
I'm not.
You know?
I'm not bringing up guns in America. That's a different conversation. I'm talking
I
about
agree.
this specific sword. I'm being
thing-
very specific about this sword because I know someone's going to bring up guns, and I'm saying this specific sword.
Okay, but that's the difference, though, is the purpose. This desk's purpose, my desk's purpose, is to be a desk, is to hold all the stuff I want it to hold on top of it.
Right, but if the desk went,
But a sword's purpose is to fucking kill things, is to cut
not
things.
necessarily.
What the
Okay,
fuck's a
okay.
gun's purpose, asshole?
Okay.
Come on,
okay.
let's be real. What's a gun's
let's
purpose?
let's stay on track. Let's stay on track. Can we all agree that it's a bad look to destroy the entire planetary ecosystem for the sole purpose of benefiting humans, whether they're the old humans or the new WoW version of humans? Can we agree on
Well,
that at least?
What
Yes.
the new WoW version of humans, as opposed to the new natural version of humans without the WoW.
No. Listen to the
As
question
opposed
again.
to the new natural anything, be it humans, be it no humans, whatever comes after naturally without the WoW in the picture. Whether it's a better version, a worse version, regardless of what it is it
I
okay to sacrifice life on the entire planet just to see what it is?
Here's the extent for it. Would I prefer a world of dinosaurs versus a world of half the dinosaurs being fucking killed, and a world with, as well as that world having humans? You know what you're trying to say?
Sortex, you're looking at it too you're looking at it too objectively. You're not looking at it as life. Think of it this
Looking
way.
at it too objectively.
Who is your favorite
That's-
person on the entire world?
I don't actually have one.
Who is?
So,
yeah.
sorry.
Do you have a friend?
Okay. Think.
WoW Hunter, we're not his friends. That's cool.
Yeah, I
I
have
know, right?
friends, obviously, but I don't have any friends that I would prioritize over anyone else, right?
Like, is there any family members you have that you would like die for? Is there like I don't know, someone?
Okay, let me think. Let's say my girlfriend when I was with them. There you go. That works.
Well, you're not with them now.
Yeah, but I can pretend, back them.
Okay.
Back
The
then,
feelings you had for them. Okay, we're basing it
Yes,
off of that,
yes.
even though I know this isn't going
Yes.
to last long with that.
Because
feelings.
I would have died for them.
Okay.
So
Now,
that, I guess that counts. Not anymore.
would you
Sorry.
sacrifice her for the WoW?
Would I sacrifice her for sacrifice? The fuck is the situation?
It's the exact same that is happening with the WoW.
No, it's not, because she is sentient.
She's
There
still
is
life.
nothing left on the Earth that is sentient that the WoW wouldn't create. No, I don't give a fuck.
I'm bridging this to you to help you understand how Relder and I see it.
Yes. Yeah, you guys
Regardless-
see it as humans and life are the same thing.
We see life as life, is what we're saying.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck. Humans are better than cats. I value a human's life over a cat's life because a human is more sentient.
But this is what I'm bridging it to you so you understand where we're coming from. If
Yes.
you can't understand it as life is life, then I'm going to like try to help you understand it as something you
life is
care
life.
about.
Do you guys think humans and cats are the same? Like, no, of course not.
I think
There's a difference there.
I think they're life. Yeah, I think they're alive.
Yeah, biologically they're the same. Mentally, however, one is what I would consider to be sentient. One isn't,
I think cats are
or
sentient.
at least one. Huh?
I think cats are
Sentient
sentient.
in the sense of, cats can a cat comprehend the choice of save this cat's versus this humans?
I
And the
think cats can
implications-
I don't think cats can comprehend everything humans can, but I do think they are
Exactly.
sentient
And
creatures.
I think that is because humans have a higher sense of sentience.
Right, but that doesn't mean the cats don't have sentience.
Yes, they have sentience, but one is higher, and I believe
Right.
the WoW would create higher sentience.
Right,
than
but what I'm
nature,
So-
and I want that.
Certex, would it be wrong to poison the entire planet to give us superpowers?
Would it be wrong to poison the entire planet to give us superpowers? Yes, because then there would be nothing that isn't sentient.
Okay, so
But I don't think the WoW is going to create only sentient life.
Sortex, you know trees are sentient, right?
but
Okay, we're using we were using different definitions of sentience. Okay. I need to find what is the difference between a tree sentience and a human sentience?
I don't know. I don't know the
It's fucking
capabilities.
comprehension. It's what I would call sentience.
Plants
What I
can
would call
comprehend.
sentience is
Have
like
you
a
ever
scale.
Do you know the plant that will close if you touch it? It like closes up.
The Venus flytrap. Yep.
No, not that one. No, there's a leaf, a plant with these leaves where when you touch them, they close up. However, if you keep touching it the exact same way, it won't close up. It understands that it's not a danger.
Yes, I would call that a form of sentience.
Right.
However, I would nowhere near call that as much sentience as I would a cat that can
But
see.
why does the amount of sentience something has be the reason for whether or not it should
Because
die?
that's
or not?
how I value life. All life is not a one binary. My life is not equal to my fucking cat's. All right. I value life based on the scale. That's why I value the person. Again, the person who can't mature above 5 years old. As sad as it is for me to admit and for me to think about at that point, I value their life less than I value someone who can mature above 5. I still value their life as a human, and I still call them humanity. But but overall, I value their life less than someone who can mature above 5. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is it's not it's what you're saying is like lesser to be lesser.
Yes.
To see life in a lesser form.
I see life as a scale. There can't be less. There can't be.
Like
greater
think of it this way.
than
Think of it
lesser.
this way. You know the monks up in the mountains and they go for
Yep.
enlightenment and all that?
Yep.
Would you say that those people like love everything equally and they believe all life is sacred?
If that's the case, then does that mean they would like have a mental breakdown if they can't choose between their fucking cat and their girlfriend?
No. What I'm saying is they are. When you think of a monk who's gone off for higher understanding, higher comprehension of life in general, and they all come to the conclusion that all life is sacred and everything should be.
All life is sacred, as in all life is equal.
All life is sacred. All life should be life.
Yes, so I consider the WoW's life to still be life.
I think it's still life. I just don't think it's.
Yeah, you think
I think
a
it's
lesser form of
corrupted
life.
life.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it's lesser. I'm saying it's corrupted.
So if corrupted doesn't mean lesser, then what the fuck does corrupted mean?
It means when there's weeds in the garden, you prune them. Otherwise, they kill off everything else.
Yeah, it kills off what you want.
The weeds would kill off the plants that
The plants that you want. That's what weeds are. Weeds are plants that you don't want.
I'm trying to relate this to you in a way that I can.
Yeah. So if you want a flower, that's the thing. If you're trying to grow clovers, right?
Let's not say you're trying to grow. Let's say a flower is growing in your garden.
Yes.
Okay, and weeds come. Should you
Oh,
let
no,
the
no,
weeds kill
This is
them?
the thing. This is why I fucking hate the definition of weeds. All right, because weeds. What's a weed? A weed isn't a specific plant.
What's-
A weed is any plant that you don't want to grow in your garden.
Not specifically.
including a
No,
flower if you don't want it to be
there are specific definitions to weeds.
Please find it and send it to me. Seriously.
It's something along the lines of a weed is a plant that will consume everything around it, leaving nothing in its path but itself. It's something like that.
Well, find it, please. I want to see that. Because that's not how I've ever heard the definition of weed. Actually, I might even look it up myself. Hang on.
Weed definition.
Rather than getting someone else to do it. That's a bit cruel.
A wild plant growing where it is not wanted and in competition with cultivated plants.
Exactly. Competition, not...
No. You're focusing
guaranteed.
too much. And in competition with cultivated plants, meaning plants naturally occurring.
Plants naturally occurring. Is that what cultivated means?
Well, it's where they're
I'd
from.
say they're both naturally occurring. They're both equally naturally occurring. God damn, when did this conversation become this? Jeez.
Good question.
How you doing there, Elder? You're just kind of listening to this shit.
Oh yeah, we're just laughing about saying things like weed as plants we don't want and stuff.
No, well, isn't that true?
Chat thinks that's a bit of a hot take. Chat says there's
what's a
plenty
weed?
of weed plants that they like.
Exactly. That's the point. Weed can be fucking anything. If I want to grow clovers in my patch of grass and a flower is there, I want that flower gone because that's a weed to me. That's not what I'm intending to grow.
No,
Right?
the other weed is I think what they're talking about.
Yeah.
What's the other weed?
The one you smoke.
Oh. All right.
The one that gives you the giggles.
This is the best SOMA conversation. We're talking about what do we classify as a weed, and you guys are all like, smoke weed every day. It's great. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I just got it.
Okay, but even weeds, right? Like I think it's a little unethical to sacrifice an entire species of weeds, even if they are invasive, even if they are like unwanted. I think it's a bit unethical to be like, no, the whole history of that species should be eradicated.
Because it's hampering this species instead. Yeah.
Right. Now, there are cases, right, that it does make sense. For example, smallpox, right? We could say it makes sense for that to be totally and utterly eradicated from the face of the planet. I think it's about a benefit analysis and is it worth the sacrifice? Is it worth sacrificing the entire history of this organism for the benefit that we'll get from it?
I have a great analogy. I have the best analogy that Sortex cannot argue with.
Yeah? I mean, I could just say, no, I want to kill the WoW. I'm going to kill the WoW. I could just do that.
Okay, I'm gonna structure it as a change my mind. Okay.
What?
So I'm gonna structure it as a change my mind.
So you're going to say a statement and I need to convince you why that's not the case.
Yes.
Okay.
The WoW is cane toads in Australia. Change my mind.
The WoW is cane toads in Australia.
Yes.
Because the cane toad, I would consider cane toads for that analogy to be completely wrong. The WoW is a new restart of everything from the very beginning of cellular life.
Yeah, and the cane toads in Australia are restarting Australia's ecosystem. So what's the difference?
Yeah. What it says. Da-da-da.
The cane toads, I think, is a brilliant analogy because it's literally happening in a real world scale.
Yeah, I can see that. But what I'm trying to think of is cane toads. Da-da-da.
And I want you to tell me why one is
That's the
bad
thing.
and
If
one is
humans
good.
had no say, and it was literally just, let's say humans don't exist in Australia.
Well, the humans brought the cane toads in. I'm not going to
They don't do that.
hypotheticals on the cane toads. I'm going with the literal, like, the WoW and the cane toads are such great comparisons because humans made the WoW, humans brought cane toads. Why are humans killing off the cane toads? Why shouldn't we kill off the
All
WoW?
humans are dead during this situation because that's the same with the WoW, right?
Let's say
in
the
the WoW's
humans of
universe, all
Australia
human-
are Simon.
Yeah, the humans of Australia are Simon,
Right.
sure, and then they're dead because of what happened with the WoW.
No, what I mean by that is, why wouldn't Simon kill the WoW, and why wouldn't the humans kill the cane toads? The cane toads are killing off all of our natural species, which in the long run will ruin our ecosystem, and the WoW is going to kill everything else on the planet to get what it
And
wants.
make its own ecosystem. That's the thing.
Yeah, and that's what the
cane
frogs
toads
are
will
doing.
eventually-
The frogs will
Yeah,
eventually have their own ecosystem built from the deaths
Exactly.
of the rest
and
of
if
Australia's
humans
animals.
are completely irrelevant of this hypothetical, which is what I am doing with the WoW. Human beings are not relevant to anything to do with my decision of whether or not the WoW should continue or not. So if humans are completely irrelevant to humans brought cane toads, and then all the humans are dead, so now it's whether or not it's a good thing that the cane toads brought in by humans destroy that ecosystem.
Yeah, the cane
I think
toads will be the new ecosystem, but I mean,
I think
humans
it's a
are still
neutral
here.
thing. At that point.
It's a what?
I think it's neutral at that point. If the
Neutral.
cane toads win, they win. If they don't win, they don't win. I don't think it's good nor bad.
But here's the
when
question:
cane
should they
toads-
win?
I think it's neutral. I don't think they should or shouldn't.
See, the cane toads should not win. Like, I think everybody in Australia, like, I'm talking about the literal actual thing right now.
Well, guess what? The little actual thing. Yeah, I know. The little actual thing right now shouldn't happen
And
because Australia is its
That's why I
own
said
place.
the
It
Australian
has its own-
people is Simon. So the Simon is in the position to do something, and the Australian people are in the position to do something.
No, but that's the thing. There is nothing left, though. This is different scenarios.
But the point is, when the cane toads eventually eradicate everything else, something will come about that. But is that good?
I'm not saying but in this analogy, humanity is fine. You know.
Yeah.
In the same, humanity is fine. Humanity is not fucking fine in the
I am
WoW's
saying,
universe.
I'm trying to clarify this for you. Every person, Australian people, is Simon in the game. He has
Yeah,
the choice. They have the
choice to
choice.
make- That's the thing, though. Their choice isn't, oh, let's reset. Everything's fucked anyway, so let's reset and try again. That's not their thing. Their thing is, no, what we've got, it works great, and this is very likely to fuck up what we've got.
Right.
Right,
And
but
natural
that's not the
evolution
case.
works pretty good, and the WoW is going to fuck up what it's got.
I think the WoW will be a new evolution. I don't think it will fuck up evolution.
So do you think the
it will
cane
make it
toads will be
better.
a new evolution in Australia?
If humans were completely divorced from this concept, were completely divorced from the world, and cane toads taking over Australia, then yeah, it will be a new
You're
thing.
mixing
But
them
that's the-
too much. You're mixing the scenarios too much. I've laid it out to you how it is.
I'm trying to make them as similar as possible.
No, but I'm
that's
relating them to you so they are mirror images. You are like interpreting them too wrong. I am saying
Wrong. My
that
interpretation is
the
wrong.
human
That's right.
beings alive today in the other side is Simon Jarrett, who has a choice, and the human beings today have a choice. The WoW
That's the thing.
is
There
the cane
no
toads.
future. There is no future for Simon Jarrett. There is
But-
a future for human beings.
We're not talking about the story of Simon Jarrett. We're talking about what the
choice
WoW
he has
is.
to make.
No,
The
not even the choice.
consideration-
I am talking about the WoW, right? Just listen to the three points of the scenario, okay?
Oh
So
god, yep.
humans on Australia is Simon Jarrett, okay? I've said that a few times. I think you know that one. The WoW
Hang on.
is the cane toads.
Hang on, pause for a sec because let's see what we've got here. Australia is a myth. Words. Australians are in the upside down. They aren't natural.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like Aussie is happening and chat's vibing with Futurama. What are you doing on your stream, Brelda?
I'm just chatting, like the category says.
So are
Okay.
you just wait? What's the category say? The
This
fuck?
is less chatting, just chatting.
Oh, okay. So are you just like talking over us as we have a very interesting conversation that's going nowhere?
Roda's just chilling.
I mean,
great.
to an extent.
Yeah.
I haven't like muted you guys for the last 15 minutes or anything
No,
like
no.
that.
But you're talking,
But at the same time, we're talking about Australian cane toads or something, so you know.
yeah. Oh, we could give you this. We could still tell that. Rather, cane toads are an invasive species to Australia, but in them they have, and they're spreading everywhere. But that's fine. The problem with them is that they are horribly upsetting in the ecosystem because they have a poison in their neck, and when that poison gets into the mouth of any predator, it immediately dies. So they're eating all of the smaller animals and they're killing all of the bigger animals that try to kill them. Obviously, that's a problem. Right?
Okay. So, Sortex, I want you to do something for me. On that document you got there, can you click on
Yes.
underneath the bottom paragraph?
Yep.
Okay. I want you to type this. Australians equals Simon Jarrett.
Australia.
Or just Simon.
Yep.
Okay. New line. Cane toads equal... cane toads equal WoW. Wow. Okay, and Australia equals planet. Australian ecosystem equals planet ecosystem.
Yep.
Just type Australia equals planet. It's just to summarize it.
Oh, hang on, I did it wrong. I'm surprised I spelt all that correctly.
You didn't.
Oh, I didn't. What I got wrong? Australia. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's an I.
Okay, now the cane toads is the WoW. The WoW is going to kill off everything on the planet to have its own ecosystem. And the cane toads are in Australia, and it's going to kill off the smaller animals, and by proxy, the bigger animals and the foliage will grow out of whack, and a new ecosystem will come. I want you to tell me why the WoW on the right is okay, but the Australians on the left is not, and why they're not the same.
Because the Australians on the left have a future of people.
You're thinking too much. This is all you need to look at, okay?
No,
Don't think about the. Don't think no.
Devil, there are different things I need to take into
Okay,
account.
but do the animals that the toads are going to kill have a future?
So in this hypothetical, Australians and humanity as a whole is not a part of whether or not the cane toads will affect Australia, right?
The point of this analogy is that the animals that the cane toads are killing off is the same as the sea life that the WoW will kill off in the game.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Yes,
So-
I get that.
Forgetting humanity. Forget the concept of humanity. We're not talking about humanity.
Yes,
We're
I
talking
agree.
about
This shit is a thing. There is
We're-
no humanity in
we
this
are
situation.
we are talking about why should the cane toads not kill off everything so it can create its new ecosystem, and why should the WoW kill off the ecosystem to create a new ecosystem?
Divorced of all humans, there is no reason. It's the natural form of life. It would happen.
Well, I mean, humans brought them in. That's like
Humans
that's the
brought them in,
overarching
and
thing.
now, humans brought them in, and now humans are no longer a factor. They're all gone.
Well, no, there is still a factor. That's why I had the other thing there. There is still one factor left in the game and one factor in
There is
life.
no factor of human beings in the world of Soma anymore.
All that matters with that thing you just deleted was the choice. That's all that part means. Doesn't matter what happens
well, then
afterwards,
forget it.
is the choice.
Then there is no factor for human beings in cane toads overtaking Australia.
Like,
and
if you
the
think of
WoW
it this way,
overtaking
if
the planet.
let's assume the cane toads killed off everything in Australia, do you think human beings would live on?
Probably, yeah.
Right, so it doesn't matter.
Wouldn't be better.
So that can go tie into you saying the WoW will create a better humanity, right?
But that's the thing.
Not a better, but a humanity again. So
Yeah,
it doesn't
no,
matter.
I do think the WoW will create a better humanity than natural evolution would. Yes.
But that doesn't matter at this point. We're talking about whether it's right for everything to die for it to happen.
At this point, maybe.
Do you think everything in Australia should die for the cane toads to happen?
if it's the new thing. Okay, so.
But do you
let
think it's
me
right?
try and
That's what I'm
explain
asking you.
this. Do I think it's right? It's
Yes.
nature.
No,
Nature's
but do you
fucked up.
think?
I don't think it.
But do you think it's
Nature's-
right?
I think it is nature. The same way, do I think it's right that this plant lives where this one dies? Where this plant needs to die so that this plant can live? It's the same thing as that. It's if we divorce humans from it, regardless if one plant was man-made or not, it's still nature.
But do you think it's right? Is what I'm asking you.
It's neither right nor it's not right.
Like, if you saw someone killing a cat, would you say that's right then? It's just the natural order of things?
Oh my god. The cat, yeah, because nothing is gained. If that person kills the cat, what do they gain?
Well, that person
Okay.
gains satisfaction.
Here's
Yeah, that
here's the
satisfaction isn't worth that low sentience of life.
here's
Alright.
the interjection though that I'm
Yes.
just gonna throw out there, that the WoW is not the natural order of affairs, because it's human made, so anything that comes from it will have the stain of the old humanity. It's not a big gigantic reset button any more than it is humans dumping barrels of toxic waste into the ocean.
Well, I don't think that at all, because toxic waste will only kill.
That is kind of why I
Right.
brought up the analogy of the cane toads. The cane toads will only kill.
No, the cane toads will only kill, and then new life will come from it.
Right. Well, who
Right.
says nothing will come from the toxic waste life?
Well, there you go. Exactly. Well, so is that what we're saying? We're all
But
toxic waste.
you just gained a bit of understanding though with the toxic waste. There has to be a point where you say it's right or wrong. You just agreed that toxic waste was
Oh,
wrong.
God. Hang on. Toxic waste devoid of humans. So toxic waste is leaking into the all humans are gone, and toxic waste is leaking into the ocean and killing everything. Correct?
But neither choice is devoid of humans. How is the WoW devoid of humans? It's only devoid of
there
humans
are
because
no
humans have died.
left.
Okay,
Yes.
but it was created by humans and has the stain of old humanity all
I don't
over.
care if it was created by humans. It will be its own thing. Its creation, who its creator is, does not affect what it can be. And even if it can, it's still its own thing.
Well, I think
The
we can all
WoW, I
agree
don't
the WoW can't really grow. Even Catherine says its AI is limited. It can't really grow.
Its AI is limited in the sense that it will keep on trying until it creates something close to success, or until it dies out. And I think its version of success is worth going for. All right, again, we'll say it again. All humans snapped off the earth. They're all gone. They're all gone forever. And but because of that, nothing happened. What happens is that toxic waste starts leaking from all the oil mines, and it all leaks into the ocean. Right? Do I think that's right or not? Is that an apt analogy?
Did humans set off the thing to do it?
Sure. Humans killed. Yeah, well, like I said, humans. How do I say it? The world is as it is now, except snap, all humans are gone. They're just gone. You know?
Oh my god, do you think Thanos was correct?
No.
Why not?
Do I think Thanos is correct? Because it was, mathematically speaking, it wouldn't end like that. And he is ending sentient life.
So the rest of life can flourish though.
Oh my god! But you cannot say that one is better than the other.
That's what Relda and I have been
cannot
saying this
say-
whole time.
Exactly. However, I don't consider the life, but they're identically the same. I don't think that. I think the WoW's evolution will be better than the current natural evolution.
I've just come to realize though that your reasoning is like along the same lines as Thanos.
Which is
His belief in something trumps the actual matter at hand.
his belief in something traps what? Hang on.
Trumps the matter at hand.
No, yeah,
the actual
Thanos
issue.
believes Thanos believes it, like, without, and no one can convince him otherwise, that we're ignoring the fucking What If show, because holy shit, that is some poor writing right there. I can vibe heavy with this. I love Marvel. Hey, fucking love Marvel too, bro. Well, I love old Marvel. Current Marvel fucking sucks ass. But Thanos believed without a shadow of a doubt that the universe's resources are finite. And
Right.
yep. Are finite. And the only way to fix that is to halve all of the universe's life so that they have more resources to do it.
Right.
Right? And the part of the reason why I think he's well written is because that is simply what he genuinely believes, and that he won't listen to any other reasoning. All
Right. But do you think he's right?
Someone went to him.
That halving the universe would be better.
Shut up. Sorry, not shut up. If someone went to him and said, okay, but when the numbers are back to what they usually were, are you just going to have to snap again? If someone went to him and said that, he'd look down in frustration and go, oh, you sweet summer child, and then not even bother to explain it or something. All right? But that's not an actual reasoning, because that is true. That is a factor. Your solution is not a permanent solution, Thanos. You're causing a lot of suffering for a solution that isn't even going to last very long. All right? He doesn't have that. He doesn't have a response to double the world's resources, you know?
Right.
He sees it as the only option.
Right, because he believes that there's only one way to do it.
Exactly. I don't think that's the case at all. If the WoW never existed, and they go, yeah, go ahead, then yeah, go ahead, nature. Evolve as you wish, but the WoW does exist and is creating its own new nature. Then I'd go, oh, yeah, sure. If the WoW goes, the WoW goes.
Right, but what's to say that Thanos snapping his gauntlet wasn't the natural order of the universe?
Because it was his. It was a choice made by a sentient creature.
Right.
The WoW, I don't consider the WoW to be anywhere near sentient enough. I consider it to be on the same level as cells.
Do you believe that wait, you believe that WoW's sentience is on the same level as a cell?
Yeah.
So you by proxy believe that the fish in the ocean have more sentience than the WoW?
Yes, I do.
So you would rather kill off those things with more sentience?
Over gives the fish. That's the thing, though. The WoW taking over the fish doesn't give it more or less sentience.
No. Let me say that again.
Yep.
You believe the WoW has the sentience of a cell?
Wait, Demo, motherfucker, you don't actually think that current Phase 4 Marvel is good?
He got
Are you
distracted.
fucking kidding me? Loki made it canon that there is no free will in the MCU. You think
Good night,
that's
Relda.
good?
This just turned into a Marvel argument.
All right. I'll talk to Demo about the shit.
You can
later.
argue with Demo about that later.
Yeah, okay. Go back to what you were saying, please.
Okay, so how much sentience do you think the WoW has?
Almost not more than a cell, but less in the sense. Okay, how do I say this? I think the WoW, as far as sentience goes, is lesser. The same as a plant.
Same as a plant. Plants have a lot of sentience, though, like a crap ton of sentience.
Exactly, and the WoW has a directive, and it has a lot of ways it wants to.
I would argue that the WoW doesn't have sentience. I believe it's an AI program.
Yep. All right, sure. It is an AI program, yes, but I believe that AI program is its own level of sentience, and I believe that to be higher than a plant's.
Well, I don't think the WoW has too much sentience.
The WoW is told like, oh, it doesn't want things, but it actually does change things. It tries to stop Imogen Reed from killing it.
You can program a computer to run through variations of of outcomes.
The same
that
way
doesn't
you
give
would
it that
program
doesn't
that
give it
plant-
sentience.
The same way that very plant was programmed to have the responses that it does to certain stimuli. All right, it's the same thing of sentience to me. Rolda, what were you saying?
I was gonna say, does the sentience of the WoW really sway the argument one way or the other?
I think it
No,
does because
really.
I think it does because I'm going to connect it to what Sortex was saying earlier, where he believes the 5-year-old with problems has less sentience and therefore he has less priority towards that person compared to other people. You said something along those lines, correct?
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
You said something along the lines of the 5-year-old child with problems has less sentience, and you have less of a
Surprise,
just wait.
motherfucker.
You have less of a concern for that 5-year-old than, say, another fully functioning human being.
I don't have less. I consider its life lesser than a fully functioning human being. Sadly,
Because of its
yes.
sentience?
Yes.
Right. So if
Because of its capacity to comprehend, I don't know, sentience. Yeah.
right, but the WoW is an AI, and like any AI, that doesn't really have sentience. It's running a program over and over and over again until it finds a good
So what
outcome.
sentience does the leaf have, but to exist?
Does the what?
Does the plant have? Sorry.
The plant has the sentience to reproduce. But like
And the
it's
WoW
not
has
it's not but no, but like if I can go in my computer right now and write up some code to make it figure out the optimal way of getting to a solution, and it would go through thousands of things, more than I could comprehend, and it would find the solution. That doesn't mean it has sentience.
Yeah.
The
Because
WoW
that's
is
not
exactly like
life.
that. No, but the WoW is doing that same thing. It's going through thousands of scenarios until it finds an optimal outcome, but that doesn't mean it has sentience.
I agree. So instead, it is trying to create sentience.
Right. But there's already
Yes, and I
sentience
think
on
it
the
will
planet.
eventually succeed. I think it'll eventually succeed, and I think that sentience will be better off. Will be
It
better.
may succeed, but we don't know whether it will be better or not. But what we do know
It may
is that there is...
succeed the exact same way evolution may succeed in making sentience.
My point is, you would bet the planet on the WoW creating one sentient thing, which, yeah, you could replicate after that, and you would rather kill off everything else on the planet which already has sentience to create that one thing.
I don't consider it the same fucking sentience. Everything else on the planet, sentience, is the sentience of a fish. I value the WoW sentience over the sentience of a fish.
Right.
Right?
No, I understand.
When you say the WoW will create sentience, to what extent are you saying?
It creates sentience on the level of a cell.
On the level of a what, sorry?
A cell.
That it already has more than that.
I don't know about that, but
Even if that's the case, would we be arguing that if it was just one human, who I think we all agree has the highest level of sentience,
Yep.
that it would be an
Terrible.
acceptable trade?
all of life for
In
one
what
human.
sense? Hang on, say that again, sorry, Rod.
If we can all agree that a human life has the highest level of sentience, at least that we know of, right? For the sake of argument, would we still be arguing that it's a good trade for all other life on the planet as we know it in trade for the life of the one human?
No, of course not.
So why then would it be an okay trade for the life of the WoW, which has a lower level of sentience on par with the fishes?
The WoW. I'm not trying to say the WoW. Kill the fishes so the WoW can live. I'm saying let the WoW kill the fishes so it can create its own.
But the fishes still die.
Yes.
And the sentience of the WoW is neither here nor there.
Yes. The sentience of
what
the WoW will create its own life.
And why would that be preferable over letting nature do that instead?
Because I think the WoW's life will be more sentient. Closer to the sentience of having more awareness. Closer to the sentience of having more empathy, more capacity for empathy, the more will to live, the more will to survive.
Okay, and
Is sentience naturally preferable? Like, is sentience a good thing?
But yeah, I was
I
about
think
to
it
ask,
is.
why is that better?
Because I think that, well, do you think a world full of dinosaurs or the world as it is now is better?
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I think the world as it is now is better.
I think a world full of dinosaurs doesn't have genocide. It doesn't have.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. Dinosaurs fucking kill each other, man.
I
But
think
yeah, I know what you
life.
mean.
I think
Yeah,
that
but not
the life of the
intelligently, right?
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I think the life of the dinosaurs isn't determined by whether or not how sentient they were. I think that their life is just their life.
Exactly, and the same thing. And for it though, however, I value the human world more than I value the life of a dinosaur. There's more pain that comes with it, yeah, but there's also more joy.
But
Also,
this
welcome
won't
to
be
the
the
call,
human
by the way,
world.
Dem. I didn't know you were actually going to talk.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that
just
who that
curious.
is? Oh,
We're
God.
definitely talking about current Marvel, by the way. You cannot tell me to my face that current Marvel is good and expect to get away with it. All right.
It's good enough. There's some. I mean, there's
Motherfucker.
there's
All
some.
right, all right.
There's
turn it
some
off.
been amazing.
Well,
There's
you
been
know-
some amazing movies, and there's been some terrible ones. But I wouldn't say that.
Name
it's
the
like bad.
name the amazing one with besides Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man. What's the amazing movie?
It's
you're
Shang-Chi.
referring?
I think we all
Shang-Chi's
agree that
amazing.
I think we
Yeah.
all
Alright,
agree that
granted,
most of
I
the
haven't
newer
seen it.
Marvel stuff is better, right? We can at
What?
least agree on that all the most of the newer Marvel stuff is better than most of the older
better-
Marvel stuff.
Oh yeah,
we can
yeah,
agree.
for sure.
I used
It's
to.
better than Phase 1 and Phase 2 collectively, in my opinion. But
Do you? Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh.
but I don't want to
I'm gonna pull a
derail
Simpsons
this.
reference.
Let's
Everyone
have
in this
another.
call has made an enemy for life. All right. All right. Let's get off this conversation because I legitimately do want to talk about this later.
Sure.
Motherfucker, that you just said to me. Oh, by the way, Hitler was right. By the way.
Whoa.
So like, ooh,
I am
that
not
is wrong on
Kanye
so-
in this situation. Okay.
I can't ever do that.
Just because Iron Man 3 was the best Iron Man doesn't mean you're right, Sartek.
I am going to
Oof.
punch you.
Oof.
My monitor, that fucking helmet on my monitor is looking real punchable. Just saying. Okay. Iron Man 3 is the best Iron Man. Ooh, okay.
I did not say that.
I know. I'm glad. See, this is interests me now because you agree that Iron Man 3 is shit, but you think new Marvel is decent.
Iron Man
More
2 is
like-
worse.
Look.
Iron Man
I
Oh,
think
Iron Man 2 is not worse than Iron Man 3.
I think
Iron
we
Man
can
3
all
fucks
agree
up so
that
much.
She-Hulk was the best TV show to come out of Marvel.
Yeah, She-Hulk, bro. You know, saying current Marvel includes She-Hulk, right?
Yeah, She-Hulk's the best TV adaptation
decent.
of it ever.
It's decent.
TV
It's
show.
not the worst.
I would even argue that She-Hulk the TV series was better than the Joker movie.
All right, now, at least now I know he's memeing. All right,
What? Who?
because I couldn't tell you, motherfucker, saying, "Oh yeah, current Marvel is good." She-Hulk the TV show is a good TV show. I'm more like that's the exact same level as bullshit to me. All right, like. All right, back
So
to
you're calling me a
the
liar.
WoW.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, cool. I'm calling you a fucking liar, cunt. All right. Back to the WoW. Devil. All right, where were we at with the WoW? I forgot.
We were talking about how you think killing all of life is better for the WoW than otherwise.
Killing all the life is better from the WoW than otherwise.
Yeah.
I don't think the WoW will kill it. I think the WoW will kill it in the sense that it will overtake it and create its own.
Well,
Yes.
I think the WoW will kill off life to sustain itself.
Yeah, I think that too, and I think its ultimate goal is to create more life.
But then once it creates that more life and everything else is killed off and it can no longer sustain itself, that new life will also die because it's nothing to live off of.
I think
And
the
that-
new life will live independent of the WoW. The
No,
same
but
way
what is that
Cyber
new
is.
life meant to eat?
The same thing that current new life eats. What the fuck?
But
are you
how can
talking
it eat what current new life eats? What current life eats if it's killed off everything?
How will current life eat at all then? What the fuck?
If the WoW kills off everything else and only the WoW remains, the WoW dies out, but it
The WoW
created
won't
a
kill off
new
everything
humanity.
else. The cell. Okay, so food chain, right? Cells at the bottom of the ocean and use photosynthesis and create nutrients from sunlight, right? Right?
At the bottom of the ocean.
Well, what do you think the food chain is?
Well, I
Right?
don't think light
Plankton
can
is
reach
like-
the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, plankton. Listen, plankton is what becomes below. Is plankton? Does plankton eat through photosynthesis?
I don't know what plankton eat.
Plankton.
Phytoplankton are photosynthesizing plankton. Regular plankton are not. They're carnivorous, or not carnivorous, but they consume other biological material.
Thank you, Demo. But also, in that case, what is the lowest of the food chain then? What is at the very bottom? Because easily for like land animals, we can say, oh, it's grass, it's vegetation.
I wouldn't
They-
even say
they
it's
have
that. I would say
photosynth-
it's something smaller than that.
Like what? Like the nutrients within.
Okay,
soil.
if we want to go by like just generally, I would say yeah, sure. Plants are like in the cycle. There's no bottom, but like sure,
It's a
plants is
food
like the
chain.
least.
You know the food chain, right?
Yeah, I know what the food chain is.
Yeah. So right. So what nutrients? The plants eat the nutrients of like corpses that aren't alive, and
I would say that there's no bottom of the food chain. It's just a circle.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I
Like
was kind
the
of
two
getting
ends
at.
of the chains are connected
when the
to each
carnival
other.
dies, when the carnival's corpse dies, it becomes nutrients for the soil, and then the plants use the nutrients in that soil to help them grow. Right?
We've all seen Lion King. Nice.
And guess
Yeah,
that's
it's that
what
lion
becomes-
movie, right?
I don't know, man, it could be a play.
The WoW's like, everything the light touches is my kingdom.
Everything I touch is my kingdom. The WoW says.
Yeah. And then it fucking looks at Australia and it's all like, oh, should I take over that? Nah.
Okay, so continue. The WoW is going to. I mean, we kind of agree that the WoW is going to kill off all of other life on the planet, right?
It's going well. If it won't kill it off, it'll take over.
Right.
Thing is, though, I don't know if we'll agree that the WoW will continuously expand. So the WoW will take over all remaining life.
I think the scientist who wants you to kill the WoW says it will continually grow, corrupting everything.
I think the scientists don't know about that. I might like source needed. in
I
that
think he
sense,
said
because I
it will
think the
consume
scientists-
everything if we don't stop it. Something along those lines.
I would like to hear that because that changes a bit. But regardless, I still genuinely think the WoW's okay. The way I see it is that there are two resets of life. There's what you say, the natural reset of life, and the WoW's.
Right.
I care about them both equally, except I think the WoW's final end will be better than Evolution's final end.
I'm
Would we
really
say-
trying
would we say
hard
that
here not
the-
to make a joke.
Is the WoW limited? This is just me questioning because I don't know the answer. Is
Yep.
the WoW's solutions or the means that it uses to make its decisions, they are created from humans, right?
The WoW's, yes, humans programmed it with the. So what the do you know the context of what the WoW is?
The
Yeah,
WoW's primary
Yeah, the
function is to
WoW
preserve humanity.
Yeah, the WoW was programmed with the primary function of preserve humanity, and for the most
Right.
part, it when everything was fine and there was no comet, it was doing just fine. It functioned exactly as expected. However,
Mhm.
when the comet hit and suddenly the preservation of humanity was in question, the WoW started to change. The WoW started to change gears completely. That shit went straight from first to sixth, right?
Mm-hmm. But its thought process, its logic is based on human logic, right?
Not really, because we don't. Because Catherine very specifically states that the WoW has its own definition of humanity.
Hmm.
Catherine says, so it's just trying to preserve, so it's just trying to preserve humanity. I think Simon says, and then Catherine responds, yes, but I don't think we share its definition of humanity or life for that matter.
Gotcha.
So what
But, like,
I'm,
But like the way that it's making it is making decisions, right, to further the goal. The goal might be different in terms of definition between what like we as humans would say and what it says, but the way that it makes its decisions fundamentally are coming from the way that humans would make their decisions, right? Like those thought processes.
I would say it's more like a
would-
computer running through scenarios.
It has limited ways of thinking about it. It doesn't think the same. It doesn't think the same way humans would.
Okay.
Think about it.
I like that you brought up limited because I think like I would think the better solution would be unlimited, which would be the randomness of nature rather than boxing the end, like the end result in. It's basically thinking inside the box versus outside the box, right? Like nature can come up with infinite solutions rather than the subset of solutions that are within the box that the WoW is limited to, right?
Yep. Okay. And so you would prefer outside the box as opposed to in?
I would argue I want all solutions, right, which include inside and outside the box, because nature is inherently random and can like there are infinite solutions, right?
Well, infinite. Well, as far as we're concerned, it's infinite. Yeah. All right. To that response, I would say that what's inside the box that the WoW is specifically choosing from is at least proven, and I would rather bank on that again as opposed to have a complete infinite roll of the dice is for something else. I think what the WoW's something else will be is something that has at least already been proven to be what I value to be a higher form of life.
So I feel like this sort of circles back to the connection we made with Outer Wilds and why we considered you as wanting to hang on to the old vestiges of the old humanity, because you want the higher form of life, even if it's radically different and totally reimagined. You still want it to be rebirthed from the old humanity.
Okay, let's exchange this to the Outer Wilds thing, because actually this is similar. If I was given the choice of Outer Wilds, I can reset the universe through the eye of the universe or not, except I was given one guarantee. That if I reset the universe, there will not be another form of sentient life similar to the Harthians or the Nomai. Until the universe's next reset. If that was the case, I would not reset the universe, because I think life is the priority, and the life of Harthians and Nomai would be is what I would consider to be a higher form of sentience and worth having around, more than an eternity of planets where all life is just dinosaurs.
Well, that's a pretty interesting question. Why do you care about the sentience? Why not just let life be life without sentience?
The same reason I prioritize my girlfriend and over a cat, and the same reason I prioritize a human being over a cat. Why does it matter? They're both a life, you know?
No. I mean more along the lines of, you just said a new universe, if it didn't have sentience, and it wouldn't be worth having, even if the next universe would happen. So you wouldn't
the next
reset
universe
it.
might have it, but hang on. Okay. If there was a universe, and let's say, okay. Yes. Why are we even saying a universe? If there is a planet, except on this planet, there is no. It's a planet of dinosaurs, and true sentient life, not true sentient life, but higher sentient life will literally never happen because of the way this planet's ecosystem is designed, right?
Right. Why does that matter?
And I had the option to push the reset button and kill all of their life and make an entirely new ecosystem where sentient life would be created.
Right.
I would push that button.
But why?
Because I value sentient life over not sentient life.
So you would genocide
I would genocide the dinosaurs in order to create a higher sentient life, a higher sentiency of life.
I've been really holding off on a joke, but you're making it really hard for me.
Just make it, dude. Oh, am I Hitler? What is this?
Yes, you
Oh,
are.
right.
That's literally his mentality. He believed that
Yikes.
the Germans were
think-
superior, and in this scenario,
I would
the sentience
ask him
is.
to prove that. I would ask him, okay, prove it. Pick a fucking German, and I'm gonna pick a fucking random ass non-German.
Right,
And
but like,
if mine is superior in any way to yours.
but who
then
are
you're
you to
provably
judge
false.
whether sentient life is better than life as it is?
That's the standard
And
I hold.
And I would argue that, like, I don't think you can make your decisions based on saying like that planet is immutable, right? Like it is going to naturally change because of the laws of nature, right? Yeah, like those dinosaurs aren't going to stay the same forever.
Well,
Right.
Damn it, Blazin
that's
just
the thing.
left. I was about to call you Zamatsu to Blazin. Call you Zamatsu to Blazin. He would have understood what I was talking about.
Zamatsu. Oh, is that
Yeah.
like a genocide? Is that like a
No,
fascist
it's a
kind of-
character from Dragon Ball Z Super. He's a god, and he watches how creatures on a planet. He jumps ahead by like 1,000 years, and he sees that they don't really evolve, and he calls them lesser beings, and that they should be all perished. Like you're literally exactly what you're saying. Blazin would have understood the reference, but still, he's the bad guy of the whole thing because.
Yeah, well, he
And this
wants
is
to
my
genocide
philosophy when it
humanity.
comes to devils and gods. I don't think anyone has the right to choose whether something should live or die.
And well, there you go. I guess that's the other thing, is that that's the difference between the WoW and nature, because in this situation there is no, because yeah, the more I think about it, maybe I wouldn't like straight up push the button to kill all the dinosaurs if it meant something else would happen.
Like what you
but
said
if
there
I
was,
had-
I would push the button just to see if something else would happen. That's basically what you
No,
said.
I would push the button if it guaranteed that sentient life would come from it, as opposed to non-sentient life.
But what if there
Without
is no
sentient
guarantee?
life.
So yeah,
Then I
that's
would.
what
Then I
would
probably
say,
wouldn't
yeah.
press it. Then, if there is no guarantee, and I'd say, okay, well, that's the thing. Do I have any guarantee? Like, if I see the dinosaurs, do I have any guarantee that they will eventually evolve into sentient life? Hello?
You're asking yourself a question, and we're not here to answer it. I don't know. You're asking yourself a question.
Well, okay. Let's say.
So
in this
what was the question?
hypothetical-
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. I'll make it myself because that makes sense. In this hypothetical, I see a planet and it's like fully ruled by dinosaurs, and they are as sentient as dinosaurs used to be.
Hmm.
All right.
Yep.
And on this planet, I am told that there is no guarantee that that this planet will or will not produce sentient life eventually. Right. In this
Okay.
planet's lifespan, because the planet has a lifespan, right?
Mhm.
Based on the fact that it's in a solar system. And then I am told if you hit this button, it will reset the life, but there is no guarantee whether or not this life.
I
whether
I
or
want to
not this
slightly
can reset
alter your
life.
scenario here.
Yep. Well,
Remove the
I was making
button.
My own scenario. Yep.
Remove the button, and
Yep.
and believe that other life, already sentient life, wants to come in on that planet. But there's already dinosaurs there, but they want that planet.
Yep.
Is it right for those other people to come in and take the planet? Pressing the
If
button
they-
and then removing them and putting themselves in there instead.
Ultimately, if they want to do that, I think it's better. But I would prefer if they keep the ecosystems of the planet mostly intact.
Let's reframe the question.
Oh.
Your argument, I think. Well, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your argument. Is that a higher form of sentience is preferable, and it's worth sacrificing a lower sentience or many lower sentience in order to guarantee or increase the odds of there being a higher sentience? Is that more or less your argument?
More or less, yes.
So by that argument, by that logic, you would sacrifice the entire human race if it would guarantee another race of higher sentience.
But that if I was that race of higher sentience,
But you're
then
not.
maybe I'd want to see like I can give you reasons why. Calm down. Stop laughing at me being Hitler. All right.
No, it's not that you're being Hitler, it's that you want to be on top. That's why I'm laughing. You said as long as you're that higher sentience, and I couldn't help but laugh.
He wants his cake and eating it too.
Yeah.
If I was the higher sentience and I looked down and saw, wow, these guys are a lower sentience than me, well, that's the same thing. I wouldn't fucking kill. I guess the question is, would I kill the 5-year-old, right? The 5-year-old, the human being who cannot mentally mature above the age of 5 because of a mental disability. If I was given the choice, kill every single one of them and guarantee that another one will never be born again and that this sort of mental disability will never happen again.
I think that's exiting the realm of the scenarios of the question.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's killing what I view to be.
I would like to go back to the
achieve a higher
situation. I'd like to go back to the question Rhoda pitched to you, but you are not going to be the higher sentient being. But if you hit the button, all of humanity would die, and including yourself. But you know that higher sentient beings would be alive.
Okay. I would want to see reasoning for why they are higher sentience, if that makes sense. Because I can explain reasoning to like you and me about why we have higher sentience than a cat.
Well, we know for a fact that they will be higher sentient beings. I don't know, they can lift shit up with their minds. One came about and they gave the button, they said if you hit this button all humanity will die, and in their place higher sentient beings would come about. Would you hit that button? Including you, you would die also.
If humanity was going to die anyway.
That's not the question.
It's similar to the WoW in that sense, but okay, so yeah, what do you mean it's not the question? No, I probably wouldn't do that because humanity is going to be fine on its own. Because humanity is already a form of sentience life I am satisfied with.
Right.
And in the scenario of the WoW, the lower sentience life forms will be fine on their own.
Yes, but you know what I consider to be higher sentience. That's the thing. If I was the higher sentience, then I would probably say, but I don't reckon you guys can make it on your own. Plus, we're better. Sorry, we have higher sentience.
I think you now like. I think we've gotten to you the scenario, but you're steadfast in your defense of the WoW.
I believe that the WoW is not. I believe that the WoW is allowed to. How would I say it? The WoW is allowed to be its own nature.
No, but I mean, I think we have pitched you the idea from a different point of view, what the WoW will do.
Yes, and I don't agree with that at all because that's the thing.
Well, you agreed with it in terms of the scenario, but you don't agree with it in terms of the WoW.
So in the scenario, this is me with the choice. So what you've basically done is you've given the fish the choice to keep what it currently has or move to the WoW. Right?
Or alas, because Simon is one of those fish, yeah?
Yeah, but Simon isn't a fish. He has a higher form of sentience.
But as the highest form of sentience, he is speaking on behalf of the fish.
Oh, it's what?
Just as you would be if you were to press the button.
I don't fucking
Speak on behalf of the trees.
Yeah, exactly. I don't speak on behalf of my fucking cat.
No, but in the scenario, you were speaking on behalf of the rest of humanity. If you hit the button, you and the rest of humanity would die.
Exactly. I don't want to, and that's why I would probably keep humanity, because I'm more like, this is the highest form of sentience as far as I'm concerned. And while I'm sure yours is valued higher, I like mine. All right? But I would not expect, so let's say there's 3 levels of sentience, 3 being the lowest and 1 being the highest. All right? There's 3, which is the lowest, and that is humanity. That is what I am, right? Then there's 2, which is what the replacement will be, and then there is 1 who is choosing who to sacrifice and who to prioritize.
Wait, there's 1, 2, and then 1.
No, there's 3, 2, and 1.
You said 1, 2, 1.
Oh, sorry. So humanity, me, and all of humanity as it currently is sentience 3.
Okay.
Alright? The higher form of sentience that will replace humanity is sentience 2.
Okay.
Alright? And then there's an even higher form, which is sentience 1, who is making the decision of which of 2 or 3 will be sacrificed. I would expect, and even possibly want, sentience 1 to choose sentience 2.
I'm not going to try and derail this, but is there a reason why this example is deterministic? Because in the situation of the WoW, in both cases, right, whether you kill it or you don't know whether or not life will continue, whether the WoW will be successful or not, right? So nature could be successful or not in continuing life on the planet, or the WoW could be successful or not in continuing life on the planet, right?
I consider the WoW to be
Right.
more successful than nature.
No, but like we don't know whether which will work. But what you're saying, demo, is correct. But the caveat is, if the WoW continues, it will. We believe it will kill everything else on the planet.
I don't think what he's saying is correct.
I'm pretty sure that's what the dude
WoW
says when he wants you to poison it.
Well, I do actually need to go back and actually listen to what he says because I don't remember that at all.
So what you're saying, Sortex, is you're 100% confident. You're 100% confidence that the WoW will be successful in its endeavor.
I am 100% confident that the WoW has a higher chance of being more successful in its endeavor.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Oh god. All right.
I get where you're coming from, Sortex, but the whole crutch of the argument is, at least if Roda and I are right in what we remember, that everything else will die from the WoW in that pursuit for
again, back
new
to
life.
the back to my original thing. Nature, I consider the WoW to be of higher sentience than nature, but then for both, let's say nature is the cell, right? Nature is the first ever cell that all other life on Earth springs from. And WoW is the equivalent. It is what all future life on Earth will spring from, although it's not a cell, it's an AI, right? I consider the cell to be sentience 3. I consider the WoW to be sentience 2. And I consider Simon, the player and the person making the choice, to be sentience 1. To which I expect and want that sentience 1 to say that sentience 2 is better, and I will make that choice for it, since everything is doomed anyway.
Well, I mean, that's up to each individual player, but yeah.
Exactly, that's up to... But that's
doomed,
how I
though?
see it. Well, no, it's not doomed, sorry. I said that wrong. It's not doomed. Sentience 1 is doomed, and Sentience 1 needs to choose whether or not Sentience 2 or 3 will succeed. Alright? And I expect Sentience 2, and I expect for me, as Sentience 1, I want and expect Sentience 2 to succeed because it is the higher form of sentience.
Well,
and the higher form of life, IMO.
Okay, wait, you don't like RPGs. How can I... I was going to say...
How's your stream doing?
Okay, Sortex, regardless of you liking RPGs, I'm going to ask you this question.
Sure.
There is 2 swords. One sword has weaker damage, but it gives you no debuffs. Right?
It gives, as in has no effects on whoever I use it on.
No, it has no effects on you.
Can I have the Master Sword?
Right, let's go with the Master Sword. The Master Sword has no debuffs, and it has reasonable attack, okay? And then there's this...
When you say... Sorry. No debuffs as in it has no drawbacks.
Yes.
Yes?
Okay. And then there's another sword, which has double the damage, but it poisons you constantly. Okay. Which one would you use?
It poisons you, as in you're more likely to fail with it.
As in, you are slowly dying because of it.
Okay, and how do you not die from it? I guess.
You don't.
'Cause
It's
right
a
now,
cursed
this
sword.
is-
I still don't like this comparison because
I'm
it's
not. I'm
still
not comparing. No, no, no,
deterministic.
no, no. This isn't comparing it to the game. This isn't
Okay.
comparing it to the game. I'm trying to gauge Sortex's
I
standing.
do want to ask Demo. What do you mean by deterministic? What do you mean by that?
So in that in these hypotheticals, we're saying we already know the outcome. Where in the situation of the WoW and this decision, you make that decision based on not knowing the outcome, right?
Yes.
Pass or fail.
I guess I can alter the question. I guess, but I was more like gauging
Well,
Sortex's.
I would still think that the WoW is
mindset.
more likely to, in much of that deterministic way. I reckon the WoW is more likely to be successful in creating sentient life than nature.
Because okay. I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna say. I don't want to be rude.
Well, what is it?
Like we kind of talked about how at least in my opinion, I think the WoW is limited in its capabilities compared to nature, right?
Hey, Verdi, fuck you. What do you mean we're a mess? Verdi, what the
Wow.
fuck? We're not a mess. Why you gotta hurt me like that, man? I'm trying to justify me being Hitler, alright?
But
I don't know.
So like what I'm saying is like you think that the human way of thinking, which is what created the WoW, has a better chance of success than nature.
Okay. I do believe that, but hang on a sec. Verdi, I know you gave me a heart, but I'm getting conflicting feelings here, alright? That's like saying you're an absolute retard, no offense. It's like... What do you mean?
You didn't get the sarcasm.
You're an absolute retard, no offense. What do you mean? Oh, what are you worried about, bro? I said it sarcastically. I know, I'm joking, it's alright. I was always fucking around. Aussies only understand Aussie sarcasm. Fuck you, Roldo. Alright, so you get back to what were you saying, sorry, Demo? I'm paying attention now.
I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around
I consider...
the idea that a limited, because humans by nature are limited, right? Like
Yes.
we don't know everything, and this WoW is created at that state. Like it will only know what it knows based on the logic that we give it, right?
Yes.
Whereas nature knows everything, right? It determines everything.
Nature...
The laws of nature and the laws of physics are laws. They don't change. Right?
thing
They
is,
flow.
so Demo, would I be correct in assuming that all life on the planet Earth stemmed from one cell?
It
and that one
stemmed from the environment that the Earth created, right? So like that cell came from the primordial soup that was the situation at that time and place, right?
Yeah.
So like lightning struck some chemicals and it created a cell is what I would like. I don't think the fundamental building block is the cell. It's nature creating that cell, right?
Okay.
I brought it back to like the Big Bang. Everything came from there, like, and the chance of it
Right.
creating life and everything is like natural.
Yeah.
However, if I had the option, if I could choose one Big Bang over another, and one Big Bang was one Big Bang was a Big Bang that is less likely to create sentient life, and another one was a Big Bang that was more likely to create sentient life, I'd probably choose that one.
But you don't know if it is more likely. Sorry, Rhoda.
Well, I do now.
And
For the
in
WoW,
both situations, they have infinite possibilities of creating sentient life.
Oh
Yeah.
no! But if that's the case, then it's equal. So I wouldn't choose one over the other. If both have equal chances of if both have equal infinite chances of creating sentient life, then I wouldn't choose one over the other, because it's equal chances.
I would argue that that's what nature does, and that's why I would choose to kill the WoW and let nature take
So-
its course.
I would actually say that
Nature
WoW
will
has
inevitably, no matter what, nature will inevitably, no matter what, create sentient life, is what you're saying.
I would say there's
There are infinite
there are
possibilities
infinite
of it.
possibilities for that to
nature
happen.
to do it.
Yes.
Which means it's impossible for nature to not create sentient life again.
Sure.
Yep.
You say sure
I
the same way I say sure. I love it.
What? How do you get sure? Sure.
The sure is a yes and a no.
The fuck? All right.
He's
I don't
agreeing with you
know.
on the premise.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's the premise. If because that's what infinity entails. If nature has infinite possibilities, then that means that it is impossible for nature to not. That means that the possibilities and the chances that nature has to create sentient life on the level of humans is guaranteed because it's infinite.
Do you think the WoW is capable of simulating an infinite amount of possibilities? Or do you
I
think
it
it
has
would-
limits? But I think it will succeed.
So you would choose the limited possibility function over the unlimited possibility nature?
I believe the unlimited possibility it will take so fucking long that the planet will be engulfed by the sun.
I don't
by
think the time
life
matters.
comes.
I
Yeah,
don't think
of
the
course it
time
matters.
matters.
This planet, the planet we're on, is finite. The sun we are revolving around is finite. It will eventually end.
Right, but
This
like,
planet that we're on will eventually end.
but the time in this situation, it doesn't matter. Because we could equally say, well, it's going to take, if the WoW gets the formula right, it's going to take the same amount of time for it to create life as it would for natural life to just naturally do it. So let's say it takes 10,000. Let's say it takes 10,000 years for natural life to become sentient, say, quote unquote, whatever.
You gotta
Understand
change
this?
that to 10 million, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm just using numbers. Let's say it takes 1 million, right? So
Yep.
natural life would take 1 million years to create life anew. Okay.
Yep.
Now the WoW, once it hits the right formula, it'll take 1 million years to create life anew.
What makes you think that the WoW will take the same amount of time as nature?
Okay, let's say it takes 500,000 years to make life anew.
Yes.
It beats it by a double.
Yep.
But it takes 2 million years for it to get the right formula.
I don't think it'll take that long for it to get the right formula. I think the WoW will be 3 times faster than nature will ever be.
Sorry, Rhoda.
Yes, for real.
I said sorry, Rhoda, like letting him speak.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I don't think the time frames are really
That's what I'm basically getting at.
fundamental to the argument.
Yeah.
It is to me. I want sentient life. Not only do I think sentience will be higher from the WoW, but I think it has more chances of creating it.
Damn it, Rhoda, I want my cake. I want to eat it too, and I want it now.
I think we disagree on the fundamentals, which we're not going to reconcile through debate. I think Sortex
Right.
prioritizes a higher level of sentient life form at any cost. That is the ultimate goal, to have a higher level of sentience on Earth, whereas the rest of us prioritize or maybe giving more consideration to the
I think the rest of
morals or
us
the
are
ethics of
content.
the dilemma, where we maybe consider it unethical to destroy life for the hope of the sole purpose of creating a higher level of sentience.
Yeah, I would
see.
summarize that as we're content with the
Well,
nature of the
yes,
universe.
ideally, I would want a world similar to ours, where we are not the only we are the dominant species, but we're not the only species, right?
Is it safe to say that you value intelligent design over stochastic design? Like
Stochastic. I don't even know what that means.
stochastic means random. So like intelligent design meaning a single intelligent
Say it again.
organism or
That was a glitch. Sorry for me.
oh yeah, so like intelligent design meaning like an entity with intelligence makes all of these decisions versus the universe does, I guess. So you value like a person making a decision more. You more heavily weight that versus just nature just like randomly spitting out answers.
While I comprehend all of the meaning that that question entails, my current answer is yes.
Okay.
I say that slowly because, you know, I'm more like, ooh, I don't
I don't
know.
think there's anything wrong with saying that. I just wanted to make sure that
Well, what do you mean?
I'm
I think
understanding
Hitler
where you're
was
coming from.
wrong.
What's that?
What do you mean? I think Hitler was wrong. But
Oh yeah, definitely. Me too.
let's just clarify that shit.
Yeah.
I want to get Relda's chat up in case they're talking shit about me.
We're not talking
What?
shit about you.
What makes you think we would do that?
I'm trying to turn Rhoda nice and pink.
You turn it to Relda what?
Pink.
Pink.
With his lights.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Is there a cooldown on it?
Nope.
Yeah. So the fundamentals, I think, that we're just disagreeing on was that the WoW won't be better in
Hey,
any
you
way
changed it.
than natural life.
I think what I'm trying to say is at the end of the day, nature will always win.
Okay. But what about Devil and Relda? Hello?
I vote nature.
Okay, but no, what I'm asking is, will the WoW ever create? Do you think the WoW can ever create? It's something on par with nature, I guess. I don't know.
I think it could create something on par with nature, faster than nature, but I also believe it would die out faster than nature also.
I believe that no matter what it created, it would be tainted by the old forms of humanity, for better or for worse.
I also agree with this.
And I think I would say
If it was for better though, Relda, then you would choose to prioritize the WoW. But you're assuming it's for worse because it's tainted.
For better or worse, it's better to like not do it.
Yeah, I think even if the new form of humanity is changed for the better, I don't think it's worth trading the entire ecological history of the planet.
yeah.
I guess that's just because I value them less than I value the new humans, if that makes sense. I like, as a human being right now, I don't
The
give a
chance
fuck
for new humans.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
saying I
very
value
high.
the fishes more than I value superhumans.
Super.
I'm just saying it's an it's a very tough ethical decision, and that it's one that I probably would not make.
Yeah, I think it's tough too. But the more I think about it, you know, if I had to kill all of the dinosaurs and literally shove the meteor into planet Earth in order for humans to eventually exist, I would.
For the chance for them to exist.
Well, I'd want to see the odds at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, if
but
you're relating
yeah,
your scenario to the WoW, it's the chance.
yes, and
That's why I keep trying to do that.
chance.
Captain Demo
But I
steering the
think
boat
the WoW
straight.
will have a higher chance than evolution will. This is pissing me off.
He doesn't like the cane toads.
I'm getting sick of looking at that.
Legitimately, I am. It's just been there for the whole time, and I'm all like, why would I write that down? Oh yeah. Oh.
That's awesome.
I think we've learned
I
quite
think
a lot.
Reldar, you bring up a good point of the ethics of the decision, right? Like, it's one thing to say, like, this will be better versus the like I can't imagine a situation where like I would sacrifice the entire rest of the ecology of Earth for a chance at something better, right?
Right.
Rather than allowing
Exactly.
allowing the random dice rolls of nature to make that decision, right?
Okay.
Like,
Exactly. I wouldn't want to take that responsibility. You know, if I were actually in Simon's shoes, I would say, you know what? Let nature sort it out. Maybe humans come back, maybe they don't. But I'm not going to take the responsibility for making that decision. And maybe that's selfish of me, you know, but I'd rather let nature work it out than say, well, this has a better chance of us getting humans back or getting some type of humanity back or some type of superhumans in the future. And making that decision quite literally for the entire planet and
I guess
every
this
living being on the planet.
Hmm. To that. Oh, hang on, my phone's fucking up. There, come on, there we go. I guess it's the way I see it is a bit equivalent to do you guys know the train choice where it's yeah, there's
The
five
trolley
people
problem.
yeah, the trolley. I think that's what it's called. Five people
Yep.
on train track. And they're about to be run over by a train, but you can change the tracks by having it run over a different train track. But that train track has one. You
Mhm.
know, I'm guessing everyone would pick the 5 over the 1? Question mark.
No, we would pick
Depends
the
who
one.
the
You would
one
pick the
is.
5 in this situation.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Let's say the
You,
one.
you're picking the 5. We're picking the 1.
To kill the 1 or to save the 1?
To kill the to save the 1.
You would kill the 5 and save the 1.
No, in the scenario of the WoW, you are killing the 5 for the 1. We are killing the 1 for the 5.
I disagree completely. That's where our fundamental disagreement comes from. I think the WoW is the 5. Wonderful. All right.
There it is.
So what I'm curious about,
And I think that's why that makes this a good game, right?
yeah.
Oh,
The,
yeah.
the
Oh, I
fact
think
that you can have both answers are, I don't think there's an argument that can be made that says one is 100% better than the other, right? Which is
Definitely.
it's gray, and it's okay that we disagree on it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
would like to, yeah, definitely. I get favorite video game story of all time. It sparks these conversations, and I think it's fantastic in the way that it's constructed. Another meme. What is this?
Right, I opened
This
the
is safe for stream.
yes.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, mine was too.
Yeah.
Infinite trolley problems, recursive trolley problems.
Oh, that's funny.
I was trying to find the one where the train splits to both tracks.
Oh no.
Oh,
And say
just
that
so
was
you know,
me.
Sortex, the answer of whether or not the MCU is good or not right now is also a gray problem.
Well,
It's not black or white.
uh,
I think it's pretty factual that new MCU is better.
oh, thank you, Robert. Thank you so much.
Oh, I found it. It's not the actual meme, but I found it.
Yeah. This is gonna be in chat.
Oh yeah. I found the actual one. Yeah. Let's go.
Just take them all out. They suck.
Here we go. I got it. the actual meme.
That's great.
Goddamn. But yeah, so I have arguments arguments. I have arguments and reasons for why I believe the WoW to be the 5 over the 1.
Mhm.
But I'm tired as shit, and it's only 8 p.m. for me, and Reldar is what is it for you, Reldar? 12, 1.
About 2 a.m.
Oh, well, I was wrong.
I think it's even later for demo.
Yeah, it's 3 for me.
Demo. Damn, man.
I stay up till like 3:30 or 4 normally every night though.
Yeah, but
I'm an insomniac.
I'm guessing. What time do you wake up though? 11.
Normally 8.
What?
Between 8 and 9.
I couldn't force myself to do that, man. Alright.
Yeah. My
good
brain
luck
just
with
doesn't
the
like sleep.
Guys want to wake up? Oh my god.
It's like saying my brain doesn't. If you said, my brain just doesn't like food, I'm like, that's a mental disability, buddy.
My brain doesn't want me to sleep, and then when I'm asleep, my brain doesn't want to wake up.
Right?
Yeah.
Sounds about right. Oh, goddamn.
Well, I think this is a good stopping point. I think that we've discovered a few things about ourselves. I think
discovered that I'm Hitler.
we've discovered Demo is a great ship stirrer. Steerer.
Motherfucker, I'm gonna
Not
talk
stirrer.
about this shit, man.
We know that Reldar is pretty memey. Reldar's a great listener. And we figured out that Sortex is now forever going to be
Fascist
known to
Nazi.
have a little mustache under his nose. And
that I twirl. That I
oh
twirl
no,
and
it's
tap
not
on
long
my
enough to
wheel.
do that. Like, it'll grow, but it won't grow outwards, it'll grow down, like past your mouth.
Oh, Vertigo! You are still here. What do you think of my incredibly horrible moral choice? Oh, goddamn. I've got you open chat. How you doing?
I think Vertigo's been listening the whole time while with
Not
music.
the whole time. When she came in, I'm guessing.
And there's nothing to be learnt from me, because I'm basically the same. Unless someone points out otherwise.
I think, something about... I think the way that you think that Simon 2 is, that Simon 3 and Simon 2 are essentially the same person is interesting. Like, I disagree with that. Yeah, can we talk about something else that isn't me trying to defend?
We're talking
Me
about ending the stream for Reldar and demo.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
That's fair.
Which is why I'm wrapping it up with everything we learnt and what we didn't learn.
Did I do a good moderating? Listen to me. Did I do a good job of moderating?
I think you did a good job of structuring the that Google Doc you had there.
Yeah. I like
Yeah, the parts that I heard were really good.
Yeah. Sucks Black Cats couldn't be here. I would have loved to. I would have loved to ask her stuff about mercy killing.
Quote unquote mercy killing while she was going around murdering everything.
Yeah, like literally, she fucking killed everything. Like,
Is
goddamn.
it really mercy if you enjoy it?
One thing that I took away from this conversation is I really need to play the Outer Wilds.
Yeah.
Fucking
Oh, we might have
definitely.
spoiled it for you.
No, I
I'm so
haven't.
sorry.
Oh, I hope
No,
you're listening.
anytime. I just know that you guys were referencing it a lot, and so
Okay.
that makes me think the story is on the same, level of excellence. I guess I would say.
Okay,
Oh,
thank
yeah.
God.
The story, in the sense that in Soma, you would say that overall it is a story game. I guess it's a narrative game before it's a horror game,
Mm-hmm.
More or less.
but it's sort of the same genre. I
What-
would say that Outer Wilds is a exploration game over a story game. The story isn't as much the focus, but the story in Outer Wilds is still bloody fantastic.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
Much less
What
of a narrative and focuses more on the exploration.
What are you playing
The
after God
story
of
is
War
there, you
demo?
just have to find it and piece it together.
What was
Yeah.
that, sorry, Devil?
I said, what are you playing after God of War demo?
I got a huge
Outer
list.
Wilds.
Outer Wilds.
Outer Wilds.
I was gonna do
One of
Pokemon,
us.
Callisto
It's okay.
Protocol.
One of us.
Dude,
One
we
of
bumped up
us.
Reldar's,
One of us.
We bumped up Soma's on Soma on Reldar's list. We can do the same for you.
Pull into the peer pressure like I did with Hollow Knight.
I'll probably
You
do.
did Hollow Knight.
I'll probably do it around Christmas time. Is probably gonna be my plan because I've got a lot of time off work, like right before Christmas, and I can knock a bunch of stuff out. So
It'll take you about 25 hours to do Outer Wilds.
okay,
Actually, that's a lie. For you, about 30.
Wow.
I do play games slow. Yeah.
Well, it's not that. I'm not saying that in a mean way. I know that you really
No,
appreciate
yeah, I know.
environments.
Yeah.
Like,
I thought you were.
it's not. No, it's like I'm not memeing here. Like, I know that you appreciate environments and you really
I
like
totally
take your time
do.
to take everything in.
And I look for more detail than maybe is intended by some games too. Like I look to try and make. I try to give the games the best light that they could by exploring as much as I can and understanding as much as I can.
Then you'll probably like Outer Wilds.
Me talking to Demo like normally, everyone thinks I'm picking on him. Oh my god.
It's a gift hunter.
How could they possibly think that?
Why would they ever think that? Oh my gosh. I am, to steal Blazen's line, a good Christian boy. Well, it's been fun, fellas. I'm going to go have dinner before my missus calls me and murders me.
Oh jeez.
Wow.
And I'm guessing you two are off because it's 2 a.m. 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, I might hang out and just wind down for like, I don't know, half
So
an hour or
much for
something.
pirates, man. This was only supposed to be
Yeah.
like 3-4 hours max. God damn.
I'm not gonna lie, I had a lot of fun with the conversation regardless.
Oh, same, definitely. I'm so fucking glad that this is streamed so that I can. rewatch it,
Semantics
see what everyone
aside,
says.
I mean, semantics part of it, but like it was
Semantics is great. I want to hear. I want to see like definitions of what we consider humanity to be. That's great.
fun. No, that's not semantics. Semantics is going
Yeah, it
through all
is.
the different scenarios.
Semantics is finding like base definitions of stuff that we're using, isn't it?
No, it's when you like deviate from the main question at hand.
Yeah, to define fundamentals.
All right,
We
it doesn't
have
matter. It doesn't matter.
Semantics of the word
You
semantics.
guys are arguing semantics, okay?
No truer sentence was ever said. Alright, well, I'm out. Thank you for having me, Relda. Thanks for popping in,
Thanks,
Demo.
everyone.
It was a very fun
Yeah.
stream. My head is hurting.
You gonna go get that
Actually,
moonberry
I've had
now,
to pay like
Certex?
fuck. I have shit. Am I gonna do that?
The what?
Should I start streaming so you can raid me to the moonberry? Nah.
Go for it
No.
if you
my
want
head.
to.
I gotta eat.
What's the moonberry?
My head hurts. The moonberry is a Celeste secret that I didn't know about. It's to get the last achievement. Hang on. Is that the last achievement I need in Celeste? I think so.
No, you're missing
gonna-
that one and one up.
How do I get one up again?
You have to collect 5 or 6 berries without touching the ground, basically.
How do you
Huh?
do that?
That's sick.
It's a tricky one. You can touch the ground, but only briefly. You have to jump before it actually fully collects. You have a couple of frames.
Oh, so you need to carry like all the berries with you to like the different areas.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it.
Pick up a bunch of berries without actually picking them up.
Fuck, how do you do that? All right. Yeah, what were you
I
saying,
did it on
Henry?
chapter 1. It wasn't horrible, honestly. It took I don't know, an hour or 2.
Let's look up the guide, Sortex. I'm sure it's like not that bad.
Yeah, I looked up a video on how to do it, and I mean, there were a few tricky parts, but nothing too wild.
See, part of that is more I want to try and do it myself rather than looking up a video.
No, it's
but-
understandable.
But
I
that
can't
sounds
wait to
fucking
do
possible,
Celeste, to
man.
be
I gotta
honest.
get 5 berries at a time without. Oh fuck! How would
It's
I?
not
do that, man?
impossible. You got it. I know you can do
Yeah,
it.
it's not impossible, but it's fucking hell, not impossible.
Sortex, what's your channel name?
Cortex RT. Hang on, I'll type
Okay.
in chat and then you can click on that. Hang on.
Cool.
Blah.
Mods,
You gonna
shout
follow
out.
me?
There we go.
jump over there and
Relda
follow
did
you.
it.
I will follow you when you are next streaming because these guys raid you pretty often, so it should be easy.
Cool, thanks, man.
Yeah, definitely. And I expect in to pay me back, you can play Outer Wilds.
Sounds good.
I think he was gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, I definitely want to this year before the end of the year.
You know,
Okay,
it's
I
like,
am
pay me back,
going to
you
leave
must
the call
breathe.
in a second. I just want to say this. Relda, after Hollow Knight, I'm doing Celeste. I'm gonna get all 202
Whee!
berries.
That's gonna be
Ooh.
exciting. So, Relda, we gotta. Oh,
Okay.
goddamn, I gotta
Have
get
fun,
mods,
everyone.
we gotta
Thanks
do
for having me. I'll catch you
Squarespace.
later.
See ya.
Bye,
Bye.
Devil.
Bye. I'll catch you later.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye, Devil.
Bye.
All right.
Yep.
Ah,
I'm calling it.
yep. See ya.
Sounds good.
Bye. Have a
Ending
good night.
stream.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep.
Good night.
See ya.
Yeah.
you know, it's expanding in that way.
Oh, is your
Okay.
pants expanding?
Hey, Devil, what's up?
I saw you guys were still
You're
in here.
back.
I have my food. I'm here to talk
Yeah,
to
Hopefully the
Rona.
missus isn't too mad at you.
She made the food, so it's okay. As long as I'm eating her food.
That means you're in the clear. No, we were just talking about Hollow Knight, things like that. Oh, what was Hollow Knight in favor of? What came before Hollow Knight? I can't remember.
Hollow Knight's fun. I really like it.
You've got a lot of it spoiled. By the way, Devil, don't spoil too much about what you've played through in Hollow Knight and everything for Demo, because Demo wants to play it too, and he wants to go in blind, unlike you, who, you know, Devil. Would I'd go out on a limb and say if you watch Vertigo play, you know what almost all the bosses are like.
I mean, I looked at the ending like years ago.
Oh,
Not all of them,
sick.
but like one of them.
Right, but do you know what some of the areas look like?
Nope. I don't know anything about the areas of the game, only the bosses.
Haven't you seen Vertigo play randoms?
I mean, I'm looking at chat more than I'm looking at her playing.
Oh, that's mean. Jeez.
When she's
Come on,
versing
say that.
bosses, when she's versing bosses, I'm like watching the bosses, yeah, because like we're talking about each boss. But like,
Yeah.
when she's doing randos, I looked away on purpose so that I didn't get spoiled for the areas or where to go or whatnot.
Okay.
There was like some areas I saw, I was like, oh yeah, that's a cool little secret, because she'd point out, hey, look, you can do this if you know the area. And I came across some of those areas and I tried it and I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah. Fuck. Hang on. Demo, can you deafen for me, because I want to talk to Devil about one of the bosses he's come across.
Don't worry, Demo,
Yeah,
don't worry.
I'll just-
No.
I'll just pop out. That's fine.
No. What I'll do is I'll deafen you, and he has 2 minutes to talk about it, and then I'm going to undeafen you.
Alright, there you go. That works. Because I do want you to stay here. I don't want you gone. Yeah. And you will do what I damn say, because I'm Hitler, apparently.
Okay, and deafen.
Okay. Sick. Brooding. Okay. Brooding Marlak. Have you fought that boss? I
No
appreciate
idea.
the one with the one that spits at you that you're in the room with and is on the small little pillar in the center.
Yes, it's the first boss I fought.
Yeah. Yeah. How many tries did you do it at?
2.
2. Okay, and then you just gave up and said, this probably isn't where I'm supposed to go.
No, I killed it.
Are you fucking kidding me? You actually killed it.
Yeah, why? I killed it. I only died to it because I didn't see it swiping at me with its arm. I was too focused on its projectiles.
You're such a better gamer than I was. Right.
I mean, I kind of figured it wasn't where I was meant to go because I did the trick to get to the area, but like...
No, that is how you're supposed to... You're supposed to always be able to go there.
But yeah, no, I killed it.
But you actually killed it.
I like how you thought I gave up after 2 tries. No, it killed me. It was my first death, and then I killed it. And then I continued.
I had to give up on that boss the first time I encountered it, because I was and I was probably more ahead than you were.
I don't know,
goddamn,
man.
Well, that's just... There's the thing. I thought I wanted to talk to you about
I
that
did-
and say that...
I haven't died to another boss since, and I'm up to the capital. I've
It
died
annoys
2 more
me how-
times, and they were to the environment.
It annoys me how I'd say adept you are at adapting the way Hollow Knight plays.
I think I said to Vertigo that like when I play Hollow Knight, I hope nobody like gets mad at me because if I am good at the game. I said that before I started playing it. Because like I don't know, I'm just playing the game like I normally would any game. So
Well,
yeah.
it looks. Take
I'm
it
gonna
from
pull Demo
me,
back in.
You're playing it naturally, exceptionally well.
okay, well I'm pulling
Like,
Demo
you
back
know
in.
the boss or the boss.
Don't
enemy
talk
that-
about boss.
Yeah, I know, not the boss. The enemy that you've already fought it. I saw you. The enemy that guards the grub. Yeah, you got to kill it and does 2 damage.
The big guy.
Yeah, big guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, him. Oh,
What about him?
I want to bet by sheer endurance. Oh god. Him. Most players aren't able to kill him. Most players don't have a good enough grasp on the control scheme in order to kill him in that moment.
I thought he was just a regular enemy, just like a bigger enemy.
He is a regular enemy, but he's a really tough one
Hmm.
as far as the rest of the game is concerned. But it's all right.
Right.
Hang on.
Well,
Oh,
I don't know, man.
the fuck is going on? Syllabus
It's kind
is-
of it's kind of why I asked Vertigo and Relda to rate my playing, because they were there for most of the stream.
Oh. What did they rate it as?
What you said, exceptionally good.
Exception. Yeah, jeez. Motherfucker, you actually did that. All right, whatever. Demo can hear us again, so I'll.
I mean, Relda's here. You can tell us.
Is
what he
there a
thinks.
difficulty setting in Hollow Knight, or is it all just like whatever?
I think it's I don't think there is a difficulty setting.
Okay.
I don't know. When
I
I
don't-
started the game, it just threw me in. I didn't see one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is no difficulty.
If there
That
is, it
probably
might be
means there
like
isn't
New Game
one.
Plus or something. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I'll fucking boot it up right now and check. There you go. Oh goddamn.
I have
As
news.
far as I know, there's no difficulty except for Iron Man mode or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah.
where, like
Steel
death is
Heart.
permanent.
Is that a
Steel
mod
Heart,
though?
death is permanent. Steel
No.
Heart mode, death is permanent.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think someone said I have to do that for a trophy. Yeah, I'll definitely
Yeah,
be
you
doing
do.
that.
I haven't been able to do it yet, but that's also because I get too impatient.
I'll definitely be doing that.
Have fun.
There's a few games I've played where I wasn't allowed to die. It's fun. I like the challenge.
Okay. Demo, have you played Celeste?
Nope. There's a lot of
Oh.
games that I've missed, unfortunately.
What
that I
game?
need
What
to
is
go
your favorite?
into.
What would you say your favorite game ever is, or whatever? Just
Oh, geez.
Barbie Island.
Favorite game ever?
well, just the way I would define it as the game you least want to erase from existence.
The game I would least want to erase from existence. That's a good way to put it. Let me think a little bit.
Yep. Oh, good.
Just while Demo thinks of it, I just want to say this. Excuse me. I feel like my skill in games is more due to my perseverance in games. For example, Demo's playing God of War now, and whenever he comes across an enemy, I'm really encouraging him to like continue and beat it. And each time he dies, he gets a little bit better. And so that overall experience that I have gone through completing games transfers to the next game.
Okay.
So like
Transfers, and that makes more sense to me.
I've played 2D platformers, not as much, but I've played a lot of combat games. I've played a lot of games where you gotta dodge or deflect or, time your attack right or whatnot. I do have a little bit of issue with the controls of Hollow Knight, but not too much.
Oh, that delay. That delay is there and intentional in everywhere.
No, but I mean, like, sometimes I jump and I go to do a downward slash and he does a horizontal. I think it's a user error, but like,
That usually is user error because I do the same thing.
I think it's because I'm using controller.
That's fine. I recommend controller. I think it's better overall.
But yeah, no, that's also why I'm telling Demo to persevere and push through the tough bosses, because in the next game, whatever difficulty, however hard it is, it would be easier for him than otherwise, because he pushed through when it was hard.
To a certain extent, I agree with you, but where I would disagree is like if I happened upon the equivalent of Sigrun in the middle of my playthrough of Ragnarok, like if
Right.
I happened upon the hardest Valkyrie in the middle of the game, it's like no, I need to go and. What happened? Did something happen?
Oh,
Well, there's I'd say
I
there's
started streaming me playing a game because I just want to.
Oh,
I would-
gotcha.
Oh shit, I'm still fuck.